What's up, Chatty House? About 30 seconds out, huh?
30 seconds.
Don't worry, Scooter. We have a plan.
There is a plan. Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. No Kyle Madsen. Kyle Madsen is on vacation. He's hanging out somewhere with a tropical beverage in his hand.
It's about 7 a.m. over there, huh?
Yeah, it's never too early when you're on vacation,
I was
Jesse.
thinking about that. He was tweeting about the Sunday night football game. Like, oh, Kyle still got the rest of his night to go still. Meanwhile, I'm going to go to bed now.
Yeah, he had like an extra 3 hours, right? I don't know. Hawaii time.
Yeah,
Hawaii
3
time
hours.
is nice. Yeah. Welcome in. If you're watching here on YouTube, we appreciate you. If you're listening in on the radio, the Everyday Average radio station, ESPN 1320, welcome in. Twitch, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, all of those things. We've got a busy show. Today is, of course, the start of the NBA season for the Sacramento Kings. Media Day is today. We will have you covered completely. I am going to be here for the next 40 minutes-ish.
James will be at Media Day asking questions. Don't worry. Scooter was concerned earlier in the chat. James will be there.
I will. I'm going to get in the car and hit the nitro button, and I will be to the arena right around 11 o'clock when Media Day starts. It's going to be a long day. We actually will have help out there. It looks like Wheezy is going to join me at Media Day.
Leezy.
Leezy. Oh, I'm sorry. Not Wheezy.
Shout out to Weezy, who won the belt this morning for being first in the chat. Shout out to Leezy for helping out James Ham at Media Day.
That's right. So, so we've got a busy day, busy show for you. Right off the top, the San Francisco Giants have fired manager Bob Melvin. I've actually covered Bob Melvin when he was with the Oakland A's, and he's a good man. I hope he lands on his feet, and if he wants to continue managing, that he finds something. But whatever happened to this Giant season, it was a disaster down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, at one point it was middle of July or June or whatever, but they were near the Dodgers at the top of the division and then just completely fell off. Tried to pick themselves up at the end of the season, but it was too late. Finished 81-81.
Yeah, it was a little too late. Exactly. We did not plan on running with the Giants stuff early in the show until Bob Melvin got let go.
Yeah, things happen when the manager gets fired.
Yeah, they do. But we do have this amazing thing that happened. Willy Adames in the final game of the season hit his 30th home run. And this is the first time. This is the strangest stat ever. It's the first time since Barry Bonds that the Giants have had a player hit 30 home runs in the season.
I'd imagine Rafael Devers kind of gets him back to that year in, year out, though, next year. I think he hit 35 this year, but only 23 of them were
20 came with gotcha. He had 35 jacks. 20 of them came with the Giants. So yeah, he's the closest thing that they've had to a 30 home run guy. Willy Adames, 30 home run guy. It's just crazy because you look at the A's and the A's had 3 guys with 30 home runs. And that's like almost every year the A's have multiple players with 30 home runs. I can't imagine going like more than 2 decades without someone hitting 30.
I mean, that is a tough ass ballpark to hit into.
I guess, but 30 is not that many for Major League Baseball players. I mean, Nick Kurtz came up a month into the season, right? Then he was on the DL for like 10 or 15 days, so he didn't play the whole time. He finished with 36.
Yeah, but I feel like he's kind of the outlier here. I mean, how many rookies did you see? Oh, yeah, baseball is easy. We're good here. I mean, I guess that was Jacob Wilson too, but you know what we're talking about here with the home runs.
Yeah, the home runs are crazy, right? So, of course, Kurtz finishes with 36. Langoliers hit over 30. Rooker hit over 30. Rooker also had like 40 doubles. which is crazy. So his home run numbers were down a little bit, but the A's finished the season at I wrote this down. I want to say 76 and 86. I think that's the number. So 10 games under 500. They also, there we go. They lost their season finale 9-2. The one thing I want to point out as we move forward and get to the NFL is the A's decided yesterday
Sacramento
to put out a jersey, a Sacramento jersey. Is this too little, too late?
All right, look, it's funny seeing the reactions to this. No, I don't think it's too little, too late. This is the first year. They're supposed to be here like at least 3, so no, it's not too little, too late. For me, at least. Like from what I saw yesterday when they released that jersey, it's kind of like, oh, they're trying to keep the season ticket holders around and blah blah blah. But all year it was, oh, they haven't shown anything to Sacramento, and it's like the moment they do, I don't know what the intentions are, but the moment they do, it's still met with negativity, this and that. Feel how you want, I don't care, but I mean, for me, no, it's not too little, too late. It's like people wanted a Sacramento jersey, and now you got one.
Yeah, it's funny because the press release said inspired by popular demand. Okay, you had 162 games to figure this out. What did you think that it wouldn't be popular if you would have had a jersey hanging in the team store on day one that said Sacramento?
Yeah, like they were wrong not to, but also like now that they're doing it, I'm not gonna be, oh well, blah blah blah. Like, I don't know, I'm not gonna keep complaining about it.
Okay,
not that I was before, but
I'm wondering this too. Does this mean anything? You think it means anything?
I wonder, because I think I saw some renderings yesterday as far as that little Tropicana site that they're calling it in Vegas and how that's supposed to look. And it's kind of just, all right, stadium here, food court here, or restaurants here. And there's really nothing to walk around. It's just kind of everything cramped in this little ass spot. It's like, that's going to work? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, 9 acres is really not very big. Like if you're out in the wilderness, you're looking at 9 acres. You're like, oh my gosh, 9 acres is really big. So a football field,
you got some cows and some horses or some horses, whatever. Fine, that's great.
Yeah,
but for MLB Stadium and everything else,
yeah. So you have to think of this like a football field, like a regulation football field, which is what is it, 70 yards wide or 80 yards wide and 100 yards deep. That's an acre. So just consider like nine of those put together. Also, a city block is an acre basically. So that's such a small amount of space. I don't know how they because a baseball stadium is massive, like a basketball arena, because the court is so small and because you can have people all the way up against the court. That's where it starts, right? It's whatever the width of the court is, and then all of a sudden seats, and you start going up. So like when they drop like Golden 1 into the middle of downtown Sacramento, it doesn't feel like it's that big, but the arena just kind of fit into a very, very small footprint. That's not what a baseball stadium is. Baseball stadium, because the field is so huge and because it's so odd, the angles are odd, and because you have to have space outside of the lines, and then on top of that space, the seats usually aren't straight up and down like they are in a baseball arena as far as a Major League Baseball park. I don't like the
way I go, unless there's money exchanged, then I don't know if it's happening yet. All right. I don't know the inner workings of these billionaire business people and all that stuff, but I need to see some money cross hands here.
Yeah, I'm not convinced of anything at this point.
That's how deals get done. That's how stuff happens. All right. When you hand money to the other person, I'm tired of, oh yeah, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it. I need to see some money be exchanged here.
Yeah, and that's kind of always the rub here with the Oakland A's or the Sacramento A's or whatever you want to call them.
ESPN just has them as the Athletics right now.
Yeah, the ownership is just, they don't put the money into it. All right, so baseball is over for people here in Northern California. Neither team made the playoffs, so we can move on. If you are someone who watches the playoffs and other teams, that's
Red Sox, Yankees. Tap in tomorrow. Get ready. Lock in. Scooter, Norm's on the team. They're helping me supporting. So if you want to jump on that bandwagon, you're more than welcome.
We're gonna need the Yankees Red Sox update every day from Jesse.
Oh yeah, I'm very excited.
Yeah. We're gonna have it'll be Jesse and I all week long. Kyle's on vacation for the week, and again, I'm gonna be in and out because of training camp starts tomorrow. We're gonna figure this thing out on the fly. The San Francisco 49ers, they played the Jacksonville Jaguars this weekend.
Undefeated no more.
They are no longer undefeated. Most undefeated. Well, a lot of the undefeated teams fell yesterday.
Just the Bills and Eagles remain, I think.
Yeah, that's all that's left, right?
Yep.
To be honest with you, I didn't hate this game. I know some people are like, hey, they're, even Kyle, he's like, oh no, this team's closer to tier 4 than they are
Oh
tier
yeah,
3.
I got the tier text as well from my friend Kyle Matson while he was out there.
Yeah,
Was not too happy about this loss.
I don't get it. I mean, the Jags aren't a great team, but the Jags aren't just trash.
Well, that's the thing. Now, coming for me going into this game, I'm not really going to think more or less about the 49ers win or lose. Like, they win, I probably think the same about them. They lose, I think the same about them. And coming out of the game, yes, they lost, think the same about them. I'm not down on them or anything like that. The Jags, now I feel like the Jags are a good team in the league now. Where it's kind of, we've been waiting for them. Like, what are you doing? Kind of feels like they've had a glass ceiling. Trevor Lawrence wasn't even great yesterday. Pretty much what we've always seen, 174 yards, 1 touchdown, didn't turn the ball over, which was great, interception-wise at least. But it's just now I feel like I don't want to say I trust the Jags, but all right, I'm going to respect them a bit as a good team. Like, you beat a good team in the 49ers on the road. That matters more for them rather than, oh, yeah, the 49ers lost. Brock Purdy threw 2 interceptions. Like, I'm not really too concerned about the 49ers coming out of that.
Okay, so I'm going to say my concern, a couple of concerns. Number one, they can't stay healthy at all. Like, Ricky Pearsall, like, makes this crazy attempted catch out of bounds, bangs his knee. He's got to sit. Juwan Jennings took an absolute shot to the ribs on a touchdown, and he wasn't able to continue. So now you got a bunch of randos out there who, number one, don't know the routes. They just don't know the system. Number two, a couple of veteran players just flat out drop the ball. Like, I don't know how Christian McCaffrey doesn't have more drops. He came into the week with 3 in 3 weeks, which is astronomical for him.
Played hot potato on that first Brock Purdy interception.
Yeah, he played hot potato on the interception. The second pick by Purdy got tipped at the line, which isn't great. But, again, I thought that was an insane play. I don't know how the guy got that far off the ground. Like, how a 300-pound guy gets like 10 feet off the ground. I don't get
Professional athletes. They're not like us.
Yeah. So, again, like a guy like Kendrick Bourne dropped a perfect pass. Like, I think that there is a lot of issues that the San Francisco 49ers have. My biggest issue was that, like, hey, you had a shot with the ball in your hands at the end of the game, and Brock Purdy fumbled. Like, take care of the ball, man. That's what you're there to do. Like, the interceptions happen, you got to shake it off, but you cannot, like, give up, lose the game because you can't hold on to the ball. And so I think it was really interesting in post game. His teammates really took it upon themselves to bite the bullet and say, no, I shouldn't have dropped passes. I think Trent Williams said something to the effect that they should have had his back better.
Yeah, Trent Williams essentially took blame. Well, had the offensive line take blame for all the interceptions.
Yeah, but I think the problem that we have is, number one, you have to have, if you're going to get paid, you've got to be a guy who leads your team back in that situation. You had an opportunity. Also, I just think that there is a huge issue with this team all of a sudden. When you lose Nick Bosa, you're not going to be able to put pressure on the quarterback. Jesse, they had 0 sacks and 0 quarterback hits yesterday. They didn't even get to Trevor Lawrence at all.
Yeah, they just didn't do anything where it was a recipe for success. Like, you can't get to the quarterback. You can't run the ball, which is also a massive issue for the 49ers.
Yeah.
Like, that's probably my biggest concern coming out of the game. Like, Brock Purdy, like, that's kind of who Brock Purdy is. Like, he's going to play well, so he's going to turn the ball over a couple times or whatever. Where, like, he's going to have his moments is what I'm saying. But, yeah, like, it's too almost kind of, I don't know if it's too much at once because we got to see them play the Rams this week on Thursday. Like I said, you said they're dealing with the injuries to Juwan Jennings, Pearsall, Brock Purdy, seeing his status and all that. And then you got the Bucs after that, I believe. It's just, you got the injuries. It's a lot for them to deal with and to overcome.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest problem. Not only do they have a bunch of injuries coming out of this game. Again, they're two stud receivers and their quarterback are limping. Brock Purdy, when he showed up this morning, said he had toe soreness. But you have a quick turnaround. So
yeah,
they play
Thursday night in LA.
Yeah,
Kyle Shannon said Ricky Pearsall is dealing with a minor PCL injury.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. But on the other side, Jesse, like, number one, Travis Etienne ran through them like a hot knife through butter. Like, they gave very, very little resistance, which I was alarmed by. Number two, the fact that they not only were they not able to, like, get to the quarterback, they didn't even put pressure on the quarterback. That's another horrible issue. So between the fact that you can't stop the run and the fact that you can't get to the quarterback really, really put a lot of pressure on their defensive backfield. I thought they held up pretty well, with all things considered. I mean, you talked about it. Trevor Lawrence had 174 yards passing or whatever it
Yeah, it
was.
wasn't like spectacular.
No. I mean, that's a really good, solid day if you're a team that you can limit someone to that many yards. But at the end, there's a huge issue that San Francisco 49ers have here with their defensive line.
Yeah, and Polo in the chatty house threw it up here. He says, and I'm not mainly focused on these two guys, but he says if the Dolphins lose today, the Niners should go and trade for whoever they want from the Dolphins. Nick Chubb and Jalen Phillips would be available. You're probably going to have to do something. If you're still trying to go far in the playoffs this year, you're probably going to go out. Going to have to go out and maybe get what you did a few years ago, like with a Chase Young or something like that, where you do bring in a guy just to kind of help you out. I mean, Nick Bosa's not going to be there opposite of him, but you're going to need something, because if you're not getting to the quarterback, that's just going to hurt you all year.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Nick Bosa's not coming back through that door.
Yeah, no.
Like
you need a guy now. Like, not a Nick Bosa, but just someone that can get to the quarterback.
Yeah. You need someone that puts pressure on the right side, so even your guys up the middle have a better shot at getting to the quarterback. The fact is that Bosa takes, you overload on one side to defend against Bosa, and that usually frees stuff up for your other players. And when he's gone, they just look like they're not dynamic at all on the defensive line. Now, their linebacking core is still incredible. Their defensive backfield is actually holding up. I didn't like some of the tackles on Etienne, some of the angles that Siegel had a couple of missteps. But overall, look, they've got to figure this thing out.
And like I said, so I'm not overly concerned coming out of that game for the 49ers. Like, they have their issues, but I think generally they'll be fine the rest of the way.
I think so too. I just think that you kind of look at this game and it's going to snowball into 2 losses because they come back on Thursday and they're beat up even worse.
Yeah, you're on the road the next 2 weeks. You're in LA this week and then Tampa Bay the next, I believe.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really rough. All right, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about the Las Vegas Raiders' heartbreaking loss to the Bears. But we've got Media Day. We've got Kuminga Watch, Day 85. Oh, Jesse.
I don't got it right now, James. I got it when we're going now. I'm getting ready for us to go to break.
We'll be back. We're the Insiders. I'm James. He's Jesse. See you in just a minute. Yeah, they should just go. They should just go to the Dolphins and just like swap meet. Like, hey, let's go. I'll take that guy and that guy and that guy, and we will give you nothing. What's going on, Norm? What's going on, Frank? Sorry, we've got a little bit of a crazy day today with Media Day. Again, Damien's going to step in and help out. Yes, a swap meet. Spencer, you've heard of a swap meet. Everyone here in Sacramento has gone to Denios. Let's not act like we don't know what that is. Yes, Kieran Bagley, Fong Law. They bought the patch on the Kings jersey this year. Spencer, to be honest, I'm here because Kyle's out and because I don't want to put too much pressure on the guys who have to do a 4-hour show behind us.
Michael, do you desperately need Kyle Madsen's thoughts on Media Day?
And to be honest with you, Michael, I think this is 2 years in a row. Flea markets. Come on.
Yeah, that's how I know them.
Yeah. Russ Dog, you were in Nevada City on Saturday. Highway 49, they've been putting in roundabouts for the last 2 years. It's a nightmare. I have no idea what time I'm going to get in or how long my trip is going to take me every day. And there's Charlie. Everything okay in there, Jesse? We're on the radio.
Always on the radio. It's the number one rule.
I don't press buttons. That's the number one rule right there. We will not be taking calls this morning. So if you're calling in, save your time. I'm only going to be here. We got one more segment, and then I'm out the door. Super abbreviated show and tons to talk about. Yeah, we have Leezy out there today, which is going to be fun. Okay, cool. Oh, dang it. They released a training camp roster. Save the photos. Let's see if I can get this on time.
Charismatic. I did see that. Pulisic's playing good. I'm not gonna lie. Hey Wayne. No, we're not taking calls. Sorry about that. Shout out Wayne Mulholland.
I literally just said that. I wrote it on the paper, Wayne. Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Jesse Tapia joining me today with Kyle Madsen on vacation. I hope Kyle is having a good time. I don't know. I hope he's having a good time.
Yeah, don't see any reason why he wouldn't be.
No, I agree.
Kyle's all vibes. Like Kyle's chilling right now.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about Kyle Madsen. Just having a good time in Hawaii.
Okay, so we actually have sitting in front of me, we have the 2025-26 Sacramento Kings training camp roster. Of course, the two-way guys are here. So Dylan Cardwell, Daquan Plowden, and Isaiah Stevens. Daquan Plowden literally has one of the most difficult names to spell in the history of names. Daequwon, Daquan.
Yeah, that was a whole thing on D'Lo and Casey when we first found out his name.
Okay. There is one name in here that is surprising. And
Russell Westbrook?
Russell Westbrook is not here. Dexter Dennis has got a training camp invite. This is not something that has been out there and reported before today. So Dexter Dennis played with the Summer League squad, I believe. They acquired his rights last year for the G League. So that's good to see. So a little bit of a little difference. Dario Saric is on the training camp roster. Again, Isaiah Stewart is the other two-way contract. But interesting stuff. I don't know. Like I wrote about it this this morning. I posted on the Kings Beat, sort of training camp. Like it's here. What are you most excited about?
For media day, for the Kings, the season, like what? What is?
Yeah, no, training camp. Like, is there anything that you want to see? Like, I know we're going to hear a lot about defense. We're going to hear a lot about designing, developing a culture. This is, I'm just going to tell you, everybody, you're going to hear this. This is year one of our build. And in year one of our build, we're going to establish a culture. We're going to establish an identity. When you get done with this season, you will know what Kings basketball feels like. Focus is on defense. The focus is on playing together, ball movement, sharing the ball, all that stuff. We're going to hear that. Not only is that standard camp fare, but it's also something that they've already told us repeatedly. And it's what we're going to hear today on Media Day. But I still have the same question. Like, how do you establish a culture? How do you do all this stuff? If this is what Kings basketball looks like when maybe 8 of these players, 9 of these players, 10 of these players won't be here when the actual finished product comes along.
Listen, I guess if I got to pick something who's the leader of this team coming out of training camp? Who's the leader of the Sacramento Kings day one? Like Domas and Fox, that was their team the last few seasons. That whole thing blew up. Domas is still here. Fox is gone. Like, is this Domas's team? Is he kind of just leading this thing? Because, like you said, a lot of these guys aren't going to be here by the time, like, I don't even know if you want to call it a real rebuild, just when they really start adding to this build. I don't even know what to call it because, like I said, it's kind of weird, odd the way they've gone about it. I feel just there's not much of a future with the guys here. So just who's taking the lead on this team game one?
Yeah, I think that's the most difficult thing because, like, in all honesty, there's really nothing that the Kings can do to change the trajectory of what's happening today. Like, coaching is going to be one thing. Like, they'll get in there, buy-in is going to be huge. Like, if your players buy in, you can get extra wins that way. You can get extra wins by some sort of design that whether it's offense or defensive design that may work. But at the end of the day, you can see that they're like an island of misfit toys, right?
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it's quite a few players that just don't mesh together and don't really fit, and that's really tough for a coach, let alone a true first year coach. I mean, Doug Christie was an interim head coach for 51 games last year, but if like that's the example of what like getting your experience is. It was crazy. He was down 2 assistants the entire time. He was even down 3 assistants at one point. Like, it was chaotic. You traded your best player like 11 games into his tenure or something. So Doug Christie didn't really get a full shot. Now we're going to get to see what he looks like with an offseason, with a connection to the front office, with a lead assistant like Mike Woodson. Mike Woodson's an excellent NBA coach. Mike Miller is another coach that they brought in. Bobby Jackson they brought back. Like, the coaching staff itself should help Doug be better prepared for what's ahead. But at the same time, Doug Christie ran a 27-24 record over his 51 game stretch. And that's not, spectacular, but to be honest with you, it's better than 500. And if he would have been the head coach the whole year, you don't know if that would have been the whole case. But for someone who dealt with the trauma of last season, I think he did a pretty good job.
Yeah, I'm less worried about like Doug Christie this season. I feel like he can be a good coach and all that. It's just more so, does he have what he needs at his disposal to establish what him and Scott Perry are trying to do in year one?
Yeah.
Because like DeMar, I doubt he's with the Kings past this season. Zach LaVine, all the talk about him is just, when do you move off of him as soon as he got here? And Dennis Schroder got here. And I don't think Dennis Schroder is anyone's point guard of the future. You ideally want to add Dennis to a team that's kind of established already. And like you said, it's the island of misfit toys here. So it's just kind of, is Doug going to be able to implement what he wants just with this roster?
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's going to be a little bit
because you want to play defense or shoot threes and all this stuff. But this team doesn't have like, oh yeah, they got a bunch of defensive stoppers here. It's like, yeah, they could be top 15 defensively in the league or anything like that. They don't have a bunch of guys who can knock down a 3 ball. So it's like, you want to play this way, great, but I don't know if you have the guys for that.
No, I totally agree. I mean, like, this style of play, I want to know. Actually, I don't want them to tell me what the style of play is. I want to actually watch the game and go, okay, I get it. I see the style of play, and I don't know how they're going to get that.
Yeah, we getting Domas taking 5 threes a game now, 4 threes a game. Like, is DeMar going to start getting more threes up? It's just we got to see it.
Yeah. I mean, at some point there has to be a design, like a plan to move forward with. And I understand, like, taking on a team and then, like, because of the salary cap, because of the restrictions of the salary cap, because of the players that you have that maybe some other teams don't want or can't fit into their salary structure.
Well, yeah, there's the aspect of that where maybe they tried to rebuild or do some things this offseason, but it seems like nobody wanted anybody this offseason.
Yeah, it's a difficult
much as I love Malik Monk, it's like, yeah, it seems like they couldn't trade him or whoever else.
I kind of feel like too, like, the first thing they did was trade Valanciunas, right? And at the time, I understood the Valanciunas trade because they were trying to, like, save money and sort of move off of whatever contracts that they could right away. I think that if they would have kept Valanciunas, it would have opened a door for him to potentially be a player that was moved in a potential Kuminga swap or something. You're looking at a guy with a $10-11 million contract with a team option for the final year. Like, you would have had, it's a 2-year deal, but 1 year left of him. But I did understand, like, okay, let's try to trim the roster quickly where we can. And so you're able to save $5 million there by swapping him out for Dario Saric. And as a general manager, you can't worry about how you acquired Valanciunas and what it cost and all that stuff, because that wasn't you who did that. That was a previous regime. You just move forward. And then I think the same thing about Malik Monk. Malik Monk they thought was probably going to be the easiest player to move in this situation, and then he wasn't. And so now they're stuck with this situation. I think one of the questions we'll ask today of Malik, like, you've been here for a while, you've heard other people's name mentioned, but it was never you. Like, how does it feel to walk into a season where your name was like all over social media, was all over written words, all over podcasts about you being the potential guy that they're moving on from?
Yeah, it's got to be a weird feeling because correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially he's kind of been the heart and soul of this team the last few years.
Well, that's the thing.
And it's just like, yeah, you've been the heart and soul, and now you're coming into it. It's just like, yeah, they tried to trade you.
Well, that, and it's like you wanted to do a heart transplant, but you didn't have another heart waiting.
So we just still got the same one.
Yeah. So it's
personally, I thought the original heart was working fine.
I thought it was too. Yeah. And to be honest with you, that's like the argument that I've made. Like,
I never understood the whole, we got to move off of Malik Monk thing.
I think that there's enough like sort of bad blood behind the scenes with like the way the Mike Brown situation happened, his push to get into the starting lineup, all these things that sort of add to, what Malik is in totality, not just as a basketball player. And so maybe that's part of all of this, but like Malik Monk is a really good basketball player. And if the Kings lose Malik Monk, I really don't care who they replace him with. They're not getting better.
Well, that's the thing too. All right, move off of Malik Monk. Fine. You still, like, with him here, you need scoring. You still need to add scoring. And with him gone, like, all right, now you've just dug yourself a deeper hole.
Yeah.
Or you've lost another guy who can create his own shot and kind of, all right, nothing's happening here. Malik, go and get us a bucket.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you got DeMar there who can do that as well. But, like, move off of him. But that's just, like I said, it's just creating a deeper hole.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I look at it. And to be honest with you, like, if I'm looking at my starting lineup versus my closing lineup, Malik Monk is still in my closing lineup. Like, as of right now, I don't know who's with him. I know, Domas is with him. I know Keegan's with him. But outside of that, maybe DeMar's with him. Like, I don't know who the closing lineup is, but but I certainly think Malik Monk is still one of those players. He's the guy that can get his own shot. And not only that, he's the guy that can create for others. He brings the spark, the energy, all that stuff. When you don't have him, it's so noticeable. It's ridiculous. So I'm intrigued to ask that question today.
I think he'll be a pro. I don't think it's going to be anything where it's like, oh, yeah, mid-season or during the season where Malik just, like, I think he'll do his job and play well still.
I hope so. I hope we move past the summer, but again, it's not easy when you have like
any other team. If we saw this on the outside looking in, we'd have the same questions.
Yeah.
Like, this is just, it's not ideal the way they're coming into media there, I'd say.
Yeah, it kind of feels like, like when you're a kid, you're watching Charlie Brown, and everywhere he goes, like, there's just one little rain cloud that follows him and rains on him the whole time that no one else is dealing with. And you're hoping that the Kings are able to push through this and just like be ready and like whatever it is that they become very quickly so we can actually see it and know whether they have a shot or not to complete this season. And of course they have a very difficult first half of the schedule. Like that's going to be the thing that I'm going to keep pointing to. Like the first 19 games are just brutal, but I think a lot of teams are dealing with it. I know somebody said the other day, they put out there the team they were covering played like 8 times over a 12-game stretch in the first month of the season. And you're like, wait, what?
Yeah, I'm not too worried about whether they'll be ready to go. Like Doug Christie feels like a guy who's he's always gonna have you locked in.
Yeah,
like, that's not anything you need to worry about. It's just a matter of, like I said, can you get this roster of this group of guys to implement what you want to do on the court?
Exactly. We did have a small bit of news over the weekend. The Kings signed Jameer Nelson Jr., Jalen Williams, and from what I know, Daniel Bacho. But first of all, none of those guys are on the training camp roster. They waived Jameer Nelson and Jalen Williams yesterday. Bacho might be a player that they already signed and waived, or they're going to do that this week sometime. And that's what we call an Exhibit 10 contract. So people understand what Exhibit 10 contracts are and why you would sign a player and then waive him right away. It's not that complicated. So basically, G League players are making less than, they're making a little over $40,000 a year for a 5 to 6 month commitment. in Exhibit 10 allows you to pay a guy up to it's $85,300 for a bonus up to. So you can sign him anywhere from, like 5,000 all the way up to like $85,000. And then if you waive him and they go to your G League team and stay there for 60 days, they get that bonus money. So basically it's a way for you to triple their total salary for the year. So you go from 40 to like 120 something. And that's just, it's something that teams do in order to keep talent here in the United States. The Kings had acquired Jameer Nelson Jr. and Jalen Williams. This is not either of the Jalen Williams from the Oklahoma City Thunder. It would have been amazing if the Oklahoma City Thunder would have picked up a third Jalen Williams and gone, full Jalen's. But they did not do that. So anyway, that's why you saw these guys get signed and then get waived. Just kind of the way it goes, right?
Always weird watching someone's father play and then, oh yeah, his kid's in the league now. I'm getting older, so now that is starting to happen to me. Shout out Jameer Nelson. Loved him when he was playing with Rashard Lewis, Dwight, and those guys.
That's right.
Shout out Jameer Nelson Jr. now.
Isn't that weird?
No, yeah, T.Y. Hilton's son just got an offer to FIU. Like, yeah, it's really weird. Like, T.Y. Hilton, to me, was playing football 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's totally crazy.
Maybe a lot long, like farther back, but like still, like T.Y. Hilton, I feel like he was on my fantasy team, James, recently.
Not that long ago.
Yeah.
We have day 85 of Kaminga Watch. Do you have buttons ready?
I do have the button. Let me get to the page. We got a weird setup here. Hold on.
Okay. Day 85.
Yeah, install them.
Kaminga Watch.
Okay, so we had a little bit of stuff over the weekend from this. Number one, Dalton Johnson from NBC Sports Bay Area. My guy Dalton, super good dude. I've known him for a long time. He said any chance of sign and trade are virtually over. Quote, that's done with is all I've heard. Then Jonathan Kuminga decided he's not coming to media day. He is not signed. He still has until October 1st to sign his deal. It's September 29th. There's only 30 days in September. So we literally are down to the last 2 days of Kuminga Watch. And
it was fun.
It was fun while it lasted, right? I don't know what's going to happen here still. Like, I don't think the Kings are going to acquire him. But I do think that there's a possibility here that he plays for the qualifying offer. They still have their 3 offers on the table. The Kings called them last week, but it sounded like it was a short conversation and ended very quickly. At this point, I think everyone's just ready to move forward. The Warriors this morning started signing some of their veteran players so they can be at media day. So people understand this. Until you've taken physical and you've signed your contract, you are not allowed to speak to the media in a team setting. So like the Al Horford deal is still hanging out. Gary Payton II signed. Who else do they have?
I think Anthony Melton's coming back.
Melton's coming back. We haven't heard anything about Seth Curry yet, but Seth Curry is one of those guys who literally could show up and just like bring his gym bag, set it down, and go start hitting threes.
Oh, Seth, yeah, we need you to shoot threes. Perfect, cool.
Yeah, I'm here for that. Yeah. So I think it's pretty interesting. But we've sort of like exhausted everything that we can from this, and I just don't know if there's anything else that's going to happen. But we will be here for you tomorrow. We will be here on Wednesday, and we'll see how this eventually plays out. I'm still intrigued.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun while it lasted, but I think he's signing the qualifying offer and just staying in Golden State for a year.
I think that's what's going to
happen.
Shout
out to stubbornness and egos.
Yeah.
That's really what this is.
It is, and it's from both sides. Both sides, the stubbornness and egos have been an issue. All right. I am going to get out of here and head to media day. Damian Barling is going to come in here and take over and work the last half of the show here with Jesse Tapia. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be here tomorrow doing the same exact thing, except for I'll be able to stick around a little bit longer. We'll have all kinds of things to cover, including what exactly transpires at media day, who wins the best summer makeover, who's going to be that person that looks amazing coming into training camp. And what is that going to mean for the Sacramento Kings? I'm James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. See you in just a few.
Shout out to Mateo Chino. Chris, I've thought about this. This is not KC's series. Like, he can't rep for the Yankees. Jake Gayden, I think, might show up this week. We'll talk to Jake maybe. This is not between me and KC this week. Keep it real, G. Yeah, Chubb is still good, I think. He's just, whatever's going on in Miami's been weird, but I think he can still produce. I think he's making some money still, so that's one thing that could scare him off. But if Miami's not winning, I'd call down.
What's up, Jesse?
What's up, man? Welcome to the show.
Thanks, man. Chatty House, what's good, baby? All right. Hosting the Insiders. Okay, thank you. Alrighty. Alrighty. Russ, what up, baby? Wheezy, what's happening? Steven, what's good? Great to see you guys. Oh, Chris, that is no such thing, man. No such thing, my dearest brother. My dearest brother.
I mean, do we even do anything for the handoff today?
No. I mean, start dealing with KC, I guess.
Yeah.
Katrina, what's happening? Yeah, we had a good time yesterday, man. That was a great time at Baker Family Wine. Really, really great time. Ash, what's good? Y'all want to see how much time do we have? Hey,
Ash, your Chargers let me down. I'm not worried, but
this is my Morgan. You say hi to everybody?
Hi.
That's Jesse right there, but that's the Chatty House. That's everybody watching. That's our friend Zabo, Norm, Steven. Those are all our friends. Yeah. Okay, I got to do the show. You have a great day. Mwah. Casey's not here yet.
oh, they really do that.
Yeah, he's too. See? Y'all saw that, right? Okay. I'll
Even
see
the
you
kids
later.
ask where Casey's at.
See? Clip that. We'll play it later. Bye, baby. Love you too.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Sports Talk on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leaders, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. What's good, man? Happy to step in. James on his way to Media Day, 16th season, covering the Sacramento Kings. So I get to fill in on Jesse's show.
Yeah, my show, I guess. Yeah,
It
I'd be
is.
next in line.
No, it is. You are him. This is your show. And
All right, Dolphins, Jets, lock in. Red Sox, Yankees, next segment.
I heard you guys talking. I think you said it was Polo L. I heard you guys talking earlier. If the Dolphins lose tonight, the 49ers need to try to ravage that roster as best they can.
Yeah, the Dolphins got a lot of good stuff on the defensive line that could help the 49ers if they want to go take a look. I think Mike Flory was on someone's show last week, and he said if the Dolphins lose, Mike McDaniel and Chris Greer could get fired.
So here's what I'll ask about that, though. Was the defense yesterday the problem for Sacramento? For the 49ers?
No, it's the 4 turnovers.
It was the right. It was the 4 turnovers. Like, even the offense wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Like the Jaguars offense, we talked a lot about last week, how we, particularly on Friday, we're talking about, like, I just don't think the offense is good enough. And if San Francisco could do just a couple of things, like, they'll be fine. And what I didn't count on was them giving the ball back 4 times. They gave the ball back 4 times and we're still in position to win. They gave the ball back 3 times and we're still in position to win until they gave it back that 4th to their old buddy Eric Armstead. And it's like, yeah, I don't. You can't do much with that. Like, the Raiders turned the ball over 4 times. There's 8 turnovers between those 2 teams right there. Those are tough games to win, whether you're down to a field goal or a final score or a 1-score game or whatever.
Kenny kind of called it on Friday. He's like, yeah, Trevor Lawrence isn't going to really beat you. And he's not. He 174 yards and a touchdown. You got killed because you gave up 150 yards damn near to Travis Etienne. I think it's like 149 and a touchdown.
So that's the killer. The amount of yards they had on the ground. That was that's tough.
That was the opposite, I guess, of what their identity has been yesterday.
The 49ers.
You can't run the ball right now. Christian McCaffrey's 17 carries, 49 yards. I don't know if it's a him problem or an offensive line problem. I don't want to say he's got the yips, but he had that drop on the interception for Purdy. Purdy had the 2 turnovers.
He had a couple.
2 interceptions, but
yeah, he had a couple. Just that one stands out because it was an interception, but he had a couple just hit him in the hands. Like, Brock landed the ball in the right place a lot of different times.
Yeah, you weren't able to stop the run. You weren't able to run the football, and you threw the ball 38 times. That's just not, I guess, what their recipe for success has been lately.
And that's
the last few seasons.
And that's what goes back to whether or not this is a 49ers defensive issue. Like, I didn't watch last night's game going, man, or yesterday's game, excuse me. Oh, damn shame. Nick Bosa's not here. Like, I didn't really feel that way. I felt like, man, they're really having a difficult time getting their run game established. Brock Purdy actually looks solid. They just couldn't complete passes and not turn the ball over.
I'm not concerned.
Not turn the ball over.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about the defense right now, but they didn't really, put a finger on Trevor Lawrence at all, get any type of pressure on him. So if, like, 1 game, fine, whatever. But if we're 3 games out going forward, it's like, yeah, they still can't get to the quarterback that's going to catch up to them.
So there's the one that you just said it. Like, there's the one. If we're trying to, and let's also be quick to give the Jaguars credit, whether those turnovers were avoidable or not, or whether those were bad passes by Brock Purdy or whatever. The Jacksonville Jaguars have registered 3+ turnovers in each of their 4 games.
That's a good football team.
So that's a really, really good defense. Maybe that is a good football team, but that's a really, really good defense that showed it 3 weeks, the 3 weeks leading into that game yesterday. But you hit the nail on the head when you said that the 49ers did not get to Trevor Lawrence yesterday. And when Jesse says they didn't get to him, he means they didn't sack him.
Can wear his jersey next week just fine.
Didn't pressure him. He certainly didn't pick himself up off the ground. Like, life was easy in Santa Clara for Trevor Lawrence yesterday. And the concerning thing is, and this is where the raid in the Miami roster, this is where, the discussion of the calls with Cincinnati and so on, whether those calls are made, you have to ask yourself, did that happen because Nick Bosa's not there? Was that front seven that had done a pretty decent job? They weren't stellar, but had done a pretty decent job the first 3 weeks of the season, generating at least some pressure on the quarterback. Was that absent because Nick Bosa wasn't there? And you can easily draw the conclusion, oh, yes, of course, that's absolutely why. But that's easy for us to do. The 49ers have to decide. Robert Saleh has to figure out, did we miss on our approach? Did we miss on our game plan? Or is this life without Nick Bosa? Because if it is, your earlier remark was spot on. You've got to go do something.
Yeah, I think if you still want to, right now, without Nick, I don't know if there's a Super Bowl team, but if that's they want to go deep in the playoffs, I think that's the move you're going to have to make. It doesn't have to be what Miami's got or even Cincinnati, but you're going to have to get to the quarterback at some point.
Yeah, you can't. You've got Los Angeles coming up. You've got the Rams coming up on a short week on a Thursday night, and we're going to talk about a lot of this when Kenny gets here and D'Lo and KC gets underway and that show gets rolling. But Stafford was brilliant yesterday.
Yeah,
in the fourth quarter, Stafford was brilliant.
Way too early prediction. I guess way too early predictions. I'm looking at that as a loss for the Niners on Thursday. Just all the injuries you got right now in LA on Thursday, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, short week on the road, that right there.
Top two receivers are already banged up. Who knows if they're even going to play?
Man, and it's the status from them. We talked about Juwan Jennings, where it feels like we're going to be watching his status week to week. We're watching Juwan Jennings' status like quarter to quarter. That would wound up being the same thing for Ricky Pearsall. I have a feeling Ricky Pearsall is going to miss some time.
Dealing with a minor PCL injury, Kyle Shannon said.
Yeah, I have a feeling he's gonna miss a little bit of time. Juwan Jennings, I'm not sure. It looks like Juwan Jennings is fighting for his life. You know what I mean?
He's been since the start of training camp down there.
Yeah. No, exactly. And it's been one thing or another. And yeah, going into a Thursday night, and as Keep It Real G says, it's not really a road game though. No, you're right. From a crowd perspective, it's not a road game. You're 100% right. 49er fans are going to turn up in LA as they always do. The difference is, though, the schedule, the place you sleep, the order of operations. In that sense, it's very much a road game. They have to go to LA, as short as the distance may be. They have to go to the Rams versus them, getting cozy and settling in after a Sunday game, getting ready for Thursday. Winning on the road on a Thursday, it's really, really difficult. No matter how many of your home fans will be there. And it's obvious a lot of 49er fans will be there. They always are.
Bigger picture, are you concerned about them right now? 1 to 10 on the concern meter.
5.
Yeah,
I wouldn't. Right. Yeah, I'd say like 4 or 5. It's low, but there are. Their special team still sucks. Every year. I don't understand how we're talking about the same thing every year. Their special teams is so problematic.
What's the thing too? If your special teams is awful, it's probably going to lose you a game or two at some point during the season.
Right. Yeah. It will, and it's caught them at the worst possible times. And yesterday you can look at special teams was an issue. Now you can look at the run defense. You've got to start. There's the line. You can only control what you can control, right? Don't worry about anything else. Just control what you can. Okay, what can the 49ers control right now? Is it the in-house stuff and getting that special team shored up and making sure that group of individuals is on point on every single possession that they're on the floor or out there on the field? Or is it your defense? Do you have to look at the film from yesterday and figure out, why couldn't we get to Trevor Lawrence? And to be fair to Jacksonville a little bit, part of the reason is Travis Etienne. The way Travis Etienne was playing put the 49ers front seven a little bit on their heels. I do think it boils down to Nick Bosa not being there. Again, this team hasn't been brilliant. They haven't been incredible. They haven't been untouchable when it comes to pressure through the first 3 weeks, but they've been good. And yesterday just flat out weren't. We could point to the turnovers. We could point to all of the things that the San Francisco 49ers did wrong. But the biggest thing to me that they couldn't do was get to Trevor Lawrence. They couldn't get into that backfield. Which, I mean, it's not just Trevor Lawrence. They couldn't get to Travis Etienne either.
Yeah,
No
pressure at the
pressure.
level. Yeah,
Yeah, they're not pushing that offensive line back at all.
sneaky. I don't know if it's sneaky. I think my biggest concern is that offense right now. You've only been able to score more than 21 points. We won't count yesterday because you just got to 21 once this season. That was against the Saints. You got 26 that week. Week 1, you got 17 against Seahawks, 16 against Arizona, and then yesterday 4 turnovers. You only got 21 points. Christian McCaffrey hasn't ran for over 75 or 70 yards yet this season. His highest total 69. Everything else is 55 and less. Like, I think like their defense doesn't concern me. You're gonna have to figure out the pressure issues on the defensive line, but the offense isn't really moving right now. The wide receivers are hurt. They're dealing with that, and I don't know if Brock Purdy is the guy who's like, all right, team, get on my back. Come, let's go win this game. Like, they got a lot of issues offensively. I think that's really hurting them.
I think Brock can be that guy. I think he can absolutely be a fourth quarter quarterback, the likes of which we saw from Matt Stafford yesterday. They had a chance to do it, and they turned the ball over.
Well, that's the thing, but I don't know if he can do it too, though, with Jawan Jennings isn't out there. Ricky
And maybe-
Pearsall isn't out there. That's kind of my thing. Like, looking at just everything as a whole, like, I don't know how healthy they're going to be.
So maybe that's the bigger concern. Maybe the concern isn't actually what Brock Purdy can do. It's what the people around Brock Purdy can do. And yesterday, they absolutely let him down. Yeah, you can't have that amount of mistakes in a game against a team that is good. You know, Jacksonville is very, very flawed, particularly on the offensive end. But their defense, whether you feel like those turnovers were avoidable or not, Jacksonville capitalized on them. And part of the reason that the game was so close was because they couldn't capitalize on all of them. And that goes to, it's the same with the Chicago Bears. The Raiders were in that game, obviously, all the way till the end. They had a chance to win it at the end, despite the 4 turnovers. I think that one was, this game was 4-0 in the turnover category. I think in Chicago, it was 4-1. So, or with Chicago and Las Vegas, it was 4-1. But neither one of those offenses are good enough to, that was the turnover. We could put them away now. And that speaks, I guess, a little bit to what San Francisco still has on the defensive end. And I do think it speaks to what they have on the offensive end. It's just when you factor in the turnovers and you factor in the fact that they made so many mistakes not catching the ball, turning it over, it's hard to make up for that. Those things I think you can correct. Those things might be a one-off. Like, I don't think Brock Purdy nor the San Francisco 49ers are a heavy turnover team. But you brought up Christian McCaffrey a couple of times, and that's one that's always going to leave people a little anxious, because it's going to leave people anxious because there's kind of a shelf life on that running back. And it feels like we've been living on borrowed time with Christian McCaffrey a little bit. And now you're in this situation where you're left wondering, and this is the unfair nature of that position. You're left wondering, is Christian McCaffrey off to a slow start? Maybe he's still dealing with something with the calf. Like, what exactly are we looking at, in its totality with Christian McCaffrey? Or is he on the other side of that running back hill?
Well, that's a little scary if he is too, because, I mean, ever since he's gotten here, he's been the key. Everything in this offense kind of just runs through him. He's just kind of unlocks everything for them. And if that's not going for you, then all right, what's your pivot then?
Yeah, they don't have one. It doesn't feel like they have one. And maybe they'll be able to develop one. Maybe they'll have a plan B moving forward. I mean, that's one of, and I'm sure Kenny will talk about this when he gets here later, but that's one of the 49ers things, right? They can take a running back off the street and make him a star.
Take Damian Barling and me, it turns into 1,000-yard rushers.
I guess so, man. And they wouldn't even turn us into 1,000-yard rushers. They would turn both of us at the same time into like 700-yard rushers. and you'd be left wondering who's the primary running back for the San Francisco 49ers. And in the end, it doesn't matter because neither one of us are going to be back next year, and they're going to find two other guys to do the exact same thing, which is essentially what they've been doing since Kyle Shanahan has got there. And now you've got this, Christian McCaffrey, you've got Robinson. Now he's available for you. Like I'm not really sure what that running game looks like, but you're going to have to find something. And if you can keep, even if he's not the total scrimmage yards guy, even if he's not the total yards guy that he's been in years past, if you could just create the threat of Christian McCaffrey, you're in good shape right there, because that's a lot of what the run game is about. It's the threat of a run. It's a threat of a big play on the ground and then allowing the quarterback to do their thing.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know what time we go to commercial.
We go to break right now.
We do. Okay. We'll be back. Stilo. Nope, it's not. It's actually the Insiders. Stilo and Jesse here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Okay. 1943. No, it's all good. I was looking at you like, I feel like he wants me to get out. And then I didn't know if it was 13 or what. So 19. Okay. 1943. It's my first day, y'all. It's very exciting for me. Inside got hot as hell in here. James left me a cookie. Mrs. Ham, attorney at law, baked some cookies. Let's see here. Oh. Mrs. Ham, attorney at law, that is terrific. Holy cow. That is terrific. Man, I love a good cookie. Is that right, Ron? I didn't know that. Yeah, Scooter, that was Morgan. She didn't have school today. So we spent the morning together, which was kind of the perfect storm of craziness because obviously I got to be here early to help out Hammer. So, but yeah, that was Morgie. Russ, I haven't seen any WWE in a long time, way before SummerSlam. Way before. I've stopped even checking results. Like if it doesn't show up like on an Instagram feed, I don't see it. That's where I saw Jade's cut. All right, Zabo.
Shout out friend of the show, Ricky Starks. Saints.
Well, he was Starks when he was with us.
Yeah. Shout out Ricky. Michigan, I feel pretty good about him, though, after that game. I'm not going to lie.
I wanted that one so bad. For you guys. That would have been so great. I like the Rams, too, but I really wanted that one for the Colts. I want the Colts story to keep going.
Yeah, I was wrong about them this season. I got issues with your team, Zabo. I needed more of that.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. There's levels to this. There are levels to this. Man, Kyle Madsen is out in Hawaii. Major vibes. I guarantee he's probably listening, watching. Turn the stream off, Kyle. Go enjoy Hawaii, bro.
It's 8 a.m. over there. You think Kyle Madsen just woke up, cup of coffee, and he's got the insiders on right now?
And he's probably writing a 49ers article. Yes.
Oh, that's a good point. He's still got to work.
Yeah, he's absolutely. He's like, hey man, if you need anything, like, no, bro, just go. Like 20 years, dog. Just go enjoy Hawaii, man. We got this. It's fine. James, obviously he was here earlier. I don't know if James is going to be with us again today or not, but he is on his way to, or should be at, the Golden One Center now, as Media Day is jumping off today, not just for the Sacramento Kings, but for just about every. In fact, if you haven't seen a clip of Media Day from them, they're starting today. I know the Pelicans have already started. I think the Suns have already started. The Knicks have already started, and I'm leaving one out. Maybe, I don't know. I'm leaving one out.
Boston was this morning too.
But yeah, every other team is starting here today, which includes the Golden State Warriors. We saw that report from Shams Charania and our main man Anthony Slater yesterday. It said Jonathan Kuminga will not be a part of Media Day today for the Golden State Warriors, which isn't surprising at all. And if anyone can correct me on this, please do. In the initial report, and that is all that I have read. I read the report that Shams put out last night and have not followed up to see if there's an updated version or anything along those lines. But I don't know, who made the call? Did the Warriors make the call? Like, hey man, until that qualifying offer is signed, or until one of these deals we put in front of you is signed, don't show up. You don't need to be here. Don't be a part of this until that contract is signed, and you have to. Or did Kuminga and his team make the call? Yeah, man, I'm not under contract. I don't have to be there.
Well, can he even speak like by NBA rules if he's not under contract?
Yes, because from what I understand, and I think we looked this up the other day, I believe it would have had to. I mean, it could be the Warriors. It could absolutely be Kuminga's call, but it would be like essentially an unexcused absence. If the Warriors are making the call, and this sounds like a Warriors leaning report, if the Warriors are making the call, then they can essentially just excuse him, because while he is under the terms, or while he is a restricted free agent and his rights still lie with the Golden State Warriors, he is required to be at Media Day. So again, I assume it's the Warriors' decision to tell him to
if I'm
stay
the Warriors,
away.
I don't want him speaking on my Media Day. If I'm Jonathan Kuminga, I could probably use that as more ammo.
I don't either.
Yeah, it's probably the Warriors' call.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
If I'm Jonathan Kuminga, put a microphone in front of me. Fine, I'll talk. Yeah.
I sure hope Dunleavy and Lakeup and whoever else is involved in this have put a muzzle on some of their other guys, because none of them are afraid to talk.
Jimmy Butler, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, right?
Actually, Draymond Green, go ahead and sit next to him. Yeah. Both of you. Rachel Nichols is here. Hey, let's all have an interview.
Mm-hmm. Let's have a little dialogue about how you feel about this.
This is such an odd situation too, because it's like at this point, it's like, all right, he's gonna be back with the Warriors this season. And it's like, now you got to deal with that.
Yeah, it's
like,
not,
you guys aren't all friends. Like, oh yeah, Jonathan, we have this super cool role for you. Blah blah blah. Like, oh, we're so cool now. No, you're here on a little qualifying offer. You don't want to be here.
You're being held hostage.
Yeah, we don't want you here.
Yeah, that's essentially what it is. Like, you're being held hostage. They don't want you there. You don't want to be there. You know, the rest of your teammates don't want you there.
You walk into the gym, see Steve Kerr, he rolls his eyes immediately. Like, it's gonna be bad.
Yeah, I don't know how you.
I don't know what the Warriors are trying to get out of this. Besides, just nope, you're not going to get over on us, I guess.
I mean, and it's not even getting over, because the Warriors dropped the ball on this. Like, you should have traded Jonathan Kuminga in February. You could have avoided all of this, but they thought I think they really banked on the idea that there's no way Jonathan Kuminga is going to turn down this money. I think that's what they banked on. They did not think, we're going to put an offer in front of him that gives us all of the control, and he's going to take it because he wants the money. I do not believe they counted on him saying no.
Yeah, because that's all he's doing. It seems like that's all that's going to happen now.
He's been pretty consistent.
It's just where I mentioned it earlier when James was here, but it's just a bunch of stubbornness and egos between these two, and probably more so the Warriors.
Yeah, I think it is the Warriors. I think it is more so the Warriors, because
There's just a point where like it gets all right for team building purposes and just vibes. How we talk about like this just isn't gonna work. Bringing Jonathan Kuminga back and doing right by Steph Curry for these last couple seasons, like it's not gonna work. It's gonna be a distraction all year. So it's just a point where you just all right, take the L and move on. But if you want to drag this out, all right, here we are talking about it now at media day. Here we are talking about it during training camp. Here we are talking about it during game 1 and so on.
I don't know why they thought, and maybe this is, and maybe in a certain sense, you can't blame the Warriors. They've been able to take contract after contract after contract and flip it and turn it into something else. Like they have made a living doing that since establishing Steph and Draymond and Clay. They have been able to take a contract and turn it into Andrew Wiggins. They've been able to take a contract and who did they sign? Was it Kelly Oubre? Like they kept finding ways to take Chris Paul, to take contracts and turn them into something else. I'm sure they thought, well, Kuminga's just going to be the latest person we're going to do this with. Clearly, the Warriors had no idea that the market was going to look this way. So they either thought that they were going to be able to navigate a sign and trade with absolutely no difficulty whatsoever, or they thought Kuminga would ultimately sign whatever deal that they put in front of him that allowed them to hold on to control. And when they wanted to move him later, probably within the next 6 months, then they would be able to do it.
Yeah, you mentioned like they've been able to do this, and that. But I'm going to separate the two. Has it been Bob Myers was able to do this, and that? Because since
Sure.
Mike Dunleavy Jr. took over, it's been kind of, all right, what are you doing? Because he moved off of Jordan Poole for CP3. That didn't work like at all. It just didn't make any sense. Ended up waiving CP3, and then we get to here with this stuff, and it's like, what exactly are you trying to accomplish here? I feel like maybe I don't want to say the Warriors have a Mike Dunleavy Jr. problem, but he's just not as savvy as
He's
the ones
not.
previous.
Yeah.
And now we're kind of seeing them come out on the losing ends of these things.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. And there also could be an idea that maybe people don't want to do business with the Warriors.
The old Danny Ainge thing.
Yeah, like it could be that. Or maybe it's people, like maybe to your point, they don't want to do business with Mike Dunleavy. Maybe Bob Myers was easy to deal with. Maybe Bob Myers really is the goofball that you see on TV, and he's just easy to work with. He's just super smart. Bob Myers was filthy rich long before he ever became the general manager of the Golden State Warriors. Like he has navigated business dealings his entire adult life. He knows how to navigate that stuff. Mike Dunleavy Jr. knows basketball.
Yeah.
It's not the same thing. Navigating, I mean, when you're constructing deals, whether dealing with like the market or CEOs or companies or whatever, you're a people person. You're navigating relationships, you're navigating personalities, and you're trying to do something that makes everybody feels like they have won. That is not the same thing as, well, I know basketball and I know what this player is worth. That feels like it might be the difference between Bob Myers. Bob Myers is a people person who understands relationships. He understands personalities, and he understands navigating deals. Mike Dunleavy knows basketball, and he knows the collective bargaining agreement, and that's what he's going to work by.
Yeah, because I'm not going to call this deal an L yet or anything like that. But like, you traded for Jimmy Butler, and that seemed been great. And then, Steph's out. Oh, this is kind of useless now. Like, this isn't working.
Yeah.
And now he's going to be there for the next couple seasons, and it's just like that could sour as well. So we'll see. I guess we'll see how it looks for him.
Which is why I think how this season starts will be really, really interesting to me. Because I'm not of the belief, like, they obviously need to be together for this to be successful. I don't think the Jimmy Butler thing is a failure, but it can be.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, right now you wouldn't call it that, but like you see the avenue, it's like, you're down that path. Yeah, it might be bad.
Yeah, the road to failure is crystal clear, and you can see it. It's just whether they get forced down that path or not. And I would be a little bit surprised if the Warriors started poorly and the whole Jimmy Butler thing really was like an adrenaline dump that just lasted a couple months. I expect them to start the season well. It's as you get 45 games into the season, 50 games into the season. What's it look like from a Jimmy perspective? What's it look like from a Steph Curry perspective? And now you've got the wrinkle of like Al Horford's there. Like Al Horford is an older guy. You have very, very firmly established yourself as the oldest team in the league.
I'd imagine 4 out of those 5 guys in that starting lineup. I'm drawing a blank on who the 2 would be, but Steph, Draymond, Butler, and Horford, they're all 35 plus. That'd be one of the probably the oldest starting lineup in the league.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think it would be particularly close. Kings might be second if I'm being honest with you. Like with DeMar, Zach. I mean, Domas isn't old.
We got, I think, yeah, Dennis. I think that's the 28, 29 still prime.
Yeah, but no, for sure. But I
Yeah.
still think it might wind up being the second oldest starting lineup in the league.
Oh, that's a good point.
I can't think of who would be older. I mean, I'd have to look at I feel like the Rockets. No, the Rockets are they got a couple of young guys in that starting lineup. Yeah, it might be the Warriors by far at number 1, and then the Kings at number 2, and then probably some teams.
The Kings is kind of like, oh yeah, they're a little old in the starting 5, and the Warriors like, oh, this is a little extreme here.
yeah,
like these guys are all
That's
ready
right.
to retire within a couple seasons.
Yeah, that's 100% what it is. I think I saw. Did they sign Gary Payton Jr. this morning too?
Yeah, they're announcing all those things. Horford, Gary Payton Jr. I saw D'Anthony Melton as well, I think.
Okay, so all of the little rumblings we had heard throughout this.
Also, I think those aren't official till Kuminga gets his thing figured out, right?
Oh, is that right? No, I didn't.
So.
I'm not sure. I thought I read something on. I didn't read this on Horford. I think I read it on Peyton that he'll practice. Like he'll be able to practice. So I don't know. We'll see. It looks like the Warriors announced they've signed him. It's not intention to sign. The Warriors have signed Gary Payton. So I'm not sure if that is the same, if they have signed Al Horford or are intending him to sign over the course of the next few days or so. See, De'Aaron Fox, I'm looking, obviously, because it's 11 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, which means media days are happening all over the league right now. So I'm on Hoops Hype just looking at some notes that are coming out. One being, see our guy De'Aaron Fox here talking about he thinks he'll be ready for the season opener. That's interesting. I completely forgot that De'Aaron got hurt again.
Okay, so it's not the same thumb thing he was dealing with.
So he's dealing with a hamstring injury.
Okay, yeah.
He's recovering from the surgery on his, I think it was like pinky.
It was the pinky, yeah.
And yeah, there was a thing a couple months that he hurt his hamstring. It seems like there's been a very weird amount of injuries before the season starts. Like Scoot, I don't think we even talked about this.
I think I saw 4 to 8 weeks for Scoot. He's got a hamstring injury.
Yeah, Scoot's out. Yeah, Scoot got hurt.
I don't even know what you even attribute.
I think Anthony Davis is hurt. Paul George is hurt. Like I guess with Anthony Davis, Paul George is kind of par for the course, but still.
Yeah, I mean,
it just seems like a lot.
I guess it does happen, though. Maybe it's just this is the one of the off seasons where it just happened a bunch more. Because Klay Thompson, I mean, he blew his knee out, I think, or was it his Achilles playing pickup when he was rehabbing from one of those injuries?
Yeah. DeMarcus too. Yeah, DeMarcus too. But yeah, so obviously, certainly, it happens. It just feels like it happened in a rush over the course of the last couple of months.
Weezy,
or so.
We don't need your sarcasm with Paul George, all right? Be nice. All right, we know he's hurt, but maybe he'll play more this season.
Oh, that's so sweet.
That Sixers team I'm really down on.
Yeah, Sixers team is terrible. Like, yeah, I saw the Joel Embiid quote. Like, he's practicing, but they're gonna take it slow. Like,
they don't know. They don't know when he's gonna.
Y'all don't even know y'all don't even know what's wrong with Joel Embiid.
Yeah, not the slightest clue, and it's obvious.
No clue. And you're gonna throw him out there. He's gonna play. And he's going to get injured again. Like, I hate that, but he is.
Well, I say it all the time. Joel Embiid had a great career. I'll never forget him.
Never forget. We'll come back. We'll get back into the NFL. Media Day is jumping off today. Media Day actually underway right now for the Sacramento Kings. So as content starts to hit social media sites, as James starts to send us content, we will bring it right to you here from the insiders into Dylan and KC. We've got you covered all Media Day here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, Jared McCain is down. Yeah, good call. Good kid. Yep. That's right, Stella. AD had that surgery on his eye. Like I think I just stumbled across something. I didn't get to read it. He's going goggles the rest of his career, which I get completely. Okay.
Fried rice, Norm. Fried rice. Shout out lunch. Shout out the other James. What's up, the other James? Welcome back. Ash, that offensive line was tough. Herbert didn't have a lot of time to do anything yesterday.
Yeah, that was an interesting one.
Chris, no, not nervous. I'm just ready to talk trash and that stuff. I mean, the Yankees are really good. Ideally, if we want to talk sports, like the Yankees are the better team, but that's never mattered. They've always just choked.
Can y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here? Sorry, Jesse. Go ahead.
No, yeah, hit the thumbs up, please. I'm always for playing your rivals too. I'm never like, oh no, I don't want to lose to them. Yeah, Weezy, it hasn't been great, and Boston's has been one of the best in the league. And I think they're second in the league behind Philly in quality starts this season, so hopefully their pitching steps up. It's not a must win, but if the Broncos want to be respected, they have to win today.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Kyle Madsen in Hawaii. James Ham at the Golden One Center for Sacramento Kings Media Day. Dealing with Jesse, holding things down. Of course, dealing with KC will get underway here right about the top of the hour, though I'm sure Kenny will be in here in just a little bit for like a de facto version of the handoff, despite the fact that the insiders aren't actually here. So Media Day happening not just in Sacramento, but all across the league. So as we have news to bring to you, of course, we will. Today is not the deadline for Jonathan Kuminga's qualifying offer. That's on Wednesday. The Warriors have told Jonathan Kuminga, stay away. We do not need you at Media Day. Or I should take that back. I don't know if the Warriors told him that or not. I think the Warriors told him to stay away. Maybe Jonathan Kuminga decided on his own that he wasn't going to attend Media Day. But it was reported last night from Shams Charania and our guy Anthony Slater that Jonathan Kuminga will not be a part of anything that is happening at the Chase Center today. So when inevitably somebody opens their mouth and says something that probably makes the Warriors look bad, we will happily bring that clip to the air for you. spent some time talking about the 49ers loss to the Jacksonville Jaguars. We're going to talk a ton more about that when Kenny Caraway gets here and D'Lo and Casey gets underway. 4 turnovers was the name of the game, not only for the San Francisco 49ers, but for the Las Vegas Raiders as well. And just like San Francisco, the 49ers had an opportunity late after that game had been as bad as it had been for them. After 3 turnovers, they decided that's not enough. We're going to turn the ball over one more time and put the nail in the coffin. San Francisco, the Las Vegas Raiders, 4 turnovers, still found themselves in a position to win that game at the very end. And a block field goal puts things away for the Chicago Bears. Now the Bears have won 2 in a row. They got to be feeling good, despite the fact I don't think they looked particularly good.
I'd be super concerned if I was a Raider fan. I'll just say that much coming out of that game. Geno, what the hell was that?
That was his
Geno,
bad.
you're supposed to be the stabilizer. You're supposed to be the vet quarterback. Oh, GT can't get going. Rest of offense can't go going, whatever. Geno, just take us through. Just level us out. We're fine. Just get us through. Geno stinks through 4 games right now.
Geno's awful. This is the worst Geno Smith has been since, like, he was a New York Jet.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this. Like, Geno, like you said, he was horrible with the Jets and just kind of found his way with the Seahawks. And just, all right, now this is Geno Smith going forward. The worst of it is just, it's a high floor, low ceiling, whatever you want to call it. But you'll be fine. And it's just, he's reverted back to his old self a little bit.
Very much has. And he threw, I had the numbers last night on sport. He threw 15 interceptions last year. He threw 9 interceptions the year before. I think he's already up to 7 this year.
6 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, I believe.
Man. And that's...
You have no chance if that's going to be the case.
You can't have, like, you said it perfectly. That's not... He was supposed to be something very, very different for this. You could have had a rookie quarterback go out there and do this.
Yeah.
Like, this was essentially the whole point of Geno Smith.
What's that? You got Pete Carroll there and Geno. It's like, okay, like, just we'll be okay. Exactly.
Yeah, you go back to that first game. Geno Smith did not light the world on fire in week 1. He threw 3 touchdowns, but he was very calm. He was very collected. He had a couple of passes where you're like, but in the end, like, they just wound up being fine. Maybe tried to force some tight throws, but didn't turn the ball over. And it's been anything but since then.
You wonder if the pressure's kind of gotten to him getting here because he came.
But the pressure of what? Like, the Raiders don't have any pressure.
Well, like, maybe it's just made up pressure for him because, like, he came to Seattle and he wasn't expected to really do anything. It was like, oh, Geno, like, wow, Geno's playing good. That's great. Awesome. And it's like there was no expectations there. But maybe for Geno, you're thinking, I'm coming to the Raiders. This team was just kind of been in the dumps. Like, oh, I'm kind of respected as a quarterback. I'm a guy now.
Yeah.
And maybe he's feeling like I need to help take this team kind of out of where they were going. Whereas, no, you just need to just be Geno Smith, just be average to above average. Don't do too much. And I feel like we've kind of seen the opposite where maybe he's the guy he was drafted to be. It's like, all right, you're going to save this franchise again. That's the Pete he's feeling, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, no, you're not that guy. We need you to be Seattle Geno rather than Jets Geno, where it's like, yes, Geno, our franchise quarterback.
Yeah, you don't have to save anything, man. Just be controlled. Like, we saw...
He's got 2 games with 3 interceptions this season.
That's tough. We saw the Raiders establish a run game for the first time yesterday. And you saw, that big ground yardage from Ashton Genty. You saw those moments where it's like, hey, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. That's how we do it. That's what we were waiting for. And, 138 from Jizzy. You had 240 yards on the ground from the Las Vegas Raiders, and it didn't amount to anything for you. That has to be one of the – Max Crosby with his first career interception. Like, you had so many little moments to where they're lining up for that field goal, and you're like, okay, this is going to be a good end to this game. Like, this is, again, another bad outing from Geno, but you've got – You've got that first round pick glow right now with Ashton Genty, and you're starting to feel good about that. You saw the ground game establish itself for the first time so far this season, and now it's that deep breath, like, okay, let's get this game behind us, and we're good. that kick being blocked eliminates the whole conversation. Because, like, again, we're just talking like all of the little different dynamics of the game. They're all still there, but it is a lot different talking about them when a kick is blocked or missed versus when the kick is made. And when you have all of those takeaways and a loss, you're left feeling like you were talking about, like, if I'm a Raider fan, I don't know what to think this year.
Well, I'm looking at it right now, and I think you can realistically make the argument that the Raiders are, just 2 decent Geno Smith games away from being 3-1 against the Chargers. I remember that game; they lost 9-20 or 20-9, but they were never really truly out of it completely. Where it's just they don't have a chance. It's like they had opportunities. Geno Smith interception. Oh, another opportunity. Geno Smith, he threw 3 that game. So it's like they had opportunities, but Geno kind of just kept them out. Next week, you get blown out by the Commanders. That's whatever. And then the game yesterday, you still had an opportunity, but if Geno doesn't turn the ball over so many damn times, like maybe you come out of there with a win. And like I said, you kind of just things go your way with Geno, and he's not as horrible as he's been. They could be 3-1 right now.
But okay, but what do you do with that? Like, you could be 3-1, but you're not.
You're not. I think my point is just I think I'm just putting all the blame on Geno Smith right now.
No, and see, like, and that's the the dynamic of talking about.
Like, real quick, I think there's a point you can, like, there's a key thing you can actually point to. Is like, this is what's keeping the Raiders from actually, like, being a lot better. Like, yeah, they've had issues with the offensive line, but if Geno was just, like we said, that stabilizer, I think it looks a lot different for them. Like, you're 3-1 or even 2-2 with these problems, but it's a lot easier to build off of that rather than you're already stuck in the hole.
But can you fix those problems? That's, to me, is the question, because we talked a lot about 1-3 teams last week. You had the Ravens going into the Chiefs, two teams at 1-3, and I think we all said, it was, are we going to have an honest conversation about the team that loses that game? And I think we all kind of thought, yeah, if the Chiefs lose, there's a conversation. Maybe not so much if the Ravens lose. I wasn't expect the Ravens to get their ass kicked like that.
Yeah,
the Ravens,
that was pretty bad.
The Ravens got roughed up yesterday.
That defense is suspect.
And you're dealing with the Lamar Jackson issue now.
Yeah.
And so now their whole season could get turned upside down. But when you look at these teams that were 1-3 or are 1-3, I ask, like, what makes you feel better about the Raiders versus, like, the Chiefs, or what makes you feel better about the Raiders than, the Ravens or some of these other teams out there that are sitting at 1-3?
I don't think there is something, because, like, if we were just talking about the offensive line was having issues, I think, all right, well, you can build off of that. Like, GT just had his game yesterday. Like, all right, we've seen progress, but me thinking that the biggest issue is Geno, I think this is going to be Geno the rest of the season.
Oh,
I don't have too much faith that he's going to kind of just dial it back, I guess.
I think Geno can get, like, 3 interceptions multiple times through the first 4 weeks of the season is crazy.
To me, that's he's pressing, I think.
He absolutely is. We saw it at the at Sky River, the Chargers. He was just forcing passes. He did a couple of those in the opener as well against the Patriots. Like, he would just kind of force a few passes where it was like, I don't feel like you had to do that.
You're not a gunslinger, so don't try that. Like, you don't need to fit it into this little window or whatever.
Nah, find the open man and then move. Like, if it's not there, throw the ball away, use your legs, like, do whatever. But it absolutely does feel like so far this year, he has forced a lot of plays. He has forced a lot of passes. He has put himself in a position that just is not what he did in Seattle. And I don't know how different those Seattle teams are from this Raiders team right here. I mean, maybe they had a weapon or two more on the offensive end, or maybe they had a weapon or two more in a different spot on the offensive end, but I don't think those teams are that different.
They're not. The defense here with Vegas is fine. I think you have enough skill position players on offense to where you can be competitive and win games. Like, if you put a Sam Darnold here the way he's been playing, I think you're a lot better. It's just Geno just needs to level out his quarterback play.
So I'm glad I'm glad you said that. You were right on time with that. Sam Darnold, you said you're a couple of decent Geno Smith games away from being 3-1.
Yep.
Seattle's 3-1. Sam Darnold's 5 touchdowns, 2 interceptions on the year.
That's not a world beater or anything like that.
No, but
That's
it's
just
like
fine.
exactly what they wanted him to
Exactly.
do. It is exactly what they wanted him to do, and he's executing it to perfection. Like Sam Darnold in Seattle is not playing outside himself. He's not trying to do it's what he did last year. He was 35-12 last year.
Yeah, like Seattle's got a good defense. They got a good running back. They got good receivers. So just don't lose us this game. Don't do too much.
Which and not that they're not as good, but everything you just said about Seattle, that was the exact same case about Minnesota the year before. They're better, but still, it's like you have a good receiving core, you have a good running back, you have really, really good defense. Just play within yourself.
Exactly. That's literally all it is. Just take the check down. Don't force it 15 yards down the field where there's 2 receivers or 2 DBs and you see the little sliver of a window. No, go take the check down and just live to fight another play. But Geno Smith's not doing that right now.
Yeah, it's been a weird year with the Raiders when you factor in Ashton Genty, working with Chip Kelly, like he changed his running style.
I hated that the moment that was reported. It was like that's just Chip Kelly. That's why you haven't. Chip Kelly knows more football than we'll ever. Blah blah blah. The whole saying. Yeah. But like that's why like Chip Kellys don't work.
Well, it's also like it's one of those guys where Chip Kelly knows so much football, he thinks he's smarter than everybody in the room.
Exactly.
And like, look, you walk into this room, right? You're smarter than both of us. But you know what I'm not gonna do? I'm not going to tell my star running back to, hey, you know what? I know this worked for you here. Before you ever step on an NFL field, let's completely change it.
Yeah, we took you with our first pick of the first round. Also, you almost broke Barry Sanders' record in college. So, yeah, go ahead and switch this up, though.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's no. Trust me. I know football. I got you, pal.
Got back to that stance yesterday, and look what he did. Shout out Chip Kelly, though.
I guess. That's fine.
He knows all.
The Messiah. All things offense. And 3 of those turnovers were Geno's. 3 of the Raiders' 4 turnovers were Geno's. It's the worst we've seen Geno Smith play in a while. And I don't know. Like, I think this is just what we're dealing with this football team this year.
Yeah, if this is Geno, I'm out completely. Like, I'm not even going to bother. Like,
well, hopefully it's not. Like, if this is Geno, then
well, I mean, if we
need to start scrapping the Raiders from the conversation.
He's not going
to be terrible.
Yeah, he's not going to throw 3 picks every game. But if he's going to try to force these throws down the field and try to be like this quarterback that he's not, and not take the checkdowns and kind of just play within his game, then yeah, like that's cool. Maybe one day you throw for 300 yards, couple touchdowns, and maybe that day you didn't throw an interception. But we're going to get more games like what we did yesterday than we do those.
It's ridiculous. This feels like 2 9-game losing streaks. If you just cut the turnovers in half,
throw 1 interception.
Yeah, right. Like, right. I'm not saying you have to throw single-digit interceptions on the year. Just don't throw 3.
Exactly. Don't be excessive about it.
Yeah, like, hey, like you sitting at 7 already is crazy. 4 weeks into the season, like, come on, man. But that's what the Raiders are looking at. That's what the Raiders are. That might be what we're looking at the remainder of this season, is they just have moments like this. The Raiders were absolutely good enough to win that game yesterday. Absolutely good enough. Yeah, I mean, obviously they were good enough because they were in position to win that. But you talk about wins and losses being all that matter. Like, Chicago was not good yesterday. Caleb wasn't bad, but he was mostly forgettable.
He was fine.
Like, yeah, it's just like I can't pinpoint. I remember Caleb's touchdown. I remember Caleb's interception, and it's kind of like, yeah, outside of that, like I can't remember. I don't know what the timestamp marker for him is in that game. But they won 2 in a row, so it feels different because the sky was falling just 2 weeks ago.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like if you're the Raiders, you're 1-3. Oh, we got all these issues we got to figure out and kind of dig ourselves out. You're the Bears, you're 2-2 at 500. Hey, we got some things we can build off of, but we're in a good spot right now. It's just 2 different perspectives.
117 yards, 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions is bananas.
Got the Colts next week, the Raiders in Indianapolis.
You know, it's just as bad as they were 2 for 8 on third downs. Like, they couldn't do anything right yesterday. And they were still in position to win that game on the final play. Turnover differential 4-1. We're still in position to win that game. That's why I left that game so confused about what the Raiders are. The Raiders were good enough to win that game yesterday. The Raiders actually, even the Chargers game, I didn't think they were terrible in that game. I didn't think the Chargers lit things up. Maybe it was really just the Commanders that beat their ass. But
I'm telling you, it's just been Geno. Like, not to just, it's all on the one guy, but if he just doesn't throw 3 interceptions and just plays
Geno
within
had
himself,
3 against that was the other
against
game,
the Chargers.
right?
Yeah. And it's just, if you, like you said, just play within yourself, they're probably at least 2-2.
Schefter just tweeted, let's see, John Harbaugh said Lamar Jackson's hamstring injury precluded him from returning to the game, and it didn't matter that the game wasn't close at that point. There's no way he could have gone back in the game. Adam Schefter adds Lamar Jackson's status for Sunday versus Houston appears to be in question with that response. So regardless of what the score was in the third quarter when Lamar went out against the Kansas City Chiefs, John Harbaugh says today, quote, there was no way he could have gone back in that game. And if the Ravens are moving forward without Lamar Jackson, even if it's over the course of the next 3 or 4 weeks, their season might be over with. They haven't looked good really since that Buffalo game. Well, that might be doing it. That might be doing a bit much. I tried not to be. I didn't think I would be too down on them if they had lost against Kansas City, but potentially losing Lamar is. You can't really come back from that.
Well, let's say Lamar was healthy. Let me just read you off some real quick. 41 points to the Bills,
Yeah.
38 to the Lions, 37 to the Chiefs. Lamar can be there. You're not going to win a Super Bowl if your defense is doing that against the top teams in the league.
Yeah, not this feels like a Trent Dilfer quote, but you can't give up that many points in a game.
No
like
chance.
That's just like trying to outscore the other team every time.
Congrats, you're last year's Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, that is just okay. Because it sounds like you're spotting, with the exception of Joe Flacco and the Cleveland Browns, you're spotting the team you're playing 30. And it's like, okay, can we at least get to 30 something and compete from there? And that's bad news for the Baltimore Ravens. Something that we haven't said. I mean, maybe one season out of the last 25 where we've talked about like potentially a bad Baltimore Ravens defense. Like, that's been their hallmark throughout their coaches, throughout John Harbaugh's tenure. You've just had the dynamic nature of Lamar Jackson as well. And now you could be without both. You could be without that dominant defense, and you could be without Lamar Jackson moving forward. Might be Wednesday or Thursday that we get a more definitive proclamation, but it's a hamstring injury. He said there was no way John Harbaugh said there was no way he could have come back into yesterday's game. So it doesn't sound like it's a tweak. It doesn't sound like it's something that isn't a big deal. It sounds like something that could have him out at minimum for a couple of weeks here. We'll come back. Media Day is underway at the Golden One Center. Media Day is underway across the NBA. A new season is finally here. We'll dive back into the 49ers as well. We saw a tie last night. What an embarrassment. Hey, I've got some feelings on the Green Bay Packers.
Same.
So we've got all of that. It's the Insiders. D'Lo and KC are on the way. Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. I don't actually. Yeah. I don't know if there's a trade to be made for for Baltimore.
To nab a quarterback?
I mean, they'll just continue to. I mean, it makes more sense to throw out Cooper Rush than someone new.
Then they give up a 6th-round pick for Jameis Winston.
Yeah, I think I'd rather play Cooper Rush. Jameis Winston will win you 2 or 3 games, probably all in a row. And then he's Jameis Winston is Ryan Fitzpatrick. Like, they do the same thing.
Pretty much.
Get everyone excited and then die. It's incredible. It's tragic, but it's essentially what they do. Oh, man. Let's see. Let's try ESPN. I have no idea what the ESPN 1320 password is.
For which count?
Twitter.
Oh, I got it. I'll send it to you.
I was going to pull up Twitter in case we started getting clips we wanted.
I've been looking. I haven't seen anything yet.
Okay, this is ridiculous. Let's see if I got it on the first try.
See, you either got the I in there or it's the L. Usually makes me slip up.
Got it. Legend. Okay. I love that Kenny just walked in and just walked past the studio and just left us in here to do this by ourselves.
He's like, oh, they got it.
They got it. They're fine.
Yeah, Scottaboo can run the football, I think, better than people thought. And then Dart was fine yesterday too. Talent's there.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Kyle Madsen on vacation. James Ham at Media Day, his 16th Media Day underway right now as the Sacramento Kings season gets underway. Of course, the NBA season, Media Day, is taking place all across the league right now. Jonathan Kuminga will not be in attendance at the Golden State Warriors Media Day. We know Scott Perry has spoken here today. We'll bring you some of those clips as the day progresses. We know Doug Christie has spoken as well. We'll bring you some of those clips as the day progresses as well. Scott Perry did say at Media Day today, he feels like this roster, as it is right now, is set. Now, whether you want to read into that as it pertains to Russell Westbrook, Jonathan Kuminga, or any other player that you might be thinking about in the Kings uniform, well, we'll find that out as the days and the weeks progress and we head into game one of the regular season. Of course, the first game that they play at the Golden One Center will be 1 week from Wednesday. They'll take the floor against the Toronto Raptors. So a good amount of time here to get some practices in and kind of see what jumps off with this squad right here. A full day of NFL action coming up on D-Lo and KC, in addition to the 49ers and the Raiders. We'll talk about that amazing Colts-Rams game yesterday. We'll talk about the tie last night on Sunday Night Football. And we'll talk about how my Tampa Bay Buccaneers have learned there's levels to this. There's absolutely levels to this. Not sure if James Ham is going to be with us again today. Media Day scheduled to run till 4 o'clock. So whenever he's able to, if he's able to get in, he definitely will. If not, we're going to have a ton of content on our social media channels at ESPN 1320. Leezy's out there with James, and they're doing quite a bit of work. So the San Francisco 49ers, this is the story right now. The San Francisco 49ers fall to the Jacksonville Jaguars in a game that saw 4 turnovers between the 49ers and the Raiders. We saw a total of 8 turnovers. We saw 5 interceptions, and we saw both teams have an opportunity to win the game in the final minutes. San Francisco's 3rd turnover led to the 4th. Eric Armstead took the 49ers' opportunity to win that game away. Of course, Manny was very excited out at Baker Family Wine as the kick from the Las Vegas Raiders was blocked. And the Bears, who didn't look good yesterday at all, the Bears who really couldn't capitalize off of the 4 turnovers that the Las Vegas Raiders put in their hand, they couldn't get anything out of it. And they ultimately go home with their 2nd straight victory. The 49ers offense was good enough to win yesterday's game. And I'm not sure, like, we can pick apart Christian McCaffrey. We can pick apart the game plan. But in the end, the 49ers, we saw Brock Purdy return. We saw him throw for 300 yards. We saw them be good enough to win that game. Obviously, the turnovers were the ultimate killer, but they were good enough to win that.
Is this they were, but is it a sustainable way to play though? Where you got Brock Purdy throwing the ball 38 times a game or anything like that? It's like, yeah, you were in it, but I think that's not. Maybe I'm being nitpicky right here or anything like that, but that's just, you don't want that, you know?
Against a defense like that, like, maybe not. Like, but I thought they were good enough. As KC joins us here. Technically, it's the handoff. I guess it's the unofficial start.
This isn't D-Lo and KC for another 8 minutes.
That's just we just got to go by the clock.
This is the Insiders without James Ham and Kyle Madsen.
That's right.
With D-Lo and KC, and Jesse's here too.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Are we going to 28 with the handoff again?
No, I already told them we're going to 13. We're not doing that nonsense.
Yeah. 28. What do you got going on D-Lo and KC?
Yeah, right.
This is the music right now.
Well, we could. Well, why not? There's no sponsor there, so we could just start the damn show. Where is it? Where's my music? Hey, here we go.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Here It's the start. We a couple of minutes early, but it's all good. We welcome you in here to the Monday Media Day edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Onside.
What are you doing with him?
That's what we do here, man.
Boy was doing his thing this weekend, huh?
Yeah, we had a second bachelor party.
All
On
right.
Saturday. Yeah, this one was at my dad's house in Modesto. Shout out to my uncles that came, my cousins.
Slit.
That's good stuff, man. We're getting closer. You are off next week.
Yeah,
right?
Starting next Tuesday. I'm gonna come hang out with you guys in the chatty house on Monday. And then, I'm out.
We're gonna lose Jesse for 2 weeks.
Mm.
Our little Jesse becomes a man.
Hey, it was funny. We were driving home, me and Chris were, because she had a bridal shower with my family, side of the family on Saturday too. So we're driving home to Sacramento yesterday. And we're like, damn, we're really getting married next week, huh?
Mhm.
That's all starting to hit now.
Yes, sir.
That's awesome.
It's different, man. It's different.
I cannot wait to come hang out with your family, man. I'm looking forward to this.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a good time.
Looking forward to this for sure. So we've got a lot to talk about over the course of the next 4 hours. We'll interrupt things a handful of times whenever we get clips from Media Day, whenever any news, and I doubt any news is going to get broken on any day. If anybody in San Francisco puts their foot in their mouth, we'll happily bring you that audio, because I'm sure there will be some questions about Jonathan Kuminga's absence and what the plan is with him moving forward. But I'm sure the qualifying offer and the offers and all of the reports that Shams and Anthony Slater and Sam Amick have put out there will just be the lines that are recited from guys like Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr. Oh, that's not really I don't have anything to do with that. I'm sure it's something he'll say as well. So we will have all of that covered for you. It was an amazing weekend in college football. We'll get into that. An amazing weekend in the NFL that we could touch on multiple layers with some of the great games and major injuries that came out of yesterday as well, KC. But we'll start 26-21. That was the score, but the number every 49er fan is talking about is 4.
Yeah. I don't usually go down this road. Niners or Kings or Giants or anybody lose, you just lost the game. There's a reason why you weren't able to get it done. But I'll go there today. I think the 49ers beat themselves yesterday. That's no disrespect to Jacksonville, because that defense gets after it. They put a lot of pressure on Brock Purdy all game long. They did their job to stop the run as much as they could in that game. But the turnovers were self-inflicted. The drop passes were self-inflicted. And they had plenty of opportunities to change the course of that game, change the way that game was going. And they didn't take care of business. Niners didn't take care of business. That's not something I thought I would see. But at the same time, it happens. You get those from time to time. You get those 4 or 5 turnover games from time to time. You just don't want it to be something that is a staple of what you're doing. And that's what you're looking for moving forward. Just make sure you're playing a clean game for the majority of the rest of the games this season. But yesterday, they kind of beat themselves, man. They definitely beat themselves. And the Jacksonville Jaguars didn't let them off the hook.
I hear you. I'm going to give the Jaguars a little bit more credit than you. And I understand that I understand the idea that the San Francisco 49ers beat themselves. And obviously, if that becomes an issue, or if that becomes a trend, that's an issue for the San Francisco 49ers. But the Jacksonville Jaguars have registered 3+ turnovers in each of their 4 games so far. They had done it in the 3 games leading into yesterday, whether it's the footsteps, whether it's the pressure, they're doing something right on the defensive end. And it appears maybe the 49ers offense wasn't ready for it. Maybe, Christian McCaffrey's game was really odd yesterday. You don't see him drop pass. And it wasn't just the interception that he dropped. He dropped several passes that you just don't see him drop very often. The fact that there weren't actually more interceptions is a small miracle, because there were a couple of pop flies there that just kept happening throughout the game. But I'm going to give Jacksonville credit for that, because clearly they're doing something this season that is very, very disruptive.
There's, I'm gonna give them credit first and foremost for that. But just the way that I look at turnovers in general, especially in football, there's a lot of fortune to it. Like there's a lot of fortune to it. Christian McCaffrey tips the ball up in the air. Jaguars player is there. He catches it. It's a turnover. A quarter later, same thing happened with Fred Warner. It just got tipped a different way. He didn't catch it. Like the Jaguars defender who knocked the ball out of Tanja's arms. What did he do different that Fred Warner didn't do later in the third quarter when he knocked the ball out? But it just so happened to be a Jaguar player there to pick it up. So I'm not trying to dispel that maybe they're ball hawks or they're aggressive with, going after the ball and stuff like that. Those things happen. But just the way I look at turnovers in general, there's a lot of fortune that goes into it. The one that wasn't a fortune was Brock Purdy's second interception. I mean, I thought that was just a terrible decision by Brock Purdy, and the Jaguars were there to make a play on that. That safety was there. Even if it didn't get tipped, I think that would have been picked off. He was there. He was locked in on Purdy. He made the play. But the turnover thing, sometimes you just have it. Like sometimes you're just, as a team, you're getting the breaks when it comes to the way the ball bounces. And I don't think this is something that is just a early season thing for the Jaguars. I think it's going to happen all year long for them where, hey, you just kind of get that momentum and you'll be able to take the ball away, whether it's interceptions or fumbles, fumble recoveries and stuff like that. Usually how that goes, because I feel like I've seen that with the 49ers, is there's it all balances out. Like the turnovers that you're getting in 2025, you'll be going for the same things in 2026 and the ball don't bounce your way. But they're ball hawks on that Jaguars defense, and I tip my hat to them for that.
Any concerns with some of the things we've seen from the 49ers so far? Because they are bottom 5 right now in turnover margin. And they haven't, like, CMC has not, Christian McCaffrey hasn't been able to run for more than 70 yards so far this season. I feel like just those are things we've seen, I guess, them shore up on.
Well, that's the biggest concern for me is the offensive line and not being able to run the football. That's the thing that I'm like, this has to change. Came in, we're talking about Purdy throwing the ball so much. Number one, it's because there's so many guys in the box, that are kind of making it where Kyle's like, well, if there's 9 guys there, we got to win the one-on-one battles and throw the ball. Same thing with Mac Jones when he was the quarterback. Teams are trying to take away the run. So that's one of the reasons why they're passing so much. Number 2, they can't get anything going on the run game. Christian McCaffrey alone yesterday was 2.9 yards per carry.
Yeah, it's 3.3 on the season.
Yeah, they can't get anything going. And I think that has to do with the way defenses are playing them. I also think that has to do with the fact that the offensive line just isn't doing their job. My boy Trent Williams is looking like old Yeller.
Yeah.
It's looking like old Yeller right now with my boy Trent Williams, man. I hate to say it, but I haven't seen – he's been with the Niners, I think, 3 years. I haven't seen him look this bad in the 4 weeks I've seen him this year, the entirety of the time he's been with the 49ers, as far as getting beat, missing blocks, just looking like he's washed. It's tough.
I feel like the last 4 seasons have always been, what about the 49ers offensive line? 49ers offensive line. They've been able to play through it, but it feels like, all right, this might be the year where now everything's starting to leak through. Like the issues are actually, like, the concerns you had, like they're actually starting to play on the field now.
I do think this is Trent's like 6th year with the 49ers. He's been with the 49ers since 2020.
Okay.
I mean, he is talking about the Warriors early. He is 37 years old. I mean, you don't want to.
37 years old, and always is he going to retire? Is he not? The last couple
yeah,
seasons.
like, and those are always kind of sketchy moments, especially for guys at that position. Like, I guess I'll give Aaron Donald credit because he said it once. He was like, "Yeah, no, I might retire." And they basically gave him a contract that said you can do whatever you want to. Here's $20 million or something, like whatever the number was. It was a massive number. Every year that you play, you get it, and it's your decision. And he played, got it, had like I think a year left, and was like, "Oh, I'm done." And he left. And credit to him for like leaving. And I'm not saying like, "Oh man, Trent needs to hang it up." That's not what I'm suggesting. But there's kind of been this tiptoeing thing around like, oh, maybe we're getting closer to the end. Maybe we're getting closer to the end. Like, yeah, you're 37. You play, one of the most important and difficult positions in the NFL. Sure, like, yeah, we understand that retirement is closer. It's a lot different than when D'Lo and KC talk about it. It's a lot different when, Joe and Joe and all of our guys at 95.7 talk about it. It's different when you do. We can think about it. You can think about it too. Just don't tell us that you're thinking about it. You know what I mean? And it could just be one of those situations where you talk about, maybe this is the version of Trent Williams we have this year.
Yeah.
And there's no one else on that line to kind of, it's all good. It's all good, Unc. I got you. Like, there might not be anyone on that offensive line to pick up the slack for that.
I'm a firm believer with these athletes, particularly with the football players. Once you dip your toe in that water of retirement talk, you're finished.
Yeah.
You're finished. Once you start thinking there, once your mind goes there and says, do I want to do that? I want to go through training camp, all this other stuff. You're done.
Game's too physical to not be 1,000% in, I feel. Because like Casey said, if you're, I don't know, and then you get smacked in the face by someone's shoulder pad or whatever, like that's going to be tough.
Bro, yeah, they're moving. Everybody around you is going forward. They don't have time for you to waffle. Not saying this is Trent Williams, but just athletes in general. For you to, do I really feel the same? Like, the game moving. These guys are blowing right by you as you're trying to figure out whether or not you still want to do this or still want to perform at that level. So I hate to see it from my boy Trey. He's a Hall of Famer. This is one of the great left tackles we've ever seen in this game. But it's tough to see him the way he's been playing in this first 4 weeks of the season. And I don't know if that's rest. I don't know if yesterday might have been a wake-up call and he can pick it up from there. I'm a believer in him. I'm a believe that he can, but it's not like he's been the worst player ever, but he hasn't been up to standard or even close to standard so far this year.
But it's not like, can you pin the shortcomings of an offensive line on a single individual?
You can't. That's why I say it's the whole offensive line. They've got to be good in one area. They haven't always been the best at pass protection. They haven't even always started off the season best at pass protection.
Mm-hmm.
But they've come along as the season goes along. And even when they weren't great in pass pro, they were still able to maintain in the run game. And right now, they can't do anything. One of the reasons why Purdy was as bad as he was as far as turning the ball over yesterday, there's people in his lap all game long. So they're not stopping the guys or rushing the front four, stopping the pass rush. But now we can't even get 4 yards of carry on the ground at least. Like, they're not stepping up their game in any way, shape, or form right now. And that can't happen. Like, they gotta, if they're not gonna be better at both, they gotta get better at one of them.
You don't put it all on one guy either, but Trent Williams being the all-timer that he is, probably short of a lot of maybe other issues on that offensive line where it's like, Trent's got this, it's fine. We can focus on this. And if Trent's kind of taking a level down where he's not able to cover, I don't even say cover, but just more so, I guess, have that focus where it's a lot tougher for the other guys to get their job done, possibly.
It's not, once again, it's not all on him, but worst came to worst the last 3 years or so, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. Man, we can't get nothing going. We don't have the run game going. We can't pass protect. Hey, run this ISO to the left, just to get back in the positive. Run this to the left side. Let's stop playing around. Let's run this ball real quick to Trent's side. We get 5, 6 yards on here. It felt like that was every time. Every time things got chaotic, it was, let's calm it down, get CMC the ball, run it to the left. And you can't do that right now.
You've said for ever, was it Bobby Turner?
Yep.
This group, Kyle
Shout out
Shanahan,
Monk.
they're able to find guys and make them viable running backs.
Mm-hmm.
Is that more Trent Williams that was able to do that? Or is it more this 49ers coaching staff?
It was 49ers coaching staff. I mean, Bobby Turner and the coaching staff.
So why can't they do it now?
These guys can't block right now. And I think CMC has lost a step. And He's just not explosive enough to hit the hole.
So I think only
when he
one of
needs
those
to.
can be true, though. Like, so we had this. So there is a difficult conversation to be had with Christian McCaffrey right now, because it's like if you're a 30-year-old basketball player and you start the season slow, no one. It's like, oh man, Christian McCaffrey, the 2-guard, he's off to a slow start. Like, he'll turn it around. He's got to find a way to get going. Like, it's fine. Like, it sucks, but like, it's fine. When you're Christian McCaffrey, shoot, that could be the case for Christian McCaffrey, the wide receiver. That could be the case for Christian McCaffrey at virtually any other position. Christian McCaffrey, the running back, is different. And when you're a running back, everyone is waiting for you to lose that step. And when you have as dynamic of a step as Christian McCaffrey has, everyone is really waiting for that fall off. And given the way his season went last year, it felt like those nerves were maybe heightened a little bit, because you're like, oh, is he going to, it's not just, is he kind of on the other side of that hill? It's, can he come back from that injury that he sustained? Can he deal with, and then, all of a sudden he pops up on the injury report with the calf thing right before game number 1. So there's this heightened awareness of everything Christian McCaffrey does, because he's a running back, because he's entering that age where running backs, their career changes. And that is a difficult conversation in of itself. And it's like, how can you supplement? You don't replace Christian McCaffrey, but how can you supplement his production? How can you create some different looks? But if the issue is the offensive line, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, and I would say, if you ask me to rank it, it's the offensive line. They're getting their ass beat. They're getting their ass beat in the run game. That whole damn line, all 5 of them. And in the pass protection, I talked about it in the Cardinals game. On that 4th and 2 that Mac threw to Ricky Pearsall, there was a jailbreak. That's part of the reason why he went to Ricky. There was just a jailbreak. Brindle in the middle, whoever it was, they right down the middle. No kind of resistance at all for Calais Campbell and all them. You talk about the safety in that game. Another jailbreak. That was Pony. Pony has actually been one of the bright spots, so to speak, but even he hasn't been able to get the job done. I'll get off the fence with it, and I'll give CMC a little bit of leeway and time to get it taken care of. Same with Brian Robinson, all this other stuff. That offensive line is getting their ass beat in the run game. They are getting destroyed game in and game out. And if you want to change some things, if you want to stop something, it's got to start there. They've got to be a lot better, all 5 of them.
Another component of the San Francisco 49ers game that needs to be a lot better, and just clip this from last year or the year before or the year before that, you guys have a special teams problem. You have a special teams problem that seems to plague your roster year after year. And every year we're talking about, at some point during the season, we're talking about something that's happening on special teams, whether it's a field goal kicker or it's punt returning, kickoff returning. And it happened to them again yesterday.
Yeah, I thought I know a lot of people went crazy on the special teams yesterday. They gave up the kickoff return at the end of the half, which was not okay. That wasn't cool. The punt return touchdown was a killer. Things happen, so you just got to play through it. That was a clear block in the back. I was a clear block in the back, and I had somebody tweeted me like, it doesn't matter. You got 10 other guys that should be able to. No, but that's the guy that stops him first, and it was a clear block in the back in that situation. I'm not here to say that cost them the game or anything like that, but those are the two plays we're talking about. The kick return before the half, which was just bad. You can't have that happen. And the punt return touchdown. If we're going to talk about one of them, that's a penalty. That's a blatant penalty with nobody else around you. Like, I'm watching TV and I saw that. That play's got to be called as far as the penalty. They've got the kicking game situation taken care of, but one of the things I wonder about special teams is guys that you are supposed to have just as special teamers, or some starters that were supposed to be on special teams. You've been dealing with so many injuries. I wonder if that once again gets you going down the depth chart again to guys that maybe wouldn't even be on the roster, practice squad guys that end up being on the special teams coverage unit. And now you're dealing with those guys and they're making the mistakes as opposed to the guys you originally planned to have on special teams being out there. And the depth isn't there on the special teams. That's something I gotta dive into a little bit more. But as far as yesterday goes, the kickoff return, that was inexcusable. The punt return, yeah.
I don't know what a block in the back is anymore. Did you see the Jonathan Taylor run that would have put the Colts up?
Yeah, come on, man.
Like I don't even know.
That was crazy.
I don't know how the game works anymore.
That was crazy.
We'll come back. There's a lot more to talk about with the San Francisco 49ers. There's a lot to talk about with Sacramento Kings Media Day as that is underway right now. Of course, we'll get back to the Raiders. Look across the NFL and a wild weekend in college football as well. That is all ahead. We are just getting started. It's Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I mean, scout receiver, or scout recycler, my bad. I mean, it could be selective hearing that you're having. I don't know. I said specifically. And I still say, if you're going to get the Niners, you better get them now. You better get them early. You better get them in a situation where they're 3-3. Because I've said, Kyle said, this team will get better as the season goes along. That's what they traditionally do. And specifically with this team, I think they'll get better as the season goes along. So if you're going to get them now. Get them now. Hey, y'all better – I'm going to tell you like this, Scout. Y'all better win on Thursday. If you're going to get them now. Y'all better win on Thursday. Everything's there for you. Everything there is for you.
If Trent Williams and CMC have lost a step, can we count on that progression throughout the season for them to get better, though? Like, how much of that is a difference? Like, if Trent Williams is in this all-time great left tackle, and he's like this good left tackle, or CMC is not this, what he's been, like, how much of that is a difference?
A little bit of a difference. This is where if you're telling me Trent Williams is just a good left tackle and everybody else turns up their game and gets better on the offensive line, then yeah, I don't have no problem with it. Like, because I think that's where it starts. CMC will look better. The running game will look better when the offensive line looks better. So if they have the natural progression as an offensive line that they've had during pretty much the entire Kyle Shanahan tenure, then everything will be fine. If that never happens, which is what's the word I'm looking for? Like, that's not the norm. That like damn near every year, outside of injuries, they get better as a team, as the season goes along. If that doesn't happen this year, then yeah, they'll be in trouble. But this is the day. These are the days when everybody, not everybody, a lot of people, they just jump off the deep end with takes and everything. That's why I love sports radio.
I can tell KC's in kind of a mood today.
Nah,
who's jumping off the deep end?
Everybody jumps off the deep end. That's why I don't really listen to other shows after the Niners lose, because it's just wild. Like, it's just kind of wild. And this goes to what I talked about earlier and what you mentioned as well. Number one, I feel like the Niners didn't play a clean game. They didn't play a clean game. They lost the game. They had it there for them and kind of tricked it off.
Mm-hmm.
Also, to your point, the Jaguars did make plays. They did do what they had to do to win a game.
Yeah.
That's it. It's not a referendum on is Brock Purdy washed? Is he finished? Is it over? You know what? I think Kyle Shanahan, look, he might be gone after the season. Wait.
Oh, stop listening to TC, for goodness sakes.
It's just
When
like
did he get a show?
it's so extra
Mm-hmm.
after one game, one way or the other, right? Like if they would have won that game, oh man, it just shows the heart of a champ. This team is they got away with one. I'll put it to you like this, and this is the way that I kind of look at some things sometimes. They had drop passes yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
They had some interceptions that were tipped, some fumbles that were lost, all this other stuff. The week before against Arizona, I can say, like, yeah, they got the benefit of the doubt a couple times. They got helped out with Marvin Harrison dropping a wide open. The Niners didn't do anything on that play.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Marvin Harrison just dropped it.
Mm-hmm.
They had another one. The Cardinals were like 3rd and goal on the 6. Perfect play. Roll out, little bootleg to, I think it was Benson, was the running back. Kyler Murray puts it on his hands. He drops it. He catches that ball. He walks into the end zone. The Niners didn't do nothing on that play.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't do anything to make that drop happen. They got helped out there. This week, they didn't get helped out with drops of their own. That's the way things go sometimes. You got to just make sure that when you do have opportunities, you take advantage of them.
Well, they created some opportunities for themselves. I mean, you turn the ball over 4 times and you're still in a position in the final minutes to win a game.
Mm-hmm.
You've done something right. Again, you could pick apart all of the things that you did wrong, and they're pretty glaring, whether you're talking about special teams, missed calls or not, whether you're talking about special teams or you're talking about turning the ball over too many times. Like you had the opportunity to put all of that aside with a final drive that, you would have needed some things to go your way. You would have had to put together something impressive, but you had an opportunity to erase all that. All of it still would have been true. If they had finished that drive out, you would have had 3 turnovers instead of 4. Far too many for Kyle Shanahan, I'm certain. Far too many for Brock Purdy and the rest of that San Francisco 49ers team. But you could have – it's a lot easier to work through things when you win a game than when you lose them. Like, they're much more lighthearted discussions. Hypothetically, the San Francisco 49ers turn the ball over that 4th time, get a stop, somehow are able to drive and get the ball in the end zone. They still turn the ball over 4 times. They still had some special teams mishaps, but they won. So you discuss it different. We talk about that all of the time, the difference between the kick going through the uprights and the kick missing. The game was the exact same, but we analyze it differently because of the outcome. And that's all that happened yesterday. Is it didn't go the San Francisco 49ers way. It's a lot like, the Raiders. Things didn't go the Raiders way. And there are glaring things that you can point out and go, here's why. When in actuality, it's a collection of all of those. But those don't get sensible takes in sports. Don't get retweeted. Sensible takes in sports don't hit people's algorithm and gain traction. You have to say something outlandish. You have to say something stupid. It has to be a reprimandum on everybody. The clock has started on Kyle Shanahan, Kenny. That's the conversation. Hey, the clock has started on Kyle Shanahan. Here's D'Lo and Casey. Like, no, man. Like, they played well enough to put themselves in position to win that game. They did go against a team that was almost exactly what we thought. That defense is legit. They are good. That offense isn't. They didn't have to do a lot to get to, what was it, 26? Mm-hmm. Like, the 49ers kind of helped them along the way. Now, they did it. That's all that matters. But in the end, they wound up very literally, they wound up turning the ball over one too many times.
Yeah. And that's what it came down to in this game. And that's what it was in this game. And you were able to, if you're the Jags, do just enough to win this game. Yeah, I was thinking about it even before the 49ers game. And I was like, man, it really feels like, especially this time of year, a lot of the times, these are just these are kind of just games where teams are starting to, get a feel for who they're going to be as a team. They're just, I don't ever feel like the games necessarily are connected to another game or to who the team is. And I'm in the profession of sports radio. We're going to have Overreaction Tuesday. We're going to have power rankings. We're going to have what if. We're going to do all that because it's fun to me. Like, it's fun, and that's what sports is about. We talk about it. But, we do this a lot of the times. Like, what does the Eagles in the Buccaneers game, what does that say about the Bucs? I don't know if it says much of anything. They lost the game.
It says something to me.
There's
levels to this.
That's fine.
There's the Eagles level, maybe the Rams, and then there's everyone else.
And that's fine. But the Eagles were getting slapped around for 3 quarters the week before.
Mm-hmm.
And we were like, man, I don't know if the Eagles they look a little vulnerable. They didn't look vulnerable yesterday. And then
they didn't look vulnerable at the end of that game.
Well, but it was a game of halves almost too, right? Because they were beating the crap out of the Bucs, and then the second half, the Bucs turned up.
Yep.
So I don't know, man. Sometimes I just feel like these games are just, especially right now. I think as the season goes along and the story gets told more and more, you get to understand more about who a team is and the identity and who they're gonna be, and get a better feel for it. But right now, I feel like everybody's trying to figure out who they are, trying to work out certain kinks. I think that's even more so the case in the NFL now when nobody plays in the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
So for the first 2-3 games of the season, people are starting to get a feel for who they are. And I just don't know if every game is a sweeping indictment of who a team is. Sometimes you just lose a game or you just win a game.
Yeah, I just think what's tough about football is the season is so short. Like, we're hitting the quarter way mark through this season. Like, we're, you're absolutely right. Like, there's a little bit more progression to do. And I think I actually think we're there now. We're going to start, like, whatever we think we don't know about a football team today, we're going to start to learn over the next week or two. Like, it's going to be hard to convince. I'll speak for myself. It's going to be hard to convince me with the 6-week sample size that what I'm seeing isn't what I'm seeing. And that's going to pertain to the Baltimore Ravens, whether Lamar Jackson is out there or not. It's going to pertain to the Kansas City Chiefs. I want to see how Tampa Bay responds to this. I want to see how Indianapolis responds to that latest Matt Stafford comeback. Like, there's a lot of, how does Jacksonville, was this a statement win for the Jacksonville Jaguars? Okay, so what they said on the broadcast, how are they going to follow this up? Like, I'm watching all of those things, and over the course of the next couple of weeks, we're going to know that. And like you talk about the next week or two, you start to get to 3 weeks. Now you're at the halfway point. And I was like, you can't sell me that what I'm not seeing isn't real. It's just a matter of, does a team in those final 8 weeks of the season get hot? Does a team in those final 8 weeks of the season, do they do something where that it makes you rethink what you saw in the first 8 weeks? And we've seen it. Like, it's happened. Like, Steelers won a Super Bowl off it. The Giants have won a Super Bowl off it. Like, we've seen the 49ers didn't lose a game from Halloween to like the Super Bowl or something, or the conference finals or whatever it was.
One of the times they got to the conference finals, they were 3-5. Another time, I think they were 5-4. The time when they ended up being 13-3, they were 5-3 at one point. They were 5-0 and looking unbeatable. Then they lost 3 straight. We're 8 weeks into the season, right?
Yeah,
and we're like, oh, this is who are. Then they run off like 9 straight wins. So, yeah,
the Bengals. Look at the Bengals last year. The Bengals were ass, but they made a run where everyone was like, hey, they might get in here. Joe Burrow might be the MVP, and they might get. That's how well they were playing, during that last stretch. But those, I think, aren't league-wide things, right? You don't see 4 or 5 teams do that every year. You see one team do it every once in a while. And what does it ultimately mean? Like, man, I don't know. I think the 49ers are a good football team. I think Jacksonville's a really good defense. that might be so good. I just have to think that they're a good football team. I don't think their offense is good. I'll tell you the thing about yesterday's game that does concern me more than the Christian McCaffrey stuff, more than the run game, and certainly more than special teams. The 49ers didn't pressure Trevor Lawrence at all yesterday. He wasn't sacked, wasn't hurried. He wasn't, by definition of a football stat, pressured.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the circumstances of the last week have caused me to overthink that. And you talked about sports media and your frustration and how, a loss can't be a loss. It has to be a big reprimandum on everything that is going on with the football team or the coach or this player or that player. I do wonder if this is something bigger than not being able to get through that Jacksonville Jaguars offensive line, because we spent an entire week wondering what would it look like with Nick Bosa out. And I don't know if this is it, but I do know that they weren't able to pressure Trevor Lawrence yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a little concerning to me. It's concerning in the sense of, if it's not a game plan issue and it's a personnel issue, it's something you're going to have to address. Otherwise, one of the things that you did pretty well through the first 3 weeks of the season is just going to be eliminated from your game plan.
Yeah, I mean, that you lose Nick Bosa, you lose one of the top pass rushers in the league. So that's going to be a little bit of an issue. But one of the things that I saw throughout the game is they had the Jags had. And this is what you're saying. I agree with. Like that's an issue. That's something you got to work around. But the way I tend to look at some of this stuff sometimes is almost a little bottom line, right? Defense was fine yesterday. People panicked and went crazy about the pressures and all this other stuff. The defense, they gave up one drive, a 95. I think it was a 95-yard drive where they had Trevor Lawrence at 3rd and 15. Thrown out of his end zone. He made a pass to Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter went up and got it. Great play. That kind of jump-started that drive. They gave up one play to ETN. It was a big-time big-time rush for 48 yards. Other than that, they turned the water off the entire game. And I'm not saying that you don't miss the pass rush, but the difference between – we'll go to the game with Nick Bosa there and without there, the difference between them against the Jags and them against the Saints is really they didn't let Kamara get the 50-yard touchdown run, or Spencer Rattler missed Olave on that first drive. Like that's the difference. Like Trevor Lawrence didn't do much of anything, whether he was pressured or not. Now you could say
he didn't, but Travis Etienne did.
He had the one run. He had the one run. Other than that, I think he was 18 for 76, which is a good game. But once again, like I said, Kamara was 17 for 99. He just didn't have the one run.
Mm-hmm.
That was the difference in the game. And if you want to say Nick Bosa stops that one run, it's impossible to say, but I'll concede to that. But that was the difference between the Saints game and the Jags game. The Niners got the stop they needed against the Jags.
Mm-hmm.
The offense tricked the ball off.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They got the stop on 3rd down. They got them to miss the field goal and all this other stuff. They even, to a certain degree, got the turnover, got called back. Like the whole thing that I remember people saying about Jimmy G when they would go up against the 49ers, he's going to give you one. He's going to give you like one or two. He's going to give you an opportunity. And Trevor Lawrence gave you one, and they called it back that was, I don't even know if I want to blame Trevor for that one. That was a fantastic play by Upton Stout on that pick that they called a PI on. But it's something that you gotta work around. I thought they would do a little bit more as far as blitzing to try and get pressure on the quarterback. Seems like Saleh wanted to go with the front four and try to get pressure that way and see if he could do it with just the four as far as without bringing pressure. And that may be something that with no pressure or no sacks and no hits on the quarterback, you may have to rethink a little bit. You may have to bring the house a little bit more than you would like to make up for Bosa not being there and being able to get it with the front four. But other than the Jaguars' offense isn't great, but I thought the defense was more than fine yesterday.
Okay, so they're more than fine. So you go into a game on Thursday night against Matt Stafford with no pressures. You feel confident in that regard?
No, that's why I said you might have to change the game plan and not rely as much on the front four. You got to bring heat, but that was always going to be the case, right? Like I never sat up here when we were talking with Kyle Matson, talking to you and be like, nah, it's good. Like Bosa's not there. That front four is still going to get pressure. I was like, nah, you probably got to change some stuff. You probably got to blitz more than you would like to. You got to make adjustments because you're missing one of the guys that allows you to just get the pressure with the four. So you've got to make the changes. Yesterday, I don't have the numbers in front of me, so maybe there was an uptick in it, but it felt like watching the game, Saleh was still relying on trying to get pressure with the four, and he wasn't really able to. He wasn't really able to do something like that. So he's going to have to look back at it and say, I can't necessarily do that. I've got to bring a little bit more pressure. I got to bring Fred Warner on the blitz a little bit more, maybe some more corner blitzes and things of that nature to create pressure, which is something that you were going to have to do regardless of what you saw yesterday. I thought that was going to have to be the game plan moving forward without Nick Bosa.
I wonder if Robert Saleh is going to talk about Sean McVay going into this week's game. That was funny. That was hilarious.
That was the more I see that, the funnier it gets.
I legit, when Nick Wagner posted the video, I watched it like 6 times. I thought it was hilarious. He hit Bob Saleh with the "keep my name out your mouth."
Did you see?
And
Nick,
Bob said, "I'll kill you."
So I was trying to hear for that. I couldn't, because I saw Nick Wagner's tweet where he had the, for lack of a better term, the transcript of what was said, and I went all through his Twitter profile. Is this real? Did he really say that? And Saleh, did you really? And I tried to listen to it. I couldn't hear him saying that.
Yeah, I had a hard time hearing "keep my name out your mouth." At first, I was like, well, what's going on here? And then, you can faintly hear, but I don't know. But I think Bob says, he
said, "I'll change your life,"
or something.
Like
that's what it was. It was something crazy. It was something like, what did he say? You're changing my life. You're gonna give me an inheritance? What you talking about?
That was hilarious. Couple things there. Number one, Liam Cohen's team.
Shout out to Liam, because I don't know that Robert Saleh is a coach that I would approach like that.
Well,
so salute to him.
He didn't know.
No,
he didn't. Cohen was like, "Hey, keep my name out your mouth."
Well, no, he did. No, he approached him, but he made sure he had about 300-pound guys in front of him.
To me, that ain't approaching him. No. Saleh was right there for you. Saleh was about to be face to face with you. You walked by because you didn't want the confrontation. And then when 3-4 guys came around, you came back like, "Hey, keep my name out your mouth." What? Nah, bro, I can't give you that. But I can say you can do whatever you want. They won the game. You can do that if you go on. They won the game. And I'm not sure why Saleh said that in the first place. I'm not sure why he didn't. Then, to that point, though, and Kyle talked about it, he was just giving a truthful answer. If we want stock answers all the time, then nah, man, it's just a good defense. We got to be ready for him and not give real answers. That's why I can't get too mad at Saleh, because he gave a real answer. He just asked the question and gave a real answer about it. Look, you walk by, he ain't step to him. He didn't want no smoke. Then all of a sudden, then all of a sudden he would have get out of here, Liam. He was right there for him.
So hold on.
He didn't want to get nowhere near Saleh at that point.
Hold on, we're rewinding the video. Does he just walk past him?
Yeah, and Saleh right there.
Oh, he right there. He does. He walks past him,
head down, not saying nothing. Now all of a sudden, his boy.
So he obviously said something. He said something, but you're right. He doesn't look at him, because watch Bob.
What? And
Bob's looking at him.
Yeah.
Robert Saleh is looking at him. So he clearly said something. He just doesn't. He's saying something to him right there.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying something to him right there. He just walks back. It looks like Robert Saleh's going to dap him up.
He was. So I don't think so. This is what I think happened. I think Saleh saw Cohen. He was going to dap him up. Cohen,
So, and
as
I'm
he's going to
guessing,
dap him up, he says something
Yep.
as he's walking by him.
and then Robert said something back right here,
Mhm.
and that's why he turned around. Also, it doesn't hurt. 1,
Come on,
2,
Brad.
3, 4, Jags.
Come on,
5 Jags right there, ready to
That's
intervene.
why I say I can't give him the he said it to his face stamp.
Look, even Big Boy's like, what is happening here? Big Boy like,
He
what?
waited a while. That was not a hardball to Schwartz.
Oh God, not at all. Not at
That
all.
wasn't
Look
even
at that
Carroll
holding
to
him back.
hardball. That wasn't even Carroll to hardball. At least Carroll was like,
Oh,
hey, what's your deal?
nerd, get back there.
Did my
That's
thing,
pretty
boy.
funny.
I did my thing. My quarterback had 170 yards.
No, that's
passing.
funny. No,
Let's
no.
go.
Hold up. This is kind of funny. Oh, run this back. This is okay. We're watching this video. So watch Liam. So this Liam right here.
Yep.
Watch him as he walks past Robert Saleh. He's talking, and then look how close he is to him. He's putting his hand up for the dap, and watch his head immediately goes down. Oh, you little bitch. You little bitch. That is so whack.
Yeah, no, bro. I can't give you that. I can't give you that. But what I can give you if you're Liam Cohen is you can say whatever you want, man. You won the game. You won the game. You can say whatever you want. And
That's funny.
and Salah started it by saying his name first.
73. Hey, good job, buddy. Go to the locker room. God damn it. Go, keep going, man. We're just gonna let you get your ass whooped out here. No, I'm not looking at you.
Keep my name out of your mouth. Keep my name out of your mouth.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
He got that dub though, so he gets to write the history.
3-1. 4-1, 3-1.
3-1.
Jacksonville Jaguars.
I know one of them was off of McCaffrey's hands and the other was tipped, but does Brock Purdy have an interception problem right now?
The numbers say he does.
He's got 8 in his last 5. StatMuse says 17 in his last 20.
Yeah, the number says he does.
His last 3 games, he's got 2 in each.
He's had some inexplicable decisions over the course of the last year or so with the interceptions. It wasn't always just tip passes, with some of these interceptions. They're like, what are you seeing? Like, why are you throwing that? Why are you trying to do too much? So I think
it's there. Is that like how much of a concern is it, I guess, then? Because it's there.
You want him to stop, but it's not a concern for me right now. It's not any more of a concern, I would say.
I got you.
Because they've got to take care of the football.
That's kind of what I mean. Like we talk about, like, need to not turn the ball over. Like that's just kind of like it's kind of been him. I wonder if it's something they can overcome, or if it's something he's gonna be able to fix.
Well, I think, and it also goes back to, I think the bigger problem with the team and with Kyle Shanahan coach teams. I don't think Kyle Shanahan is built for a quarterback that's going to drop back 35 times. If he wants to be successful, he needs to be able to run the football, have that balance in the offense. And right now they can't run the football, so they can't have the balance, and you're exposing your quarterback to more of those situations. They ideally, and I understand it, I think this is how you play the game. Ideally, you want Brock Purdy throwing the ball 25 to 28 times. What was he, 30?
38 times yesterday.
Yeah, I'm about to say 39 times. Like, that's,
if I'm looking at this right, he's thrown 2 interceptions in each of his last 3 games.
Yeah, he's got 6 in his last 3.
Dating back to last year.
8 in his last 5.
Yeah.
Huh.
He's got to be better.
He was 20. He was 20-12 last year. Those were his numbers last year. 20-12. He's 4-4 so far this year. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the 49ers. We'll dive into the Raiders. We got our first video from Media Day as well. You'll hear from head coach Doug Christie when D'Lo and
There you
Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Snack Shack got filled up, Casey.
I saw that. Shout out to my man Gio.
Yeah, shout out Gio.
Big ups to my dog.
I love the way they do it now. They just kind of throw everything onto like the middle shelves and just leave the rest of them empty.
Here, damn.
Yeah. God.
There's a little something for everyone in there. I looked, I was like, oh, there's Diet Pepsi and ginger ale up top.
Mm.
But also there's Gatorade, there's not G0 anymore, or whatever they call it. So we're good. Red Sox Yankees at 3:00 during the day is awful, by the way.
Well, I mean, that's not for you.
What do you mean?
It's not for the Red Sox and Yankees are playing at 6:00 where they play baseball.
Yeah, make it 7:00. Just do it at 4.
It's 6:00. They want the prime time. They feel
Because
like,
no one on the East Coast wants to watch Dodgers Reds. So throw that game on at 10. Throw Red Sox Yankees at 7. We're all good. Jesse's happy.
well, but you gotta account for the Dodgers, who might be one of the
Exactly. They'll be watching the game at 7.
But you want the East Coast to see the Dodgers too, though.
Oh wow. All right. Oh, how, no one's watching that. It's the Reds.
It's the Dodgers, though. It's the Dodgers. They box office right now.
Like having like yeah, Manny says the Cubs game's at 12:30. Like that's not good.
Once again, Manny, that's not for you guys. 12, especially when you talk about Chicago, which is where the game's going to be. 12:30. That's what they do. They play every game at 11 on Friday. Every home game at 11 on Friday.
That's pretty dope, Johnny G. We definitely missed you yesterday. That's for sure.
Johnny G.
Definitely missed you yesterday. Had a good time. Wine and food and slingshots. Chick was all about them slingshots, man.
Yeah, I'm ready for round 2. I had to learn how to handle a slingshot the right way. I agree, Leon. That's gonna be that schedule had me hyped when I saw that.
Big thanks to everybody who came out and hung out with us at Baker Family Wine yesterday.
Yeah, man.
There was definitely a moment where KC's about 5 feet from me watching probably around third quarter of that 49er game. I'm at this table. My main man Edison is with me. Gracious enough to come out and spend some time with us. Took some time away from fishing to come join us. And there's Dusty. And I just watched the way Dusty interacted with everyone.
Yeah.
And I mean, you talk about Dusty is just a tremendous individual. He's just such a wonderful man. But I did have a moment yesterday where I'm like, this is kind of wild. We've done a lot of pretty dope things in our career. Like we went to Rick Ross's house. You know what I mean? Like we get to interview artists. We get to bring the likes of T-Pain and Flo Rida on stage. Like we get to do some pretty dope stuff. But there was a moment where I'm like, this is one of the greatest baseball figures that's ever lived. And he wanted us here. Like he wanted us, meaning me, you, Drew Down, Coach Molly, Katrina, the Chatty House. He wanted us here to be a part of his passion of winemaking. And I just thought that was the dopest thing. I definitely had I'm very fortunate moment yesterday. Because I was watching, our man Damien, who comes, he's just talking about watching Willie Mays when he was a kid, or talking about watching Dusty Baker when he was a kid.
Mhm.
And this was the first chance he ever got to meet him. You know, he's 60 years old now. This was the first chance he got to meet him.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was so dope.
Nah, man, it was
So dope.
It was really cool. It was a great day too, man.
Mhm.
Great day, a lot of fun. Hanging out with the Chatty House. Shout out to my man Drew Down, man. Love the gift, man. That was so dope. And everybody that just came out and tapped in with us, man. Watched the Niners game, watched me get pissed off live.
Yeah.
You know, as things.
You held it
things-
together pretty well.
I wasn't in my house. You
No,
know,
I
so
understood.
I was in
Yeah.
somebody else's house.
There were a lot of people who were like, I have a really hard time watching my team out of my element. I heard that line 2 or 3 times. Shout out to Will Z and Hannah and Kennedy who came through. We had it was just such a great time, man. So big thanks to Chick and Dusty, and Dusty took, Katie showed him all of that stuff. He took us back to see the wineries, the barrels, all of that stuff. Shout out to, Mike, who was working there. He made sure that we were taken care of, made sure the whole crew was taken care of. So we're definitely going to do that again.
Mhm.
They were already talking days last night. They were like, we have to do this again. And if you didn't have the opportunity to come out, man, it's all good. We're going to be doing a lot more events at Baker Family Wine.
Absolutely.
And the wine is spectacular. The rosé, I don't know how many bottles of rosé they went through last night, but every time I turned around, someone was holding one of those slightly dark pink glasses.
That's
and it
my
was
one
like,
right
yeah.
there.
Yeah,
Sometimes I gotta go through like, okay, which one do I like? You taste them all a little bit, and then you land on one. And I landed on
I
one.
like the cabs. I was drinking the 755 a lot. Me and Bill were drinking the 755. But that rosé is one of the best I think that rosé is the best I've ever had.
Mm.
It's perfect.
Mhm.
It is absolutely perfect.
Fire.
Big thanks to Dusty Baker, Chick, and the rest of the crew at Baker Family Wines, man. Definitely looking forward to being out there again very, very soon. Media Day is going on right now. I was able to tap in with our buddy Matt George. Do we want to hear from Doug Christie?
Absolutely.
This is Doug Christie addressing the media today as his first training camp as Sacramento Kings head coach gets underway.
Super excited. Excited to get the guys in the gym and just vibe with them. I think that a lot of times as a player, you have a certain feeling. And Zach asked me last night, he was like, "Yeah, you excited?" And I'm like, "It's different as a coach." So super excited though to hit the floor and see where they're at and see us as a group.
Is there a level of intrigue to see how this whole thing comes together?
I think there always is. I think it will be different every single time you go through a season with a group of guys, and then you come back and it's never the same. You change something. There's new players, something. So that intrigue is always interesting. Yeah.
Doug, what does this moment just mean to you, given your history here, and how does it differ from taking over kind of mid-season last year?
It is different, Jay. Like starting training camp, like you've never done this aspect. You've been in there as a coach, but you didn't have the same type of responsibility, and you get that global vision, and you try to look at every aspect of it, hiring coaches, players, Scott, BJ, front office. There's a lot of different aspects to it, but I've just tried to relish each moment, take it as it comes, and try to deal with it head on. And it's been interesting. It's been a lot of fun at the same time. That's the one thing that I always try to do in life is be happy and have fun and enjoy the process that I'm going through. So trying to do that too.
You referred to during last year a lot about fixing a plane while it was in the air. Now it's been landed for a little while. What is it about like the Doug Christie coaching style that we should expect to see, or that you want to showcase in training camp, preseason, and beyond?
I think that you guys know me and know who I am. I mean, we're coming to be in your face. That's just who I am. So you're gonna have to wait and see. I think you kind of already know it, but to see it out there, to get a training camp of it, there are different aspects of me that are obviously different than other people. So that's something that I impart to the team. In the dinner last night, the messaging was as such. like this is what we're coming to do, make our fans proud and hit the floor in a way that will make them proud.
How much have you enjoyed the time though during the summer to put together that game plan?
There was no enjoyment of time, but that is kind of the enjoyment of the job. Like you have to, if you're not really built for this or you don't like all your time, like this is not the right job for you. And I thoroughly enjoy torturing myself, so I'm totally with it. It has been a blast. It's been really good to get to know Scott Perry, and we've been to Chicago, a lot of different places. The same with BJ Armstrong. I'm blessed to have two people like that support me the way they do.
So you had talked about 53s a game. That's not really your roster this year. How are you going to adjust what is sort of the design here?
I think you play to what you have. First and foremost, we want to play defense. So that's, you talking about offense. What are you doing, bro? Defense always first. So if we defend, we get out and we run. That's what we want to do. We want to defend. We want to defend. And we want to defend. Once we get out and run, we're looking for layups. We want to touch the paint. If we do that, we spray the ball out and we shoot threes. To that number, we'll see what that number ends up at. But more than anything, defensively, we want to create an identity. And, there's a beautiful side to basketball, obviously, on the offensive end, and we want to share the basketball. But defense is where we want to hang our hat.
You had such a wild, season last year. Did you get any chance this offseason to kind of reflect, take it all in, where you've come professionally and just to kind of soak it all in ahead of this season?
No, not really. There were so many different things that were happening in real time that I tried to just stay in the moment of where I was at and what I'm doing. Will there be time to reflect? And, sometimes you obviously do, because there's an appreciation that you have to have for where you're at, as opposed to always looking at that thing down there like that thing will make me happy. Like, I'm actually happy where I'm at, and I'm going to keep working, and we'll get to that thing. So, not a lot of that. Try to reflect sometimes, but not a lot. No.
Coaching staff-wise, what is everyone's responsibility within your staff, and is there an offensive, defensive coordinator or anything like that, or is it just kind of game-by-game analysis for each guy?
No, Mike Woodson is associate head coach. Bobby Jackson is running the defense. Mike Miller is running the offense. And past that, we try to develop coaches. We want our coaches to be good on both sides of the ball. So when it's time for your scout, you're required to cover the whole scout, offensively and defensively. I want these guys to be good coaches, not good defensive coach or good offensive coach, because that's not what basketball is about. You play both ends on basketball. You have to play offense and defense. So in my opinion, you need to coach offense and defense. But Bobby understands me probably better than anybody. So from that standpoint, he understands what we're looking for on the defensive end. Got to know Mike Miller, love his attention to detail. So he will be running the offense. And then we have coaches that are underneath them that are a little bit more focused when it comes to practice and drills and those sort of things that will be helping them on that side of the ball. But no, we're trying to create well-rounded coaches.
I'm gonna stop right there. There's more to hear from Doug Christie, and you'll hear it. I promise. There's a couple of things I want to talk about that stood out to me. Obviously, this should be a surprise to absolutely no one who has ever known of Doug Christie, watched Doug Christie, talked to Doug Christie, read about Doug Christie, or heard Doug Christie's name. He's talking about defense. None of that is surprising. The one thing that did catch my attention was Hammer's question. Hammer asked about that 53 number that Doug, that was a Doug Christie number that he brought up last year. And Doug's answer was essentially one, after he got past the, hey, what are you doing asking about offense? We're talking defense. It's going to be a defensive first thing. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to try to get stops. We're going to try to get out and run, layups, touch the paint, spray, then we'll shoot threes. What that number is, I'm not really sure. I can't tell you how much I love that from Doug Christie. He is not trying to force some idea of what he thinks the offense should be before they step on the floor. It's what's DeMar do best? What does Zach do best? What do these guys do best? Okay, this is how we're going to run our offense. And I absolutely love the fact he is not entering this training camp with a preconceived idea of this is what we should do. This is how many threes we should take. And this is what we do. This is what we have to do to get to that number.
That's a good coach. That's a good basketball mind.
No. What it is it's not a nerd.
Yeah.
It's not an analytics guy going, oh, you know what we need to do? We need to shoot 1,000,000 threes because even if we hit 10% of them, we'll score 1,000 points. That's math. I don't think that math works, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I feel like basketball has lived off that. The Daryl Morey thing. Daryl Morey, Monty McNair, the apple that fell from that tree. It didn't work last year, and I felt like they kept trying to force that in here. But go ahead.
No, I agree with you. And like I said, as a good coach, that's a good basketball mind.
Get nerds out of basketball.
It's a good basketball mind. Like, I know that's something that we talked about all summer about the number of threes and all this other stuff. And we said a number of different times when they were brought up. Okay, I think Doug Christie is a smart enough basketball mind to realize that may not be the roster that he has. So he's not going to ask Sabonis to shoot 7 threes a game because he wants to get to 50. Like, no, he's going to figure out what works.
Come on, guys, no layups. We're only at 35. Let's go, guys.
Dribble back out.
Hey, yeah.
Wide open. No, dribble back out. We got to get there.
No, it's great you got the and one, but it doesn't count as a 3, Domas.
So, yeah, that's just a good basketball mind, a guy that's aware of not only the game having multiple ways to be successful, but also being aware of the roster and the personnel that he has. I love it too.
Yeah, absolutely love it. Great start to this. Great start to media day for Doug Christie. Let's hear more from our head coach.
How do you envision finding the balance between playing your veterans at the minutes that you guys probably need from them to try to win games, while also incorporating some of the younger guys and make sure that they're developing?
Good question. For me, I would like to play 10 people. I believe that the style that I'm going to ask them to play is difficult. Like, we're not floating while we're on the floor. We're playing, and that could be tough. So I think that there's probably built in some minutes there for those guys. But listen, when we hit training camp, it's about earning what you get. So that's always how I was brought up playing basketball. Like, you weren't really given, so you about earning it. So these young guys, I think that they understand, watching them in the summertime and seeing how they move and how they work. The 6 pillars of who we're about that Scott speaks to, they are all about that. My defensive and offensive identity, they're all about that. So I think they'll find their way. They'll find their way.
And with Keegan specifically, sort of a roller coaster, I guess, first few years of his career. Just what do you what's the messaging to him, and where do you want to see his game grow this season?
Smile, defend, and shoot. Yeah. I'm not worried about Keegan, man. Great kid. Had an incredible offseason. Real simple for him. Have fun, man. Basketball is supposed to be fun. We're going to work like hell, and we're going to work hard, and we're going to get after it. But that part of practice should be hard, so that when we bring the show to you, the show should be fun and intense. But I want him to, let's find that happy side of yourself and have fun out there. But play defense first and foremost. But if it's open, you let that thing fly, man, because you're good at that.
With Dennis being the big off-season acquisition, what do you think he brings to this group, and how much does he fit that identity you were talking about?
Identifying Dennis in the offseason was big for me. I'm a super fan, have been for a long time. I really appreciate how he brings his heart to the game. Handing him the basketball makes me feel real comfortable that he's going to bring the right type of demeanor and leadership and all of those things to, as a coach, I want him to exemplify me on the floor. And if you guys know me, I'm a little rough, so I get that. And I think that is a lot of what you see with him. He's not backing down. And I tell him, we're not moving backwards, we're not moving to the side, we're moving forward. And whatever that means for the opposition is what it means. So super excited to have him, super excited that he is our point guard and leading us into the future.
Do you have a starting lineup in mind at this point, or is it stuff up the grass?
Nah, I mean, I'm not going to tell you. Out of everybody, it certainly wouldn't be you. But yeah, in my mind, I have some things in mind. But when you hit the court, you never know. When I got here, I wasn't projected to be the starter. I don't think. But by opening night, there I was. So, we'll see. Like guys come out here and compete, and it's really, to be honest, frank with you, it's really not about who starts. It's about who finishes, because we're really here to finish. We're not here to start the game. We're here to finish the game.
What kind of changes, if any, will we see with kind of the way the offense runs and the way you guys move?
I mean, a lot of the same. I mean, we have an incredibly talented big man that can do a lot of things with the basketball. We have a point guard now that understands shot profile and getting us into good shots. We have incredible 40% shooters on the wings. We have a guy that's a go-to guy in DeMar. We have a 6th man of the year. Like, we have a lot of different things. So, like, you don't just scrap everything. So, I like splits and different things. You guys seen how I played when I played, but a lot of the same. There'll be some tweaks and different things, and moving guys around the floor, I think, to take advantage of their skill sets.
Coach, most coaches aren't afforded the freedom to have certainty as far as their future, different factors according to that. Now, are there any aspects of your coaching style that you now can unleash?
It's a good question. I think part of that is going to be defined by you guys, like what you see and how you see it. I'm going to be myself, because that's all I know how to be. Like the things that I want to do, I want to pick up 94 feet. Like, now it's been done, so I think a lot of people will do it. Prior to that, I was kind of told you couldn't do that in the NBA, and that was something that I did. The advancing the ball up the sidelines would make me mad. If I'm picking up, like, yo, man, get in that lane, make sure the ball's not advanced. So, that's probably one of the biggest things is defensively. There's an aggressiveness that I would like to play with, and that tone is set by our point guard. And then after that, no blow-bys. Keep them in front of you. Square them up. And make sure that we touching people.
Well, that's a hell of a way to end that.
Yeah.
I'm sure that we're touching people.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
I guess so. I mean,
the streets are calling.
Don't try that not on the basketball floor.
The streets are calling for a rewind, though. And I want to hear it. I want to hear the context as well.
Okay.
There's a thought that he said DeMar DeRozan as a 6th man of the year. And I think the context was a little different because I didn't hear it that way.
Okay.
But when he was breaking down what they have on offense, and I think it was when he was talking about like a 40% shooter and all this other stuff. Wish I had a time for it. But
that would have been helpful.
Yeah.
You can't see the time. Yeah, you can't see the time. Only I can see the time. Let's see if we can run
here. Like, we have a lot of different things, so like you don't just scrap everything. We have incredible 40% shooters on the wings. We have a guy that's a go-to guy in DeMar. We have a 6th man of the year. Like, we have a lot of different things. So like,
he's talking about Malik. He's talking about Malik.
2 different people.
Look at y'all. Come on, man. Boo!
I was like, I know
y'all wanted him so badly to say DeMar 6th man of the year.
Well, the thing that was a giveaway when I saw them asking for that is he said we have a 6th man of the year. DeMar started his whole career.
Yeah.
He's not a
yeah.
They were thirsty.
Yo, who for? All right, I demand. Who did that?
I think it might have been.
All right, charismatic. You're suspended.
Yeah, take a lap.
You're suspended until further notice.
Katrina, I think you were in there too. Katrina, you can take a lap as well.
Oh, Katrina's suspended.
I think Scout might have been the first one, or not Scout. Scooter might have been the first one.
Oh, Scooter.
Steven. Fence him back.
It was Scooter. He was the first one. Did he say DeMar?
Yes.
You have a 6th man in the year.
Fence him back for Scooter as well.
Scooter, gone. Miss P, welcome back. You're gone too. Charismatic. You're You're suspended. You're Ron Artest. Charismatic, you're out for the year, pal.
John Pauls, you co-signed it too. You're out too.
Oh, Scooter, OJ Scooter. He said if he said it.
And shout out to Security Bagley. No, he didn't. Y'all are hilarious. That is funny. That is funny. How the hell Miss P get thrown out on her first day back? We ain't seen Miss P all summer.
Miss P popped up on media day. She's just like an NBA player. just popped up on media day.
I guess.
That reminded me yesterday. You said Edison was there at Baker Family Wines. I was talking to him, but he gave us the same line. He goes, yeah, I'll be tapped in. And then you guys start talking about Hacksaw Jim Duggan, and I gotta see what else is on. So yes, he did not break news that DeMar DeRozan was going to the bench.
No, he didn't. But that is what Deuce asked, though, right? Do you have the starting lineup?
Yeah. Chris Haynes was there for everybody that caught that.
That was
Chris
definitely
Haynes in the
Chris
building.
Haynes.
Amazon Prime's Chris Haynes.
That's right.
Salute to him, man. Salute to him and our guy Marcus Thompson, both being with Amazon Prime for their NBA coverage.
Big shout out to our guy Marcus Thompson, man. Yeah. Marcus Thompson getting ready. I don't think he's dropped what I'm waiting for him to drop yet.
What's that?
He's got something on the way. He was in North Carolina last week.
Oh,
yeah, he was in North Carolina last week.
Let's go. So
I'm anxious to see what he got after spending a couple of days out there.
Let's go.
Anything, we broke down the first part of that video talking about, obviously, defense. Doug talked a lot about defense in that 11-minute clip. Anything stand out to you in the second part of that video?
No, for me, it was more of just who Doug Christie is and how he likes to approach things. I know his excitement maybe stood out to me a little bit. His excitement for Dennis Schroder, and seeing him be the guy that kind of leads things, because it feels like the way that Schroder approaches playing the game of basketball coincides with how Doug Christie likes to see basketball played from a guy at that position.
Yeah.
So there might be some symmetry. I think there will be some symmetry with Doug Christie, what he asked out of Dennis Schroder, what Dennis Schroder is able to provide as far as setting the tone on the defensive end is going to start with him. And I think I liked hearing that, and that got me thinking, man. I don't know, man. I don't want to go off the deep end with Dennis Schroder. I don't think he's going to be an all-star or nothing like that. But I think he can really help out this roster. I really do feel that way. I don't know what's going to happen, obviously, but I just think much like Doug Christie, I think he's being sold short a little bit as far as the point guard that he can be for this team and the tone setter he could be for this team, the table setter, the organizer.
Oh, my.
He could be for this team.
We've never had one of those. I never knew that until last year. De'Aaron Fox apparently can't organize. Was it Hollinger? Yeah.
I got to salute him. Got to salute him more. I use it when I talk about basketball now. Never used it before, but now I do.
Do you know we had a conversation yesterday asking if Kyle Renato was a real person? Were you around for that conversation?
I wasn't, but I was around for when they asked if Stephen Brown's
There was speculation that Stephen Brown's not actually a person. And they're like, well, how come he never comes around? I was, he doesn't live here.
That'd be the craziest catfish of all time, because he's had like multiple profiles.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
I was catfishing this sports radio chat for 5 years.
Are we really think that Stephen Brown isn't a person?
So look, I will say this though about Stephen Brown. Those pictures are a little professional.
Hey, this is tough.
They're a little professional.
Kyle Renato says he met you guys last year at opening night.
He did. I do remember that actually.
Yes, those pictures are professional, by the way.
He was. Tasha told me that too. She was like, "Kyle was at opening night." I was like, "Oh yeah." That's
Them
right.
Stephen Brown photos are a little professional.
Yeah.
I'm starting. It's got me thinking now.
Wow.
Yeah, Stephen.
So Stephen Brown is. So what do we? So are we in on the idea? So Stephen Brown's not a real person.
If you made me,
Do we
if you
think it's
made me-
Carmichael Dave?
No, that he's not that witty. Stephen Brown get a little witty sometimes.
He's pretty funny.
Yeah. If you had me
Kenny's
make
got
a decision
point.
right now, I'd say Stephen Brown's not a real person.
Really?
Really?
Or we're being
Wow.
catfished.
Stephen Brown. So okay, can we do it? Because I don't think Stephen's here.
I
Can
would
we
say
do-
he is real.
I
You
think
think he is real?
Stephen Brown's a real person.
I think.
Oh man, what are you doing? What did Stephen Brown do that he needs professional photos where he's
Hey,
sitting there?
he's,
and
he's
what does he
6'5",
do?
he's 6'5", 250.
See, hey, why do we know that? Why do we know that so much? Why is that ingrained in our minds?
He says it every time
Yeah.
too, like he's trying to convince us. I don't know, man. I don't think. Stephen Brown's-
Well, Stephen, you should have tried to convince us that you're real, pal, because everyone thinks that you're fake. And now I got to put a poll up on Twitter for people to vote whether Stephen Brown is an actual person or
Kenny
not.
brings up the points like those are very professional pictures, like they're on Getty or something like that.
Yeah, but you need a photo shoot for Steve. What you do? What you do where you need a photo shoot?
Yeah, Steven.
You need headshots.
Yeah.
Pause.
Play on. Post a picture of you holding up a newspaper, Steven.
Also, he's not on any other social media channel.
No, it just happens to just be on YouTube.
Just YouTube. No Instagram. No nothing.
There's got to be an Instagram. If there's no Instagram, he might not be real.
Bro, why would you have those photos if there's no Instagram?
Yeah.
No, I'm out. Stephen Brown's not.
Stephen
who he
Brown
says
is
he
not.
is.
Oh man.
Because
All right.
that blankety blank is not real.
All right, where the poll is up. Is Stephen Brown a real person? Go vote over on YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. There's more football to talk about for sure, but we got sound on the way from Scott Perry, Malik Monk, Keegan Murray, much more.
Malik, that's the one I want to hear.
Okay, we'll run that one next then on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Where's Malik? There's Malik.
Michigan, that's a lie. Stephen Brown was not at Tom's Watch Bar.
Oh, there's no way.
Yeah, now I feel like Stephen Brown might just be Michigan. Brandon Ness never even been in the same room as him.
Hey, Gio really did just give us a here, damn.
Yeah, kind of.
Here. Stop bothering me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that Diet Pepsi and ginger ale is gonna go crazy. Do people have ginger ale like with their food and stuff, like with lunch?
Oh yeah, my mom and even Justice they love ginger ale.
Only time I've ever drank it was when I was sick. Oh yeah, we got a I didn't see this charismatic, but we got a new invasion angle in NXT. TNA's invading, I guess.
Oh boy.
All right.
Oh boy.
You're not tapped in?
No.
Did you see Jade?
I saw that.
That was yikes.
Nia Jax out there killing people.
Man. This reminds me too, because Miss P asked who's going to be at the home opener. I'll be at the home opener for a limited time. And one of my favorite moments of this show was when we got that picture at the home opener last year, maybe a year or two ago. But
I think it was last year.
I would love to recreate it again.
Oh. Kenny was trying to be sweet and sentimental.
Well,
and Jesse said, "Not now, pal."
No, now it gets to a point where when he's starting a point, I'm like, all right, slow down, Kenny. We're about to come back to break just so I can do it. That's hilarious.
I was saying the annual home opener chatty house picture. We're gonna have to do it early.
I also think that was the biggest picture we've ever. That was a group of a very large amount of people. Yeah. Was that the day we pissed off Kyle Draper?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that was so great.
Didn't they start booing Draper?
Yes. I might have instigated that. Grapes is like, "What is this?" And I just looked at him and said, "Boo!" And everyone followed. It wasn't
Kyle Renata, who we allegedly have or have not met, says, "I'm in that damn picture."
Stephen Brown definitely is not.
He absolutely is not.
I think Kenny sold me on Stephen Brown. He might not be real.
Right now, 75% of the people who have voted say Stephen Brown is not real.
Like the real people in the chat, I don't really know too much about him. Like we know a lot about Stephen Brown.
Because that blankety blank is not real.
That's a good point. When you think about the people who comment the most, right? Like Stephen, we saw yesterday, like Manny, Katrina, Michigan Wolverines. Like
I don't even know Michigan's real name, I think.
I've asked them 50 times and I don't remember what it is.
What is it, Mark?
No, it's like Armando or something. Or
yeah, it's just Michigan.
It's just
No disrespect.
like Scooter's been to my house. Like Bryce. Who else in here have we spent time? Miss P. It's like, David Jackson, Dave Garcia, Drew Down. What the hell, Stephen Brown?
And he just happens to live in the Bay Area.
Yeah, not even. We don't even know where. Just the Bay. Okay, Mr. Vague.
No, that's facts, man. We don't even know, man. Just
Yeah, it's 3 fun facts. It's maybe just 2. Is that he lives in the Bay and he's 6'5".
Oh man, nah.
Whoever that person may be is gonna pop in here at some point in the chatty house.
He will, and it's you're not real, bro.
Stephen.
We're gonna have to reverse image search
Brown.
those pictures that he posts for his YouTube profile pictures. It's gonna be some dude with a family in Ohio.
Stephen Brown.
Oh man.
See, now is this the fictitious version?
This is the only show that'll do a deep dive on one of its listeners too.
Is Steve? Well, we know he loves white women too.
Yes, that's a third fact.
That's a convenient fact too. It was real topical, so you just it was Stacy. Stacy really got him.
I can't find someone who I believe is Stephen Brown on Instagram.
I'm looking.
I don't think Stephen Brown's real, bro.
Hey, even the
I
name,
think we're on to something.
Stephen
even
Brown.
the name, bro. It's generic.
Bro, he's been running the bid on us for 3 years, like 4 years.
That's pretty crazy.
We've been talking to this person like he was real.
D-Lo and Casey Teo.
Oh no! Does that mean Stephen Brown's gonna die? Like we're gonna get a message like, "Oh, Stephen Brown he passed away. He loved you guys though." Chatty House raises money for the funeral, and we find out.
Yeah, good kid, Dag City says he's gonna send this to Pablo Torre.
Oh,
David
man.
said Stephen Brown is a 5'7" white guy who lives in Connecticut.
He's the real John in Connecticut.
Yeah.
By the way, I pulled up the picture from last year's meetup, and I just can't figure out which one is Kyle.
I don't even have that picture. Can you send it to me?
Yeah. I'll shoot it
Can
to
you
right
send me
now.
the pictures from yesterday too? Don't you have the pictures of Dusty?
I got when me and you took a picture with Dusty. I got that. I'll shoot that to you.
Okay.
Kyle, what were you wearing that day? Did you have a hat on?
Well, we're trying to figure out now if Kyle's a real person. We've convinced ourselves we've convinced ourselves the chatty house isn't real anymore. It's not real. It's just full of fake people.
Oh man.
Fake people.
Good times though. Good times.
Oh,
but what I was gonna say was,
yeah,
because of the Sac State game, I'm going there. I'm going there. But
well, I think you have to start your thought for the people on the radio.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So last year we had a I think that we did it the last couple of times too, though. But last year was the biggest.
Yo, this picture is crazy. Wow.
But we had, a chatty
God,
house
John
meetup.
Bull is like 6'9".
John Bull's there. You see Michigan in the back? Shout out Michigan. He got the Michigan hat on.
Yeah, he looks ridiculous. Stupid hat.
But we just, home opener, we do a picture. We usually do it at halftime, which is always just dope. And this year, a home opener is the same day as Sac State taking on Montana. ESPN 2. I got to slide to that game, and I got to slide to that game. But I will be
Shannon's
there
in the picture
at the beginning of the game. I'll be there until probably the first quarter. So we might have to do a pregame, man. Might have to do a pregame.
Okay. I don't know that I'm gonna be able to do because doesn't the game start at 6:30?
What game?
The Sac State game.
No, they start at 7:30.
Oh, it starts at 7:30.
Yeah, Kings play at 7. That's why I say I'll probably be there for first quarter or so. First quarter of the Kings game.
Okay.
Maybe into the second quarter, then I'll jet to East Sac.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if I can pull that out. This is a great picture. Absolutely great.
It's iconic. Did you get the Dusty joint?
Great.
Let's try to do the airdrop joint.
Oh, I thought I hit accept. Maybe I hit the wrong button.
Decline. It's just like social media blocked.
Did I really hit decline? I didn't mean to.
No, I did say that.
Oh,
it just says waiting.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there you have it. Let's get back to Media Day.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we'll post this picture if you guys have never seen it. We'll post it to the D'Lo and KC Instagram account. I'll put it up while we hear. You said you wanted to hear from Malik.
Yeah, man.
Well,
I want to see. Want to do some body language.
Looks like Davion right there, but
I like the hair. I like the hair.
I guess okay. Jesse's in the studio. It's Malik, so we got to be a little bit more aware. Big thanks to Matt George and ABC 10 as always.
Welcome.
Not that we asked their permission. We just want to give them credit for allowing us.
Also, back up the camera a
little bit. That'd be Matt.
Amazing.
Rookie.
Yeah. Would you play any fun places this summer?
Bahamas. I tried to play in Shanghai. My girl didn't let me though. She wanted to come back. But yeah, I'm gonna get there next year.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
How you feeling heading to the end of the year?
Amazing. Yeah, amazing. Ready to be back. Ready to get out here. Ready to perform in front of the fans.
A lot of change this offseason, of course, with Doug officially getting the role. Scott, GM, just what's the communication been like with those guys?
Be family oriented. That's what they've been trying to do. They've been changing everything around here to be more family based. And they want us to fight, come out fighting, come out swinging. If we lose swinging, we can live with that.
Your role, are you okay with whatever role they give you? Or
I'm always ready. I'm always ready.
Your name was a part of a lot of trade talks this offseason. How do you block that noise out and just focus on the game?
If my agent don't call me and tell me anything, it's not gonna happen. My agent called me right before trade deadline. He said if anything happens, it's gonna happen today. Did nothing happen, and I haven't been worried about it.
The new pieces, what role would you like to see yourself play?
I don't care, man. I just want to play basketball. I want to play winning basketball.
You could dictate your role.
I'm not a dictator. I'm not a coach, so I can't. I think everybody want to play 50 minutes and average 30, right? But yeah, I'm ready for whatever though. So it don't matter.
What'd you learn, just from the experience last year, the change, the different things you were asked to do that you can kind of bring into this year?
What did I learn?
Yeah, does any of it apply or carry over?
That they trusted me. They threw a lot of things at me because they trust me. And I took that like that. And I think that's where I grew at. So yeah, like I said, I'm ready to get on the court.
your relationship with Doug been like, and what's it like to see him have this opportunity to lead a team from the start?
Yeah, my relationship when I got here with Doug was always great. It's always gonna be great. It's gonna continue to be great. But it's good to see him get a full season, full training camp, and I'm looking forward to playing for him.
Malik, did you birdie that shot in Grant Bay?
Yeah, I made it. It was a tap in.
Tap?
Yeah, I ain't had to do anything.
Okay. When it was much more publicized when you signed here last year, has your happiness wavered at all from that moment to where you are today?
I bought a house, bought some acres. So you tell me.
So this is home.
Exactly. Exactly. Feel just like I said before, I've been feeling home here. I love it here. So yeah. Yep.
I know you said you didn't try or didn't think a lot about the speculation, but to feel like you found a home in the NBA and then to be the subject of speculation, does that kind of shake that in you at all?
For some people, yeah, but for me, what I've been through, no. And my support system is amazing. My brother, my agents, my mom, they always keep me upbeat. But I came to talk to Scott too, right before everything, and he told me the same thing my agent told me. So I like that from Scott. I appreciate him for coming forward and telling me to come talk to him. That's being professional. A lot of GMs don't do that, so I thank Scott for that.
Malik, what do you make of the potential and just overall talent of this roster and what this team can be in the West?
Fast. I feel like we can run. We can get out on a lot of people, a lot of teams, and we can surprise a lot of teams like we did our first year. I feel like.
When you looked at this roster, and of course having now potentially a full season of LaVine with DeMar and everybody together instead of the turmoil of a midseason trade, what I guess excites you the most about this group, or do you think is going to be like the strength of this group?
Like I said, getting out in transition, running, not running no plays, playing fast, getting stops, and just getting out.
When you see Meek and Maxine's game, the two rookies that they got in, what do you like about those guys?
They do that. They do that exactly. Get out, run, don't think. I like Nick. He's a little older rookie. Plays mature. And Maxie always want to learn something, always talking. I love that from him. So yeah, those guys been great.
Great to have some rookie fun with them.
Yeah. We still gotta get Devin too.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
He's still a rookie.
Is he really?
Yeah, you're not considered sophomore year until the first game.
Gotcha.
How much of a focus was your three-point shooting in the offseason, and what steps can you take to get back to the levels that you had before last season?
Catch and shoot been a great focus for me this year because of Zach and DeMar. They're going to be on ball a little bit more, and I know that. So, yeah, I've been trying to catch and shoot more and get back to my Laker years when I was 39. So, yep.
Malik, you guys had such a crazy year, right? How valuable was the offseason? Just Keegan talked about a little time away from Sacramento.
Yeah, getting away from it. I ain't get away, though. I stayed here. But just to get away from basketball, man, it's amazing to just reset your minds. Don't think about anything. Think about your family, your friends, and just having fun. It's always great to have that.
And what type of role does maybe golf play in that for you? Is that something
the biggest role, man? Yeah. That's the biggest role.
Is that a place maybe you can kind of decompress?
Yes, every day. Peaceful nature. You're outside, the sun. God's there, and you can't beat that. So.
Malik, if you had to field a four-man Ryder Cup team from the guys on the squad, who do you take into that pitch?
Can I take myself?
Yeah, of course.
The captain.
Me, Keegan, Doug, Zach LaVine.
Do you like golf more than hoop right now?
Hell no.
Adding Dennis to the team, it seems like he obviously fits that pace that you're talking about. But what do you think he brings? And in previous battles with him, you're talking about now.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. He brings a mature guard, veteran guard that knows the game. He just came off a Euro MVP. Not too many people can say that and come back and play in the NBA. That just shows how great he is of a player. He's been on so many teams. He's got so many knowledges from those places. So he can teach us a lot.
What steps do you want to see from Keegan this year? In what ways do you want to see him improve or evolve?
Talking more. I need to see him dunk and yell. That's what I want to see. Yeah.
Attack.
Get attack, something like that. That's it.
They've talked about him being more aggressive, more assertive. What are the, as a player, whether it's you or him or anybody else, like what does it take to make that step as a player? And is that difficult when you're a young guy?
I feel like it's not difficult for him because last year he was getting way more physical, being way more physical, dropping the shoulder more. I feel like he'll take the physicality more this year and step up. I feel like it's his time.
That's Malik Monk right there. Again, thanks to Matt George and ABC 10 for that video. Ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed about Malik. He still sound exactly the same, talk exactly the same, unfazed by Warriors conversations, Kuminga conversations, unfazed by Detroit, unfazed by conversations of his contract, whether the front office digs him or not, like just completely unfazed by all of that.
And I just I listen to Malik speak.
Mm-hmm.
I think about his game. I think about his mentality, how he goes about things, and I just find it hard to think that guys like Doug Christie and Scott Perry, who I respect the way they go about business and the way they view basketball, would just be like, man, I don't want this guy around.
Mm-hmm.
We talking about a dog. This is a dog. This is somebody, Malik Monk, who, if I'm going into battle basketball wise, you know what I mean? Like going into a big time game,
mm-hmm.
and I want to look to my left and my right and know who's with me. I feel like I can always count on Zero. I can always count on him. Sometimes he's an erratic player. Sometimes he doesn't always make the best decision. He gets kind of wild. I understand all that. I can work around that. I need to know I got somebody that he gonna be ready just like I'm ready every time. I can't believe that's not a guy that not only the Kings might not want around, but the rest of the league is looking like, oh, I don't, makes too much money. Man, we'll worry about that money later. I just believe you need a Malik Monk on your team, and especially the Kings do. So what we've heard, what we've seen, I'm not disputing that. We've been talking about it all summer, but I'm reiterating once again what myself and D'Lo have said to you. I think Jesse said it too. Don't get that confused for how we feel about Malik, because I disagree with the NBA. I disagree with the general managers. I disagree with the coaches.
Yeah.
I disagree with all these people with their assessment of Malik Monk. That's a guy that I want on my squad.
I thought we were pretty clear that we weren't relaying our feelings.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We were relaying the reality of what was happening. And that's been backed by a variety of different reporters from a variety of different things. And I think the one thing that we have been pretty consistent about in talks surrounding Malik Monk is I don't understand why. It's a simple, it always goes back to the same thing, at least in the Jonathan Kuminga situation. It always goes back to the same thing. It's a contract that works. It's a contract that works in a position group that you're a bit flooded in. That's it. Levine doesn't work. You don't want to trade DeMar. You don't want to trade Levine either. You probably don't want to trade Keon, but Keon doesn't work in this situation. Malik works in this situation. Now, that doesn't make the Detroit aspect understandable and why conversations may have been happening there. I do still believe that this team has a desire to sign Russell Westbrook. We'll hear from Scott Perry here in a little bit. I think he makes clear, like, there's not going to be any changes to the roster right now. I think everyone's operating under the belief that Jonathan Kuminga is going to be a Golden State Warrior in a couple of days. And I just pulled up some clips. I was curious, since we have all of the sound. We got Keegan coming up, Keon. We got Scott Perry coming up. I was curious, did Draymond talk? Did Steph talk? And they did.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not really sure what to think of. I'm looking at quotes and sound bites, and I got one here that says Steph Curry on Kuminga's restricted free agency. When he's here, ready to work, we expect him to be locked in and doing what he needs to do to help us win. Yeah, I hear you, Steph. That comes across very antagonistic to me. I could absolutely be wrong, because, what else would he do? To me, Steph saying that out loud suggests the idea of that he might not. I could absolutely be wrong, but that's how I read it. Draymond Green's answer is a little bit different, and it's a little bit more. It appears to be a little bit more nuanced.
Quite frankly.
Well, the one quote from is he signed a contract, come out, play great, everyone will forget and move on. That's the only quote that I have. I don't have the rest. And Steph says, like I said, I just know man to man, he doesn't want to be in the way of anything. Let that situation play out and he can speak for himself. That's how he ended his press conference. Jimmy Butler said it will get handled. I know both sides will be happy in the end. Jimmy, I don't think that's true, my friend, but salute. So we'll preview the Draymond Green clip during the commercial break and see if that's anything worth noting or worth listening to. But we've never understood. I certainly have never understood the desire to move on from Malik Monk past. It's a contract, and you're not looking at Malik Monk the person anymore. You're not looking at Malik Monk the player anymore. You're simply looking at Malik Monk the asset now. And if that asset strengthens your roster by acquiring an asset, like, all right, that's part of the game, I guess. But we've been Malik Monk fans from jump.
Yeah, and it just feels like, for me, it feels like looking at Malik as just an asset is just the wrong way to go about it. Look at him as a player. Look at him as a guy that can help your organization, help your roster, because I think he can do that. Is based on the way the NBA is going and some of the other contracts. Is he quote unquote overpaid? Maybe, sure, but
never would have thought that at all.
I agree, but all right, whatever. Like whatever. Like it's not. You can still win games with a guy like that.
Yeah.
So, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to just be this team that is under the cap and all this other stuff? Or are you actually trying to win games too? Like if you're just trying to have different assets and have the right structure for your salary cap moving forward, then yeah, maybe that might be a little frustrating or might be something that you don't want on your roster. But you guys supposedly, Doug Christie, you guys trying to win games. Mm-hmm. This guy can help you win games. So like I said, we're projecting when it comes to Scott Perry and Doug Christie. They haven't spoken in any other way about Malik Monk, but just talking about like what we're hearing around the league and the way people are maneuvering. I disagree with the NBA. Yeah. I just disagree with it. I think they're wrong about Malik Monk. Their assessment, the way they look at his contract on it, I think they're wrong. I disagree. Another interesting thing from that whole thing is, and this will be great. We want him here as a King forever, but I got the feeling that Malik might be leaning towards the way Bobby Jackson has had life after being a
talked
King.
About I bought a home.
Yeah, I got acres.
Like Kenny.
No, not like Kenny. Not like Kenny at all. Just a regular house for me. But that's like houses and acres and stuff can be sold for sure. But I don't know. It feels like even no matter what happens with his NBA career, he's gonna feel like he has a home, and it's gonna be a home for him for years to come. And that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Put him on the list. Another one who probably would have never thought about Sacramento before comes to Sacramento and said, "I like it here.
Yeah,
I want to stay."
Yeah. 75% of the people in the chatty house don't think Stephen Brown is real. That 75% number has been pretty strong since the
gonna come in here tomorrow later. Oh, I had a long day of being 6'5".
Yeah. Had a long day of being 6'5" and hitting on white women, guys.
Yeah, I'm also from the Bay, if you didn't know.
You know, it'd be funny if Stephen Brown was actually a white woman.
What if it was Stacey the whole time?
That'd be great. That'd be great. I believe Stephen Brown was messaging while Stacey was in the room.
True. This is true. Yeah. What you say? Just being from the Bay Area. Where in the Bay Area? Ah, man, there's just so many cities.
From the area in the Bay, Kenny. What is your problem?
And this is all made funnier by the fact that Stephen Brown isn't here today. or isn't logged into that particular account.
That might be the case.
Could be any of
Not-
those people. Could be Coach Molly. It could be Collins.
Could
It
be Tasha.
Exactly.
Could be Ramsey. Ramsey
be.
Ramsey could be he could be operating under the name Stephen Brown. Who knows, man? It's wild.
Oh,
Wild.
brother.
Wild.
Let me put my vote in.
Oh no,
too.
we're up to 76%.
161 votes, by the way.
Let me go ahead and get
I'm
mine.
gonna say, is Stephen Brown a real person? No.
No.
162 votes. now.
No. The votes are definitely leaning to Stephen Brown not being real.
The people that say he's real, I want to know why you think he's real.
That's a great question. Why do you believe Stephen Brown is real? Let us know. 916-909-1320.
We got Mitch on the line. Wants to tell us why he thinks
Why Stephen Brown is a real person. We'll come back. Keegan, Keon, and Scott Perry from Media Day all ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
That's funny, Dr. David. Stephen Brown is Danny in San Francisco. Checking in on us. You know what? There was some news. Let's dive in here real quick. Let me pull up what I need to pull up real quick. How can I get to it? I think it's here. Okay. All right. We got it. 13th round. Jermaine Man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to the dope ones. It's my guy. Shout out Cola C. Moss. You already know the vibes, man. And we had some boxing news as far as the future of boxing because Zuffa Boxing, Dana White, TKO, all that other stuff, they signed a long-term broadcast deal with Paramount Plus for the USA, Canada, and Latin America starting in January of 2026. It's going to begin with 12 cards with plans to grow that number in subsequent years. The bouts will be available via Paramount Plus with the potential for select events to be simulcast on CBS and other Paramount platforms. Look, I'm dubious of Dana White being able to run this Zuffa Boxing. First of all, why is the name Zuffa? Somebody explain it. If I'm missing something, let me know. But I hate the name. But that's neither here nor there. I'm dubious of Dana White being able to run Zuffa Boxing the same way he runs the UFC. I don't think that's what happens here. I don't think you'll be able to have that type of pay structure in boxing to acquire the top-end talent. Now, his thought may be, I'm going to create stars like I did in UFC and create the next wave of great boxers. Maybe so. The one caveat is you've got Turkey. And if Turkey really wants to see a fight, he may pay for what he wants to see. Dana said he's not planning on working with any other boxing promotion. So he's not going to work with Top Rank, not going to work with Matchroom, and not going to work with PBC. So where are the fighters going to come from? Where are the stars going to come from? Where are the top flight fighters going to come from? And then when they become top flight fighters and they want that real money, are you going to give it to them? Look, I'm a boxing fan. If Dana White can come in here and make it a great product, I'll salute. I don't think that he can. I don't think that it works that way in boxing. But if he can and the fighters are getting paid and we're seeing good fights, I'm all for it. We'll see what he's able to do, man. Zuffa Boxing on the way. All right, we'll see. That's the 13th round. Does anybody know? Let's see. I'll just Google it. Let's see if that. What does Zuffa mean?
I don't know what it means, but it's like their little company or whatever.
Zuffa is an Italian word for a scuffle, brawl, or fight. All right, man. whatever.
Charlie just be out there walking around with his headphones on, and I don't know what he's recording.
He does the sports updates from 4 to 6.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He's just walking back and forth. Got the noob headphones on, just like you.
No, I was hoping my little earpieces came in today. They ain't come in, so hopefully tomorrow. Real quick before we get back to Kings Media Day, a little schedule news for the 49ers.
Oh yeah.
Their week.
Don't know who I'm rooting for in this one. Yeah. Week 6, I think.
Whose side are you on?
Well, I think I know what side I'm on. Week 6.
Jeez. This week 6 matchup against the Bucks got moved to a 4 o'clock Eastern.
4:25. Yeah.
Start. It was going to be at 1 o'clock Eastern, which would have been a 10 a.m. start here. Now it's going to be a 1:25 start here. Yeah. And I don't know. Every little bit helps. Bucks are dealing with a lot of injuries. I heard they said they got some injuries they got to deal with, but there's too many people waiting for the MRI machine.
That's awful.
So hopefully it ain't nothing serious with them, and
it's awful.
They can.
I don't know if his ACL is torn, man. We got to back up on the MRI machine. I don't know.
That's crazy.
Preliminary reports say he's fine, but what they said about Bosa.
That's 2 weeks from now, so we will see.
Who do we want to hear next? Keegan, Keon, or Scott?
Keon.
All right. Keon Ellis, courtesy of our man Matt George and ABC 10. Here's Keon at Media Day today.
Do you like having the highest steal rating in NBA 2K?
Oh, I love that. That was perfect for me. Actually, I didn't have the highest. I was up there, but it was 96 is fine. That's good. Yeah. So
how's the offseason been?
Oh, it's been good. I was in Sacramento early part of it, but then got a house down in Miami, so went down there, trained a little bit. So it's been cool though.
How's the expectations, or what are the expectations heading into the year for yourself and as a team?
I mean, I think we're expecting to win as a team, and I think me personally just to go out there and be Keon Ellis. I mean, the same person who I've always been, but I mean, I think year after year, I think more things are expected of you. So just looking to go out there and do that.
With your offseason work, was there any specifics that you focused on that you're trying to expand into this year?
I think my shooting off the dribble, just because I mean catch and shoot, that's like not a problem. So I think now like in transition, or if I come off a screen, like most nights I'll probably have like the other team's star on me. So being like a real threat and making them not have like a possession off, if you will, I think that could be good.
Is that still partially with the idea of like, hey, I might play some point guard here?
Oh, for sure. I'm pretty sure at some point, point guard or not, I think I'll still be in that situation. So yeah.
You're a featured example in the league of elevating your game and taking advantage of opportunity every single year. What is the next elevation of Keon Ellis's game this year?
That's a great question. I mean, I think doing what I do, but maybe even a little bit more efficient, and showing maybe parts of my game that others probably haven't seen or know that I could do. So, but I think whatever the game calls for. So, changes night to night. But I think just showing those things and being ready for that.
Do you still feel like you're catching at least players you're defending by surprise, or do they know what to expect from your defense at this point in your career?
I think they know, but I think at the same time, like, guys just kind of drop their guard at times. It just happens, so many games, so many plays. So I do think they know, but it just, it's just the game of basketball. So
the team picking up your restricted option this offseason, do you feel any sort of pressure to be able to perform this year? And is there been conversations about an extension at all within your
Nah, no pressure. I mean, just gonna go out there and do what I do. I mean, I know what I do is wanted. So no pressure. But as far as contract extensions wise, I haven't really heard too much of anything, but I mean, like I said, I don't really worry about it, so just gotta go out there and be me.
Is it motivating being in a contract year essentially?
I guess you could say so, but me, like, I really haven't thought about it much. I mean, because technically, last year kind of was a little bit as well. So, but I don't think that'll really change too much of what I do. I think my role will still be the same. The way I play will pretty much still be the same too. So, pretty sure, looking forward to everything being pretty much the same.
And then adding Dennis to this group, what do you think he brings and how he fits that identity?
Man, I love the addition. I think, I'll definitely have to pick his brain a little bit, especially on the defensive end. He definitely will sit down and guard as well. So, and I think even, with having last year playing a little bit of point guard role, I think, picking his brain on, how he sees things and, what's his reads and, stuff like that. I definitely like to pick up for us and, help us get a real true point guard.
Keon, did you have any time this summer to look at Doug Christie film on defense? Because we talked about that last year, and you have not seen much of it.
I still have not tapped into the Doug Christie film, but I'm gonna do that tonight for him. I'm gonna do that tonight. But I mean, he probably was a good defender for sure. But probably. I mean, he probably was. But I still think I got him. So.
How does it feel like, or how is Doug growing into this job, and what are you guys seeing, hearing from him, and in terms of, just being able to start fresh with the training camp and a whole season ahead of you?
I mean, I think you can feel like his vibe being a little bit different with him being head coach now. But I mean, we haven't really done too much of anything, but I think his energy of, still being the loving guy, the guy that you could talk to off the court about whatever. I think that's still there, so that's huge. And I think with him being the head coach now, he's really trying to, put his stamp on, what Sacramento Kings basketball is going to be, this year and, for upcoming years. So I'm excited for that, and I think it should be good.
We know Doug to be very defensive oriented, and this roster has so much individual offensive talent. But what do you think the potential is of this roster as a team defensive unit and communication and things of that nature?
I think the potential is there. I think, just the willingness just has to be there. I mean, we have capable defenders, so kind of like I said, just about buying in and really having to lock in on that end, because like you said, we have the scores and, people can put the ball in the basket on the other end. So, but you also have to stop someone as well. So just kind of have to be able to, want to do it. My fault. Yeah.
Yeah, you hear about. Doug talked about the need to play 94 feet. I know you do that from time to time, but can you explain how much exhaustion it takes into doing that continually throughout the course of the game?
Yeah, it's definitely not easy. I mean, especially, when you're guiding guys who are extremely fast and really crafty and probably going to get some calls. Like it's kind of tough. You got to kind of pick your spots. But I mean, to make them uncomfortable, it definitely helps us on the defensive end, takes time off the shot clock and, things like that, disrupt the offense. So, I mean, it's definitely a little bit of tough, but I mean, that's what comes with winning too. So,
what are the things you want to see that will help you determine your future, whether it's with this team or whether you decide to get free agency in the summer?
You said what are something that
what
I
are the
want to see?
things that you want to have happen this year, you want to see from the organization that will help you make your decision?
I don't know. That's a great question. I have not even asked myself that question. But I think I'm really more so worried about myself first, to just try to put myself in a position for that. But that's a good question. I don't think I have an answer for you on that one. That's a good question. I'll think on that one.
Who's the hardest to hear
about Scott Perry's philosophy and how he wants you guys to play? How will you feel like you fit into that scheme?
I think that's just me all day. I mean, I think anyone who knows me and has truly watched me play, I think they would probably say the same thing as well. So, and I've had conversations with him as well, so and he agrees as well. So, yeah.
Keon, how similar is IJ's road this season compared to you developing in the system? How can you kind of help them?
I think it's really similar. I mean, he got converted year one, so he does talk to me about that a little bit. But it's all good. I mean, I think he can really have a long career. So I definitely try to help him in any way. I mean, coming from 2-way to contract and trying to get minutes and things like that is it's a bumpy road. It's not going to be just a straight shot. So in any way that I can help him, I try to help him. Offensively, defensively, effort, whatever it is. Like I just try to lend a hand.
Who's the hardest player on the rookies right now in Clippers?
Say that one more time.
What's your thought of the rookies
Yeah, no, I think they'll be good for us. I mean, especially what they did in summer league, that was nice to see. And then just in our time here, like the things that I've seen from them with Max being able to stretch the floor in his offensive game, and Nick just being really, really solid on both ends. Like, I think I have good expectations for them as well.
Who's the hardest person to defend on this roster in your?
Oh, no, at all. Nah, I'm joking, but I don't know. They all have different games. Like DeMar, he has a back to the basket aspect. Zach has a little bit of it, but Zach can also kill you from 3 levels. Malik has a shifty game, so they're all tough to guard. They're all tough to guard. But I don't know, man. I like me against all of them. So yeah.
You anticipate changes like within the offense? Are you guys going to look different in how you run stuff?
You said, do I anticipate changes?
Yeah, it is. Is it going to look different?
Yeah, I do think we're going to put in a new offense, but I'm pretty sure like it'll still kind of revert back to some of the similar things that we ran before. But I do know that we're putting some new things in. So yeah.
Okay. What's been your all-time favorite moment in the Golden One Center?
All-time favorite.
Shout out Keon Ellis, man. I like Keon. I always enjoy listening to Keon talk.
Yeah.
He answers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he answers the question, and he doesn't try to do it in like a cute, like, he just answers the question that's in front of him. And if he can't, he'll just kind of laugh and say, "Oh, I don't know, you got me." But I always enjoy listening to Keon Ellis.
I do too, man. I like Keon. It's simple to me. It's simple to me. You got Schroder and Zach LaVine starting at the 1 and the 2. And you got Malik Monk and you got Keon Ellis backing them up. I have no problem with that. I think a lot of people
I don't know why this is cracking me up. It's just on my screen, and I need everybody to see it. I don't know why this is just funny to me. It's like, hey, there's Keegan again. We'll hear from Keegan Murray next, but this still shot is just terrific.
That's hilarious. But yeah, man, those are the backups. I think people get frustrated because they want Keon to start and everything. I understand why you want that. I love what he brings to the team defensively, especially with a team. You talk about DeRozan, when you talk about Zach LaVine, that you think you need perimeter defense.
Yeah.
You do. You would say, hey, let's get one of those out of the starting lineup and put Keon there. I get it. But those two and Dennis Schroder are starters, man, I'm all good with your backups being Keon and Malik Monk. I think that's a great second unit at the guard spot. And maybe sometimes you have games where they finish games, or DeMar DeRozan, while he's been the model of consistency as far as games played, he is getting older. Maybe you monitor his minutes. Maybe he gets a little nick here and there that keeps him out for a game. Whatever. You still have a guy like Keon ready to go. I don't know. Like I said, I know people want more. I know people are looking for more, aren't very excited about this team, but those two guys coming off the bench, when you talk about Malik Monk and Keon Ellis, I think that's as good as any backup guards that are in the league. Those are two starting caliber guys.
Yeah, I think Doug having a defined role for Keon Ellis to start this season will go a really long way for everybody involved. It'll go a long way for the Sacramento Kings. I think it'll go a long way for Doug Christie. And obviously, my opinion has always been it'll go a really long way for Keon Ellis. He has a skill set that no one else on this roster has. Not Zach, not DeMar, not Malik, not Domas. Like, he has a one-of-one skill set on this team that I think could be really beneficial for him. Let's go. Let's hear from Keegan. Keegan Murray, Sacramento Kings Media Day, courtesy of Matt George. That's just, I don't know. That's terrific. This screenshot is great.
Keegan Murray up to no good.
Yeah. Keegan the Menace. Here's Keegan.
Congratulations, brother.
Thank you.
How was the
Appreciate
wedding?
It was fun. It was fun. First time I danced.
I hate all of this small talk at
It was
the
fun.
beginning of
Can move a little bit.
no.
I want to say I can sway back and forth, find a rhythm.
Hey, man, last year was a crap
Little
show. Tell us about it.
A couple songs. She kind of didn't put most of my songs in there, so it was mostly her.
Just how are you feeling about the upcoming season?
Good. I mean, good to be back here, and I think just
It's
feeling
just great if he went like crap. I'm not excited about this at all. This sucks.
Stupid.
and then walks off.
Culture and finding a culture here, I think, is the biggest thing in the start of training camp. So I'm excited to start going.
With the additions, subtractions to this roster, just how are you feeling about the pieces you guys have this season?
We have a lot of talented pieces, so it's just finding a way to put it all together and make the most out of this season, which I think we can if we find a rhythm early. So
Your role hasn't really been defined over the past couple of years. You've had defense, 3-point shooting. Do you feel like this year you could possibly expand your game and show off a little bit more of what you can do on a consistent basis?
yeah, I mean, for me, it's just being more assertive on both sides of the ball. Defensively, just find a way to find steals, things like that. Offensively, just being myself again. So I'm excited to get the ball rolling. And I think for me, I feel extremely confident going this year. So I'm excited to get going.
Keegan, to that point, you've been asked to do different things each season. Does it feel like this is a part of a process where all those things maybe kind of coalesce and come together at some point, and you become like the complete player that you will be in time?
Yeah, I think this year, especially with Scott and Doug, they just have full faith in me to do whatever I can do on the court. So it's the kind of the first year I've kind of had no strings attached and things like that. So I'm excited to implement everything that I worked on this summer and get going.
Speaking of this summer, did you do anything different in your past summers?
Yeah, this is the first year I got out of Sacramento, so I wasn't here at all from May to September or early whenever the wedding was, and so I was out of town, and I think that was a big thing for me to experience something different, and I feel like I learned a lot. So it was a good summer for me.
You brought up being assertive. How comfortable are you with whether it's demanding the ball or asking the teammates to get you the ball more, being featured more on the offense? How open are you to that, and how receptive are your teammates to that side?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for a good team is to have open communication. So for me, if I'm feeling it or if I feel like something is working when I have the ball, I think that's just a big aspect, especially me going in my fourth year. So that's something that we implement as a team, the communication aspect. And I think if the more I can be assertive, the more my teammates can trust me, the better things will be. So
when you have
did you have much of a relationship with Dennis beforehand? And what kind of impact do you expect having a veteran, experienced point guard like that? What kind of impact do you expect him to have on the offense?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Dennis a little bit. We have the same agent, so that's kind of a familiar aspect for us. And for Dennis, he's a tough guy. He's a guy that he'll be honest with you. I think that's a big thing. And he's going to be a good addition for us, just keeping us organized, setting up our offense, picking up 94 feet, things like that. So I think it's going to be fun to play with him.
Yeah, sharing the same agent, did you reach out during the time and said, let's get this guy, get him over?
No, I had nothing. I had nothing to do with that. So.
Keegan, you brought up your agent. Just where are you at with your contract negotiations? Is somewhere you think you're going to be long term, or do you think you'll get something done by the time the deadline around Halloween?
Yeah, I mean, I told my agent for me, I just don't want to worry about that. I told him he can handle the business side, and when I hear from him or if I see his phone or his contact on my phone, I want it to be something important. So I think he's doing a good job handling that business side of it. And I'm doing a good job just implementing or being on the court and being present. So
there's enough pressure as it is playing in the NBA with all the things you have to deal with. Is there any added pressure of a contract year and having to perform on a contract year? We hear that talked about at least from time to time.
I mean, I don't know. It's blessed to be in this position to even have that kind of talk. So for me, it's just being able to be on the court every day, being able to give 100% every day and things like that. And when I need to talk to Scott, I'll talk to Scott. If I need to talk to my agent, I'll talk to my agent. So they're doing a good job. They've had good communication. So
What have your conversations been like with Scott so far?
They've been good. I feel like he's done a good job for.
Shout out, Tone.
Yeah. You're not getting Tone that time.
No, ain't nobody talking over me now. Hey, Keegan, how's it going? Oh,
that's old school right there.
This is a Royal Rumble out here, boy. Man,
tensions are high today. Keen's media day.
Yeah, I guess so. Tone is not here for the nonsense.
For the first couple of months, just trying to implement his culture and his identity into our team. So, and he's been a guy that's always down on the court when we're going through practice, going through drills, going through pickup games, things like that. So, he's been real present so far.
Keegan, Doug said he wants you to shoot, defend, and smile, and he put a lot of emphasis on smiling. What's the key for you to smile more and get more joy out of it?
I mean, I feel like that's a misconception. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that, but for me, it's just I feel like I got joy in playing basketball and joy coming back to Sacramento and being with the guys these last couple of weeks. So for me, I think it's just about having fun. For me, the biggest thing in basketball is just being able to fight, being able to have fun, things like that. I mean, we got a lot of guys that are ready to fight, so I'm excited for that.
Western Conference got tough again.
Yeah.
The expectations for the team around the league are not as high as they used to be. Just, do you guys like being the underdog? Do you like the idea of you guys maybe creeping up on some guys again?
I mean, yeah, the West has been tough for the last couple of years, and I think that's just I feel like it just helps with our schedule to know that every single game that we go into against the West Conference team or any game in general, we just have to be able to fight and be able to try and pull out a win. It's going to be scrappy and things like that. So there's a lot of talented players, and for us, it's just trying to find ways to win, even if it's ugly. So.
Keegan, you mentioned going out of town, working on your game. What were the things specifically that you were focused on improving this offseason?
The biggest thing was just creativity. Creativity with the ball, creativity with in the paint, things like that, and then finding a rhythm from three. And I feel like I kind of caught a rhythm early on this summer. I think that was big for me, and so I'm just excited to implement that in my game. And I feel like through the first couple of weeks that I've been here, it's shown results. So I'm excited to just implement it on the court.
In your conversations with
It's your first time opening a training camp without De'Aaron, and
Yeah.
it's such a huge player for you specifically in a practice. How different is this to kind of go at it without De'Aaron?
Yeah, it's a little weird. I mean, I still talk to him all the time, so but it's weird to see him in another jersey and how long he's been here and things like that. So I mean, I'm like the second longest tenured player on this roster behind Domas. So but I mean, it's I don't know. We're still good friends, and I know he's happy where he's at. So just good luck to him.
In your conversations with Scott and with Doug and the staff, what is it? Are there certain things that they're looking for specifically from you this season?
Pick up 94 feet, be aggressive, be assertive, be able to guard the best defender, things like that. And offensively, just be able to facilitate, be able to play in the pick and roll, and just be able to find my own shot. So obviously they gave me all the confidence in the world to do that this season. So I'm excited to do that.
How do you, as far as being aggressive and assertive, is that something you're comfortable with? Is it something that you've kind of had to learn or just grow into over time here?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. I mean, everyone loves to shoot in the NBA. So when someone tells you can shoot, you go for that. So I think with that comes responsibility. And I think I feel like I'm able to do that on this team.
Keegan Murray. One thing for sure, shout out our man, Coach JT. Has anyone not mentioned picking up 94 feet yet? I don't think any. Malik
that's
said
the
it.
Theme of this,
yeah,
this team.
clearly, Doug has told them this is how we're gonna play.
Yeah, he has set that tone not only for the players but for the media. No, this is what I expect.
Yeah,
it's absolutely what I expect. So, yeah, let's see it. Can't wait to see it. You know what was interesting, real quick before we
Stephen Brown's appearance in the chat.
Well, that is the whole segment. That's why I'm not even getting to
He's
that
here,
yet.
ladies and gentlemen.
That is a whole
He's here.
segment. Stephen Brown is here.
Whoever Stephen Brown is here.
I saw the Spurs at their media day today, and I just saw a tweet. Somebody took a picture. They were there. They're like, I can't confirm De'Aaron Fox was here, and he will miss some games at the start of the season due to this hamstring injury. The hell happened to that hamstring?
Yeah,
that was like a month
weeks
ago, a month and a half ago. Feels
Yeah.
like, and the season don't start for a month, and he gonna miss the start.
Yeah.
Jeez.
You know what else I forgot? It's Clippers Media Day.
Oh, well, yeah. All right, man. Look,
I forgot all about that.
You know, I remembered. Pablo put out another video. Wrap it up.
Yeah.
Wrap it up.
I don't.
All right, man.
I saw the
Wrap it up.
I saw the title of Pablo's video, or I saw some. It was like, oh,
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Hey.
I don't think I'm going to invest
Wrap
my
it up.
time into this one. I'm going to keep it
Wrap
moving.
it up.
Kawhi called it clickbait and conspiracy theories. They said Kawhi.
Is that what Kawhi said?
Yeah. Yeah. We'll play the clip at some point today, but yeah, he said something else that I thought was funny. They said, yeah, I'll have to find the clip. I don't want to get it wrong. I still have some of this stuff in front of me. I think they asked him, were there any services performed for the money that he received? And he said, I don't think that's accurate.
What?
Why? What? What do you not think is accurate? And then
that's not an answer.
Was it Lawrence Frank who was asked? Lawrence Frank was asked whether Dennis Robertson has ever asked the team for extra benefits that would not be permissible under the NBA rules. And Lawrence Frank responded, Dennis knows the rules, Kawhi knows the rules, Mitch Frankel knows the rules, and we know the rules.
Once again, not an answer.
Didn't answer the question again. So now Lawrence Frank and Steve Ballmer have both not answered the question.
And isn't that the same line Steve Ballmer used?
Exactly the same. Exactly the same. Guys, we've got a company line. And we've got more media day ahead here. We'll get back to the NFL as well as we're watching that debacle that was Sunday Night Football take place in front of us on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I don't deal with conspiracies or the clickbait analyst or journalism that's going on. All right, Kawhi.
Oh man, Jesse, it's a wrap. Just retire. Canelo's got to have elbow surgery.
I've been saying he should retire for probably the last 4 fights, to be fair.
They said his return.
He's old, dude. He's done.
He was supposed to come back in February, but now because of the surgery, it might be the third quarter of 2026.
Yeah, he's done. It's over with. He's a legend, all that stuff, but he's old now.
I like DeMar's hair.
Shout out to that brother who escaped ice on a bike.
Oh, I'd seen that.
He escaped ice on a bike with a basket on it. Oh, that's great. That is great.
Stephen Brown, a whole radio show was talking about whether you were real or not, like literally during the radio show. We spent 10 minutes on Kings Media today. Is Stephen Brown real?
True story. Hey.
Well, Stephen Brown is insisting he's real here in the chatty house.
Yeah, just because he's here and he done popped up and said a couple things. I'm not convinced, bro. I'm not convinced.
74% of the people who have voted in the chatty house don't believe Stephen Brown is a real person.
Well, at least his profile picture is of him in the car.
Now pull it up. Let me see.
No, hold on. No, there's Steve.
So
Look,
yeah, like he's in a car. Like that's not
all of the
that's not Getty
pictures-
images.
All of the pictures he's posted has been that person right there.
Well, yeah, that happens on Catfish.
Yeah, that's right. The Catfish don't.
So
they
who
don't
do we,
send different pictures.
Who do we think that guy is?
Like I said, it could be just some family man from like Ohio or something.
Stephen Brown, I demand that you FaceTime us right now.
That's facts. That is facts.
Buckfather says that guy's name is Charles.
Look, I'm dead serious. I ended up doing this just for S and giggles. I said black man stock image.
Oh no.
Is there a difference between Stephen Brown and this? That looked like a Stephen Brown picture. The one where he's sitting down on the chair. Well, it's gonna happen.
Hey, you searching black man stock image is hilarious.
That could be Stephen Brown.
Steven, do you have an Instagram account? Send us.
Yeah.
Steven,
Okay. Yeah. That's all you got to do, Steven. Send us to IG.
Stephen Brown, put your Instagram handle in the chatty house, and this is D-Lo in case he finds out, and we're gonna find out. Black man stock image. God bless it, man.
I was just waiting to see that Stephen Brown photo pop up.
Black man in car stock images. What's that called? Stephen Brown using some free domain picture.
Stephen Brown is in full protest of this, though. He says, I am real. He says the poll is ridiculous.
Well, damn.
No, yeah,
wow.
no. We've let a lot go on today. No. I'm not on this.
On
show,
media
yeah,
day,
that's
too.
crazy.
Sir, we're celebrating the start of a Kings season.
Man said the poll's ridiculous. That's crazy.
Hey, look, they're right in the chatty house. Stephen Brown, he quiet now. He was all active in the chat, so we said, yo, give us some proof. Now we can't. Oh,
so there he is. So he's back.
They didn't even answer the question. Kawhi.
He's like Steve Ballmer over here. Hey, Ballmer. Yo, Steven, just drop the socials in the chatty house.
Just hold up today's newspaper, bro. It's fine.
That's bro.
Hold up today's newspaper. Yeah.
But we need you to post the story to prove you're a real person, or FaceTime us.
Because I'm gonna be real, Steven. I voted no. I voted
yes at first, but then Kenny convinced me.
I voted no. Where you live out in the Bay Area, Steven?
Yeah, just give us an area code.
John says, I have a government search engine. I get help here. John, don't get yourself in trouble. But yeah, go ahead. If you could. You do a quick search. Look, he won't tell us where in the Bay Area he lives. And he still hasn't put his Instagram handle in here.
He was tweeting crazy until we asked those questions.
Man,
we're not tweeting, but yeah.
I got you. Same thing.
I live in Lodi now, unfortunately. How convenient. Since when?
Stephen Brown says, please don't search me. Steven, just give us your social handle and we'll call Pablo off. It'll be the end of it. It'll be over. We just need your Instagram handle or we need you to FaceTime us. That's all you got to do.
We're bullying Stephen Brown. They're giving his location.
Alpha says, I got fam in Lodi. We can find him. Let's see what Scott Perry talking about. I'm gonna ask Scott Perry. Scott Perry, is Stephen Brown real?
Scott Perry had a nice Monday motivation today too.
Oh, did he? Yeah. Okay. I like Scott Perry a lot.
I do too.
2025 heading into the season. I know you have your 6 staples that you want to have. But
Absolutely.
Is there any part of this that is intriguing and exciting to see what you actually have on the floor?
Well, you're always excited at this time of year, but of course, like I said, those 6 principles, and just for those of you who haven't heard them, but we want to be competitive, tough, team-oriented, accountable, disciplined, and professional. And so everything that we do this year, I'm going to look at it through those pillars, on the court, off the court, and how we are holding up to those values. So that's what I'm most excited about, because again, like I've said to many of you, it's about establishing an identity this year of who the Sacramento Kings are going to be, both on and off the basketball court.
What did you make of this offseason just around the league? It seemed like such a strange offseason because the apron system and the restricted free agency market. I guess, what did you just make of this year and how unique it was?
Yeah, well, having been away for the last 2 years, there definitely was some uniqueness to it. I think a number of organizations are adjusting to this new world with the first and second aprons. So you probably didn't see as much activity as normal as what I was used to. But like anything else, I think you're going to see everybody adjust, and that includes us.
How much were you focusing on what Dennis was doing in Euro play, and what do you think of his performance there?
I obviously kept my eye on Dennis and what he was doing, and stayed in contact with him. Was really happy for him, because I know how much it meant to him and his country, for him not only to play well, but go ahead and win the championship and be the MVP of that tournament with so many great players in the tournament. So great accomplishment for him. I think that allows him to come here with even a little more confidence and really ready to take on this task and helping this basketball team improve this year.
With the additions and subtractions to your roster, what are just your overall thoughts of what you have?
I can probably better answer that once we start practicing. I like to be able to work with everybody. But I like, again, we talked about Dennis, his addition, those 6 values and pillars. He really brings those things. Felt we needed that. I know coming into the job, just kind of looking at the team from afar, felt the point guard was an area of need. Dennis addresses that. We've talked a lot about our young guys. I really was impressed with our young players that we drafted, both Nick Clifford and Maxime Renault this offseason. So now I'm really anxious to see how those guys transition to the real NBA now, and how quickly they come along and develop. So excited to see that. Added Drew Eubanks as well to the backup center position. Love his athleticism. He's always been a tough player as I've watched him from around the league. And so we'll see how all these guys come together and how quickly they can come together.
Scott, to the previous question about kind of this summer being unique and challenging probably in some ways, how much did that hinder, if at all, like some of the things you wanted to do, and what are the goals you still have in front of you in terms of building this roster up?
Look, my job is to each and every day assess this team and try to figure out how to get better. Obviously, what I came into in terms of salary structure and everything, that was already in place. So really for me, it's going to be getting a chance to work with these guys and evaluate them and how they fit and how they live and practice and play by those 6 pillars that I want to develop.
We got an update today about the finalization of your front office staff, and then of course Doug building his coaching staff. Just from a overall view of the team that you've been able to put together in the basketball operations side, how confident and excited are you with that group?
Oh, I'm super excited. We've got a very diverse group, a lot of experience. So I'm really happy about it. If you first to address the front office side of things, I just really like how we're working together. We're coming out of our kickoff meetings where we spent 3 days together, really getting organized and drilling down on what our processes are going to be, because this is really our first opportunity to do that as a whole. So I'm excited about that. And then really excited about the coaching staff as well, too. I think the coaching staff is really going to supplement and complement Doug Christie and what he does. Having a guy like Mike Woodson, who's been a long time head coach in this league, I think it's going to be invaluable to him on the sideline. Bobby Jackson has left here, gone and had great experience when he was at Philadelphia. Obviously knows Doug as a teammate, brings a certain skill set as well. And then Mike Miller filling out the front of the bench, who I had the pleasure of working with in New York. He was our head G League coach, and then we hired him as our interim head coach, who did a phenomenal job. So that experience to help Doug, and what Doug brings naturally, his leadership, his ability to bring guys together, but they're bringing a wealth of experience in this league to help us be prepared for games and practices for the entire year.
Scott, you've been linked to a player over in Golden State for a number of weeks now.
Who's that?
Jonathan Kuminga. I would say, though, I know you can't comment on the trade, but how finalized is this roster heading into camp, or are you still looking at making moves?
Look, as we sit here today, this is our team, and I'm excited about what we have going into this year. And again, my job each and every day is to listen, see what's happening out there. Can we get better? But I'm pleased going into training camp and really
trying to get
looking
Scott fined.
forward to the first practice tomorrow and start to work with these guys on this roster that we currently have.
A couple of young guys.
BJ Armstrong, what is his I got to shout. BJ Armstrong, what is this dude's surrounding his team?
No, BJ is our assistant general manager, and BJ brings a wealth of experience to this position. Obviously, I've known BJ a long time, but to have somebody working right beside me who obviously had a very successful playing career as a 3-time champion with the Chicago Bulls. He was a front office executive for 5 or 6 years in Chicago as well, and then a long-time agent. So he's been on every side of the business. So those experiences that he brings to the table and can share, and he has really assimilated himself extremely well with the entire front office group as well as the coaching group. So he's been a tremendous asset, and so happy to have him working beside him each and every day.
A couple of young guys. Wins and losses. Will there be anything beyond wins and losses that you evaluate to see a product of success this year?
No, to me, I'm looking at, are we fighting every day? That's what, again, are we following those 6 pillars, and each and every night, are we laying it all on the line? If we're giving everything we have each and every night, whether it's practice, or game, then I can live with whatever the results are going to be. But I think it's extremely important, though, that we identify and establish this culture this year. It's all about that, because if you want to build a sustainable winner, you have to have a foundation. And our foundation has got to be rooted in how hard we play, how tough we are, and how we do this as a team and do this together. So that's what I'm really evaluating this year.
A couple of young guys in Keon and Keegan are not signed beyond this season. Just where are you at with those guys in terms of your evaluation, and how's communication been with those two?
Communication has been very good with those guys. Obviously, I'm not going to ever talk about any contractual stuff publicly like that, but enjoy working with both of those young men. Both of them are class young guys. I'm looking forward to the very first practice with them tomorrow. Obviously watched them from afar, met them through the pre-draft process back when I was in New York, but really excited about them and their futures, and we'll go from there.
Scott, you mentioned Doug a couple of times. What have you just learned about his love for the community, the organization? How good does it feel to give him this opportunity from the jump?
I can think of no better ambassador for this team and this community than Doug Christie. I was here 8 years ago, and Doug didn't have the microphones like you guys did, but he was, doing television, and got to know him well, and just his love and understand his passion for this community. Having worked with him every day now for the past 6 months, you just see it, you feel it, you hear it in his voice, and he wants to bring, as I do, and everybody here in this building wants to bring a sustainable winner to this organization. He lived it. He was a big part of it, along with his teammates years ago, that made the Sacramento Kings one of the top teams in the league. So, and Doug, you got a guy that's committed to making that happen each and every day.
Can you say, when back to Keon and Keegan, just how you view their seasons and what will go into the decisions you make?
I view their season. I view them to come out and play the very best basketball that they can. So, it's really that simple. And just display what they're capable of doing on a nightly basis, not only them, but everybody on this roster.
I buried my head at Chris Peterman after that. Look, hey, ask me one more time about Keon and Keegan, Chris. It's gonna be me and you.
That's my boy Scott Perry, man. I like Scott Perry.
Yeah, so do I. Love Chris Peterman too.
Yes.
Couple of things stood out. One, that he does not tip his hand on anything. He also knows how to navigate media stuff.
Savvy vet.
Yeah, he'd been in the game, and he's not a mute.
No.
Or a socially awkward human being. Like, he enjoys talking to people. He talked about foundation and building a foundation and using this year to help build a foundation. I like that a lot because everyone talks about rebuilding. And I've always said this team hasn't built anything. You can't rebuild. You never had anything. You're just starting over. You're just like swiping everything off the table and going, all right, let's go again. And hearing someone talk about building a foundation is pretty dope. Like, listening to an individual like Scott Perry, who seems to be looking forward, right? He's not making moves just for the immediacy, just right now. He's looking at how he can build, a term that he used, a sustainable winner over the course of the next handful of seasons. And I feel like so many people have fallen short on that. It does fall a bit into the protection conversation, the pick protection conversation. Oh, if it fails, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be here anyway. And I get that from our perspective, from TC's perspective, from yours, mine. From Scott's perspective, Scott's like, I'm going to be here in 5 years. And I've got to, like, that pick may the protection on that pick may not seem like it. Oh, sure, maybe it's not a big deal right now. The protection on that pick could have massive value, or lack of protection on that pick could have greater value later. Why utilize it now? Again, I think that tells us something about how he feels about Jonathan Kuminga. Likes, not loves. Right. And there's a big difference between liking someone and loving someone. Right. And it feels like Scott Perry, his front office team, Doug, they like Jonathan Kuminga. They really like the idea of having him on the Sacramento Kings. But do they love him? Is it a surefire bet? I'm not sure that that's the case.
That all makes perfect sense to me. I get it. There's a part of me that, and maybe it's the impatient side of me,
sure,
that says, if that pick that you're protecting is so valuable at that point, I probably don't want you here at that point. Because what are we, 6 years from now? And we like, damn, we might be the number one, have the number one pick. You probably haven't done a good job.
Sure. Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's also the
you're supposed to help keep us from that.
right.
Yeah.
That's also probably the impatient side of me talking about that. So I get him, not necessarily wanting to just move on from that all willy-nilly. And I also understand what you're talking about as well. And I think that it's spot on when you say it's something where, I like Jonathan Kuminga a lot. I don't know if I like him that much. I like him. I don't know if I like him that much. And yeah, that's perfectly fair.
It's like if you look out, you lay all your assets out, and you look and you come up with a path forward, right? What can make us? Who can make us deviate from this path that we have put out in front of us? Doesn't feel like Jonathan Kuminga is a guy that they're willing to deviate for.
Right.
And that's where you have to ask yourself as a Kings fan, is this change for change's sake? Because if your front office feels this way, if your front office is like, we're not willing to do this, as much as Sacramento Kings front offices have betrayed you in the past, like, all right, I'm going to give Scott Perry, BJ Armstrong, his team, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to trust what they know to get through this. Now, if you're wrong, you're going to hear about it. But right now, all right, you're new and you haven't failed me, so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and And even to that point, it's just like, oh man, like the Scott Perry, BJ Armstrong, man, we really like Jonathan Kuminga. We're even willing to deviate a little bit from our plan, but everybody got a limit,
Yeah.
to what they're doing. Like even if just throw some random out there, like, yeah, we'd give up some first round picks for Giannis for sure.
Mm-hmm.
We wouldn't give up 9.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like every plan has a limit.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe there's a lot that they would do for Jonathan Kuminga. They really do like him. It's not just so. It's like there's a lot that we would do outside of what we normally would do to go get Jonathan Kuminga. But there's a ceiling to it. There's a limit to it. And I'm protecting that pick, especially when we kind of feel like we don't have to, may be the limit. Or obviously seems to be the limit for where they're willing to go to get Jonathan Kuminga.
We'll have clips ahead from Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis, Dennis Schroder.
Are we playing the game with Sabonis?
Oh, yes, we are.
Let's go.
Great call. It by all
10 second or less with Domantas Sabonis.
Pause.
No.
Yeah.
Play on.
No, that feels a little.
We won't throw a flag, but that's a technical foul right there.
Football needs technical fouls.
Yeah.
It looks like DeMar DeRozan may have had the best media scrum of the day. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Okay.
We can turn that around. Let me get in the lab and I'll add the bleeps.
Yeah.
No, so we just so DeMar cusses, but because we don't know where, it's not. We can't just put the clip on.
Yeah.
And so Jesse will look at it.
Jesse said, "Let me get in the lab."
Yeah, we'll
noob
see.
Headphones.
We'll see. We'll see what we could do here with the DeMar DeRozan clip. But we'll hear from Zach LaVine, Domas, Dennis Schroder here. I'm not confident James Ham is going to be with us today. He's out at Media Day. Hey, and congratulations to our man Leezy.
Big ups.
Leezy is out covering his first Media Day.
That's what's up, man.
For the Sacramento Kings. So he's been covering the Sac State football. He's been covering Sac State basketball, Sac State practices, and he was able to get his first Media Day here with the Sacramento Kings. So big thanks to Mike.
He's on a generational run right now. Shout out to Leezy.
He is. He's about to drop Not Like Us any minute, man. Like he's killing it. And maybe we'll get him out to the Republic game on Saturday.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm looking forward to that. I've been looking forward to that.
Yeah, that's gonna be dope. I can't wait for that one. Cannot wait.
Did you see? Just because we'll have plenty. We'll get back to the NFL. We will get back to the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make sure this is Sacramento, baby. This is the start of a new season here. We want to make sure we cover what we.
Yes, sir. That's Mando.
Cover the meat and bread, as TC would say. Did you see the A's jerseys for next year?
I did, and I can't wait to get one.
Put your order in, huh?
I can't wait to get one. I'm copping one.
You mean you're not mad?
No.
Oh, now they do it.
People were offended that now they decided.
Well, it is kind of funny. Like they sat down and had an end of year meeting. Hey guys, what went wrong? Well, we alienated the city we're playing in. All right, we'll put Sacramento on the jersey then.
Yeah.
All right.
That makes sense to me.
Better late than never.
Yeah, it makes sense to me, and but you know me. I'm not. I haven't taken any of this personal with Fisher being here. None of that. Like it don't bother me if it says Sacramento on it. I'm gonna appreciate it for what it is and the time that they're here. Then yeah, but these are things that the way I'm going about it, we're never gonna have Major League Baseball here again.
Yeah.
So while it's here and something says Sacramento, I'm gonna swoop it up. I'm gonna enjoy it because it's gonna be a history lesson in about 5 years.
Let me ask you something. What if it wasn't the A's? What if it was the Dodgers?
No, I don't think I could rock with them. There's too much history there. It's too much history. I don't think I could rock with them.
You wouldn't cheer them on or nothing?
Nah.
Wow.
That'd be pretty bad if you did. No.
Nah, you got
Yeah.
There's too much history there, man.
What if they moved here to stay?
I couldn't rock with him. I'm sorry.
Wow.
There's too much history.
If the Sacramento Dodgers were a full-time baseball
Sounds
team,
gross.
it does sound pretty
Sounds
bad.
horrible.
That sounds
Still
awful.
bad.
You wouldn't you just hate him.
That'd be the one Sacramento team that I couldn't rock.
You know what would be funny is Jason Jones would probably hate him too. He'd probably like, forget it.
That'd be the one Sacramento team I couldn't rock. It's just, like I said, too much history, man. Too much history.
That's funny. Y'all are funny.
But I can't wait.
Look, I see y'all, Marcus, Katrina, Scooter. Y'all hate Sacramento, man.
You hate the Sacramento Dodgers, yeah. Hell yeah. I know we're gonna get back to media day and some other stuff. I want to ask you one more thing when we come back about that Sacramento A's jersey.
Okay. We have a lot we're going to try to cover over the course of the next hour and some change. So
don't feel forced to talk about football today. Don't feel forced. It's okay.
Well,
no, it's okay.
I
We just leave the NFL alone.
Well, there were some really good games
Who
yesterday.
cares?
Besides that one,
I don't know because I didn't watch any of the highlight shows afterwards, so I don't know if they had good games or not.
Such a child. Steelo and Casey on ESPN 1320. One clip is fine. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Shout out to the Dolphins and Jets. So bad, they're just going to run back the fake spike play all day.
You should let me love you. That's a great song. Great song. I'm gonna go grab my juice real quick, y'all. Hang tight. Look, if I get up and move, it'll be like Stephen Brown's here. I'll be right back. Oh, we back. I hope this is good.
Are you drinking? Yeah, what does that taste like? It's water, right?
No, it's like sweet tea with like, but not like crazy sweet.
So they got different stuff. Like, do they have water too? Their own type?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they do. All right. So we're going to get that DeMar DeRozan clip edited and run onto the show for you, because apparently he was cooking, and a lot of us are. I am absolutely anxious to hear what he has to say. We'll dive into. We'll attempt to, because I don't think James is going to be with us today. James is obviously at Media Day, so we'll have the opportunity to touch on a couple of the football games that we actually haven't talked much football at all. A lot of this stuff might have to wait till tomorrow. There's actually just a long list of stuff. We haven't even mentioned Bob Melvin was fired.
Yeah, well,
you seem devastated.
Heartbroken.
Yeah, I see that. What did you want to ask me about Sacramento?
The new jerseys with the A's. Some people are trying to draw a correlation to maybe things aren't going as smooth as they thought in Las Vegas. I don't look at it that way, but I want to get your opinion.
I thought maybe things aren't going as smooth as they hoped in Sacramento.
There's
That's
that.
how I read it.
Yeah.
It's like I wasn't kidding a second ago. Hey guys, what do you think went wrong this year? Well, we alienated the city we're playing. Okay. Well, that's an easy fix. Let's just throw Sacramento on a jersey or a hat or something and keep it moving. I don't think this has anything to do with Las Vegas. I think the crowds they expected came out for, the Phillies and the Giants and the big boys when they were here, and the Yankees. And I think you got fine attendance the rest of the way, but I don't think it was what they hoped. And they're trying to find ways to fix that. And one of them, and the problem is, you only get, what's the line? You don't get a second chance to make a first impression. Yeah, like you don't. Like your impression has been made. Hey, look, we're just a booty call till your main chick is free, and it's like, all right, like I don't. The people who you frustrated this year, I don't know that you're going to be able to win them over. I thought it was I thought it was trash, but it didn't, like, it's not why I wasn't at a game this year.
Right.
I think it had more to do with Sacramento than anything that had to do with Las Vegas.
I agree. I just, and I don't want to say that didn't affect anything, because there are clearly people who said they didn't embrace it because they didn't put Sacramento on anything. It just didn't bother me. Like you said, I wasn't going to go or not go based on whether or not they had Sacramento jerseys or a Sacramento hat. Like, it was that didn't really affect me, but it affected some people. They said they wouldn't be interested in the team and what they were doing unless they had some acknowledgement towards Sacramento. So I guess this is one step towards that. Now, the question I would ask those people are you going to go to games now because of it? Are you going to embrace the team now because they have one jersey that says Sacramento? It's not even their main jersey. It's
I think the answer is no.
So that's when I would call fake hustle on your reasons before. Because they did what you asked to do. I know it's not the first time.
But that's what I mean. Like, you don't get a second chance to make a first impression. I don't think you're winning those people over. Like, if this is, what do they say, 3 years? Let's say 4.
Mm-hmm.
You tricked off one of them. You kind of showed us how you felt. Yeah, why bother at this point? Yeah, I might still go see the Yankees. I might still go see the Giants when they pull up, or whatever, the Dodgers here next year, whatever it is.
I'm wearing my Sacramento jersey when the Dodgers come to town. I'll be hazed out.
As you should. As you should. You're probably going to have your Sacramento jersey on with like a Giants hat.
That works.
Yeah. You're going to you look like when Dusty Baker was here the other day. But I'm not mad at them for doing it. Yeah, it's cool. Like, do it. Just, I know I recognize what it is. Like, all the Major League Baseball did this. That's probably another thing that's worth pointing out. It wasn't just the A's. Like I told you when I went to T-Mobile in Seattle, it said it's the weekend the Giants were here. It said FS Athletics.
Mm-hmm.
It was the only one. Everything else was the abbreviations of the city. Except for the A's, it was SF versus the Athletics.
Mm-hmm.
That's not an A's thing. It's like, yeah, we're not referencing Sacramento.
Well, that is the A's. Well,
I don't
in
think it
conjunction with
is.
Major
I
League
think that's
Baseball.
Major League Baseball.
I think they're in conjunction.
They've been in conjunction since this all started. Rob Manfred agreed to that.
But I think John Fisher,
because Manfred could have
also-
said no.
Mm-hmm.
You have a home for. We're not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
That's.
But that's my point.
This is what I'm saying.
Like
that's
Fisher-
bad business.
Right. Fisher, let's just say, I think he started it. Said, no, we're not going to refer to ourselves to Sacramento A's. And Manfred okayed it and went along with it. I think
Well,
they worked
Dumb and
together.
Dumber out here trying to lead this this messed up layover,
Mhm.
and yeah, that's.
And I don't think that's changing either. I think you're going to get your little alternate jersey, which we did,
Mhm.
Cop,
Mhm.
but I don't think they're going to be SAC next year.
Oh no, I don't think. Oh yeah, yeah, probably not. Probably not. It's like when teams wear Negro League jerseys or Rochester Royals jerseys. It's like, oh, okay, you throw us a bone.
The
All right,
town.
boss. The town. Bro, you talk about pandering. Man, you talk about pandering.
Do you think the A's are going to wear their Sacramento jersey in Las Vegas when they play 6 times next year?
No, that's a no for me, dog.
That's where they unveil
That's a no for me, dog.
the alternate.
Or City Edition that we're wearing 47 times.
City Edition.
Let's go to Dennis Schroder. See what Dennis Schroder
It's
talking
my
about.
boy. I'm becoming a Schroder fan. That's my boy, man.
Yeah, I'm with you. Here's Dennis Schroder Media Day, courtesy of Matt George and ABC 10.
Getting the rest, you had a chance to rest.
And just real quick, for those that aren't watching, that was very nice of you to loan Dennis your earrings. That was very nice of you. Make sure Dennis looks right on Media Day. That's a good look.
That's all.
That's
him.
well done.
That's all him. That ain't.
That's comfortably 5 to 6.
I was about to say, how much do those go for? I was gonna say.
No, I was
5.
talking about carrots.
Oh, yeah. I can't even begin to think, but I would. What's that?
Don't act like you don't know.
Is that
Look
a
at check it.
$10,000 earring?
Check it.
$10,000 pair of earrings.
Oh, comfortably. Yeah. Check your
gonna look
insurance.
that
You know
up.
how much. Don't act like you don't know.
I don't know.
Don't
not for
act
that.
like you don't know. Here's Dennis Schroder.
That thing. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I spent time with my family back home. A few days, with my mom, with my brothers, my siblings, and then had a lot of events, for my kids' book, what came out this summer, and then we had to head back yesterday.
A lot of you.
So now your thoughts on the team. Seem like
First thing, he sounds exhausted. Like, this does not sound like his first day at work. He sounds exhausted.
everything else you see to do all around you. How do you feel about it?
I mean, we're going to see tomorrow. I think we had dinner last night. Great group of guys. Scott Perry, who doing a great job of creating the identity, how we want to play and how we want to be as organization. Looking forward to it. And yeah, it starts tomorrow where we have to kind of build that, trust, the chemistry as a team, and be ready for, preseason games.
A lot of your new teammates seem pretty locked into the Eurobasket run and paying attention. Did they say anything to you when you got back just about the run that you had with Germany?
Yeah, of course. I mean, they said congrats, and they watched. I think it was a historic, summer for Germany and how we played. I think it was awesome, and hopefully we can bring some success, to this organization, how we want to play, and make it to the playoffs.
What advantage does that give you coming into training camp, having played that high level of basketball so recently, that you can kind of hit the ground running?
I think it's always great to play, first off, represent Germany, but
sorry to do this. I can be overruled. He's boring the hell out of me.
Oh no.
I'm just like, he is. I want to hear him talk, but he's just doing it in a way that is absolutely putting me to sleep.
Well, He's tired.
Okay, all right. I'll let it ride. It's God damn. Wake me up when he's.
European Championships is always great competition, and I think it's great. You always get better. It's better than every practice, and so the games was good. Exhibition games was good, and I'm always fortunate to do it.
Dennis, what makes this a good fit for you with Doug's offense? What makes this the right place for you?
I think just playing with pace, defensively picking up 94 feet, bringing intensity on that end, kind of that dog mentality. Offensively playing with pace, sharing the ball, move the defense side to side, and I think that's how we play with the national team, and we had a lot of success that way, and I hope that we can come together as a team doing the same things, and it's going to be really, really hard to stop us then.
Dennis, to your point about defense, how important is it for you to kind of set the tone at that end and help that become part of this team's identity?
I always, did it my whole life. That's how I started, became a chance. I think 11 years ago, my second year, because I picked up 94 feet and changed the game. And that's a part of my game, and I always try to do the right things for the team. And defensively, I think we can pick it up another level, and that's the reason why I'm here, I think.
And Doug was that kind of guy too. Just to follow up, Doug was that kind of guy too. How much have you enjoyed your conversations with him? What are your biggest takeaways from talking to him so far?
It's great. You want that dog mentality. You don't really have to change. Conversation's been great with him and Scott. And that's the reason why I chose this organization, because I think they want to head into a direction how I want to play. And
Yeah, it's coming into a team that they didn't live up to expectations last year, and this year you're going to be a key piece of changing things. Is there any pressure on yourself coming into this season to change things?
Basketball is my hobby. I made it into. I can have my family, feed my family. In basketball, sports, I don't think it's pressure with me. Pressure is when you're 15 and your dad passed away, and you got to see how your family is get food on the table. So at the end of the day, that's is basketball, and I enjoy it. I play it. I give everything I have. If it's not going my way, it's not going my way. I'm gonna keep working. But it's never pressure.
Hey, Dennis, you were really outspoken about some racial things that happened internationally right there. Did that change your focus or anything, as far as your play on the court?
No, not really. It made me go harder and win the title for Germany. I think everybody, my teammates, they supported me. They was there, they wanted to win it because of that as well, because of our coach, who was really sick and sacrificed his life to be with us. And I think those things, tied us together, and we just went out and compete on the highest level.
This is too dark. We got coaches sick, risking their life. We got dads dying. Dennis. I'm really excited you're here, Dennis. But I'll talk to you after you get a nap.
By the way, I looked up first one I can find. Shane Co. 6-carat VVS earrings, $13,000.
I think it's really cute that you're pretending that you don't know what all of this terminology means.
Well, I know what the terminology means. That doesn't mean I have them.
VVS. What could that be? I don't know.
I know what
you loaned Dennis your earrings, man. It's fine. He's probably worried about something happening to him. Okay. All right. Hold on. The full disclosure here. Keegan, Keon, Dennis, 9 minutes and change.
Yeah.
Scott, 11. Mm-hmm. Doug, 11. Domas, 5.
Come on, man.
50.
Hey. All right. So let's just do it right now. Prize Picks is good to be right. Make sure you put in the promo code KIFM When you put in your first $5 lineup, you get $50 towards your first $5 lineup. Put in promo code KIFM.
Yeah.
You go to prizepicks.com for more details. Must be present in certain states. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. More or less 5.5 times he gets over 10 seconds.
5.5 times? Less.
Okay.
Less.
Just so you went in on this, 5.5 is the number. He goes over 10 seconds.
Said it's 5.5.
Yeah.
I'll go less too.
Ooh.
I don't know. It's
I'm
first
gonna go
day of
more.
school. I'm gonna go more. So it's first
Yeah,
day
I'm
of
gonna go
school.
more.
Doma's probably happy.
I'm living on the edge here.
You're going more.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking the less.
Mm.
I'm taking the less. I did skip forward because James said, so I skipped a little. Oh, I only skipped 22 seconds. James said someone cussed at the beginning of his clip, but I don't, I think it was, I don't know if it was just in the background. I'm not sure. So
Some professionalism.
yeah,
Media
Jesse
guys.
don't go anywhere. We'll figure this out together. Okay. Domas, does he talk over the numbers 10 seconds?
10 seconds.
Okay, here we go.
DeMar said last year was a shit show. I'm curious.
Jesus Christ.
Joe, dude.
Yeah.
Go take a lap, Deuce.
I literally skipped right to it.
Yeah. Oh my God. Wow. The nerve. Hey, Deuce has been around the game for a minute. You think, wow. That counts too. That counts as Deuce cussing on this show.
Dave may not think so. That's hilarious. He skipped
yeah,
right
it's
to
fine.
it.
Literally
So I'm watching him
You play
talk
it twice
like,
more, we'd be fine.
like, no, I'm gonna get past the first question because Ham said it was at the beginning, and so I got past the first question, which I mean, and by the way, question and answer got to 22 goddamn seconds.
I get it though. Like DeMar said that earlier, and it's like, how do you paraphrase what DeMar said? You just kind of
Yeah,
just
you
gotta
just kind of got to
say
say it. I
Gotta
guess.
say it. Yeah.
Guess you just
I'm
got to
sorry,
say
you
it.
just gotta say it.
That's freaking Deuce.
Don't say
All
it
right.
again, dude.
Hey guys, I fast forwarded it, so I think we're fine. Clip media plays. Oh no.
That was hell fun. Like right there,
Yeah.
right at the moment.
It's amazing. What a loser.
Dave just led us to the edge of the cliff.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I was quoting.
Yeah.
So, how did you process last year? Just like looking ahead.
It definitely was tough. I feel like a lot of us, especially for me personally, went through a lot of new experiences for the first time, throughout a season. And just learning how to deal with it, move forward. It was tough because no one knew who was staying, who was going to be here, and we just tried to do the best we could.
Wow, talking
16.
more. Wow.
Maybe that clarity that you were looking for this offseason to know that things were going to be okay.
Scott's done a great job of making it clear of how he wants to play, how he wants his organization run, and what to believe in. And it aligns with a lot of the players here. So that's a really good start.
Oh, 11-4.
Yes,
No!
Dennis is fantastic. He's been proving it, in FIBA the last couple of years, doing amazing things, and apart from having a high IQ who can get all of us, in the right position, he's also going to go out there and guard.
Can you explain how difficult it is to do what he's done, winning all those European titles and the MVP?
What he's done the last 4 years, how do you explain in NBA terms? I don't know. Like three-peat and being an MVP, basically.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Domas, you alluded
Still
over the summer somewhere to changes in the offense, and with Doug coming back, what's that going to look like in terms of comparatively to what you've done?
He's going to want us, to be all over the floor. All over the floor. It doesn't matter if I'm 5-man, I can be out on the 3-point line more, spacing. He wants just to make it more difficult for teams to guard us. And using me a bit differently than I have been used in the past.
Does that mean even if you're still initiating somewhere, maybe doing it in different places, different spots on the floor?
Exactly. Little things like, if I'm the dunker, space out instead of being there, trying to make, the big guard not a non-traditional way.
Domas, you spent the last 2 years traveling the world with Doug. How do you help him sort of be the voice?
How many are we at right now?
We're at 3. He needs 6.
He needs 6. We're at 3. There's 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the video.
It's gonna be tough.
Sorry,
Hey,
3
Casey,
minutes. There's 3 minutes and 20 seconds left.
We took what did we take the over on? The more on?
the
Fine.
amount of times he would have an answer over 10 seconds.
More. I said
Okay,
more
yeah,
than
all right.
five.
So yeah, I think okay.
Yeah. He's got 3. That last one was only 7 seconds.
Oh, this was tough. Okay, this is tough.
Come on,
Domas.
Some shots up.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely a bit tough for him. He's been the fun, cool assistant coach for a long time, and now he's gonna have to be real with some of the guys, even myself. So definitely any way I can help him out there, throughout the season. Thing I love about it, is me and him have a great relationship that we can be honest to each other, and we only want what's best for us.
Chatterbox
that counts as
today.
5.
Wow.
Mind you, nothing over
That's great.
20.
And when you reflect on that, and
Yeah.
what your father has done, and the legacy that you've been trying to build,
Yeah.
just how incredible is that?
It's cool. It's very cool. Kids are getting older, so they're starting to understand it too. So it just makes it even more exciing.
Oh,
Oh, he's gonna cook this one.
Yeah.
Por primero, olvidar todo, olvidar de lo que pasó el año pasado y todos somos nuevos, del jefe, del entrenador, todo, y vamos a empezar mañana.
Oh,
what was it?
It was like 9.8.
That's my boy.
Did you hit start at are you sure you hit start at the right time?
I got it. I got it all. Pause.
I was getting ready
Play
to.
on.
There's only so much that Doug can do taking over midseason, Zach
Yeah.
can do being implemented
You don't wanna
midseason,
listen
having a full training camp, a summer, and then preseason to work together. How big of a difference do you expect that to make?
I'm excited. The coaches have been working. The biggest thing was we needed a training camp or whatever it was. So I'm excited now that we start tomorrow and really start getting to learn this new offense, these new defensive schemes, and see how it's going to benefit everyone.
Let's go.
We need one more, right?
Yeah.
Come
Come on, Domas.
Where you at,
Get us
Tom?
out of here,
Yeah.
babe.
What
Come on,
do you think
Domas.
about that? Would you be in favor?
Yeah, of course. I think that would be a lot of fun.
Oh no.
And I feel like guys will compete. If I go, I'll definitely compete. No matter what the game is, and it's definitely excited. It'll definitely catch on more globally for sure.
Let's go.
Now you all
13.8.
talkative all of a sudden.
13.8. Let's
Now you all
go.
talkative.
I'm
A whole off season goes by. Now you just want to be a little chatterbox.
13.8 for the win. Let's go, Domas. Let's go.
Easy money right there.
Hey, well, okay.
You gotta wait mid-season for the 10 seconds or
How-
less, bro.
how
He's
long-
already pissed off.
How long would the answer be if you cut out the
Oh no, that's all part of the game.
Nah, and I got questions about the
No,
clock.
it's like the same
I
way.
got questions about
What,
the
you think
clock.
what you think they needed me in Dallas last night? Is that what you're saying? Hey, Michael Irvin was mad too. He's like, "Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? That should be 0."
But it wasn't. All right,
Oh,
here's the rest of Domont. No stakes now. I guess we just have to listen to Domont's talk.
We also have Sarich, and those guys, bring
I'll
all
take
different
10
types
seconds or less now.
different characteristics to the team, and I'm excited. We're going to battle it out throughout training camp.
Last year, a 3-point percentage for you skyrocketed. The volume went
Yeah.
up. Are you expecting even another level with that, or are you happy with where it was?
Yeah, of course. I shot a pretty good level. I think it was like 2 or something attempts. So the goal is to get those attempts higher. And what I worked on was basically having a quicker release. So I just feel more comfortable getting them up.
Do you want to get back to whether it's the DHOs or a lot of the two-man game, especially with yourself, DeMar,
Yeah.
yourself, Zach LaVine? Just has that been an emphasis on this group?
The offense, we've only got little things throughout the summer, so we don't know the full package. I was used differently towards the end of the year, and hopefully this summer, what we've talked about is that we're going to try and focus on other ways where we can involve everybody.
What do you make of Malik's kind of situation, having to be, sort of the subject of like some speculation over the summer, and now to come back? And
It's definitely not fun. Especially a guy who loves Sacramento like Malik does. I love him here, and but he's been nothing but a true pro. Guys have been coming in early, working together. And he's been here every day and showing his face, and he's ready.
What a disgusting display.
Disgusting.
That's harsh.
Absolute disgusting display from Domantas Sabonis right there.
Now I'm gonna have to go back and actually listen to the things he was saying.
Still didn't actually have an answer over 20 seconds.
No, that would be blasphemy. He ain't doing that. He ain't doing that. Once again, I've talked about how I'm a mark for like these, these docuseries and the SEC and Jerry Jones and the Cowboys and stuff. And Oh no, media day vibes seem up.
Yeah.
Am I being a mark for hearing these guys?
Are they ever down?
Here's the interesting thing. Maybe they never were down, but everything around the Kings was so down.
Yeah.
That we thought that we didn't even think anything. Maybe we just projected. Oh yeah, Domas hates it here, and Malik is going to be miserable because of the trade stuff, and Keon's pissed off about what happened, and we just thought everything was down. Maybe they never were.
We're just judging off vibes, but it feels kind of like today was kind of like they let a sigh of relief out or let a breath out. Just whatever the chaos that was going on last year, just kind of kind of cleared that out. Now it's a fresh start.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll come back. We'll hear from DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine as well.
There we go.
Steeler 1 KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Wasn't Zach LaVine a chatty patty? Didn't he have a lot to say? Didn't we do that game
Oh,
with Zach
we
last
did,
year?
but his answers were to over.
Yeah.
We set a high number for
It's like 45 seconds.
I think that's right.
What did you guys do on the radio today? Oh, we played more or less for these guys' answers, and we decided we guessed whether or not this one listener is real. Chatty Patty is a thing, no?
Absolutely. What are you talking about?
Chatty Cathy, Chatty Patty as well, though.
Chatty Patty been a thing. Schroder, Norm. You guys got to step your game up. Nah, fam. What are you talking about? Like, what? Fam, Dame Dash said it like 2 years ago.
Where have you been, Cheeses?
Now, Dame might have gotten it wrong. I don't know, but literally, yeah, Chatty Patty. Heard it plenty of times. And then Chatty Patty became because it was a crazy interview, not this past interview, but the one before what Dame was so crazy. It became like that's just something that you said in the cultures. You would call people a Chatty Patty.
I did look it up. Chatty Cathy was first. 1960s Mattel doll.
Well, salute to
Chatty
them.
Chatty Pathy was in the 80s. Chatty Patty. Oh, never mind. Jesus with us.
Nah, John. No. I don't really like the shoes that much.
Yeah, all good. Young Sav. We got the edited version ready to go. Shout out Scooter. He listens.
Young Sav ain't in here talking about these Chargers today.
Yeah, Ash and Young Sav.
Well, they had a lot to say first 3 weeks of the season.
Hey, words are tough, Marcus.
Young Sav, I understand. I feel the same way.
Yeah, poor Herbert was running for his life that entire game.
All right, as promised, DeMar DeRozan today at Media Day.
gets a full training camp, a summer to implement new things, what do you think that's going to unlock for him and for you guys?
I think it just give us what we needed. Last year was one for the books for me. There's so much stuff from start to end. Just be honest with you, it was just a lot of that was going on that internally we tried to fight through as players, and I can only imagine from the coaching staff, and with so much change from the front office. Y'all know it was a lot going on. But we, with the guys that was here, we still try to manage to make something out of it, and from that moment on when things started to change, I knew if we had the opportunity to be under Doug and see Doug's vision and have a training camp with Doug, with the players we needed, we could do something, and we didn't have that, last year because so much stuff was happening. So I think this time around, you'll see a much different team.
Training camp hasn't even started yet, but have you already noticed kind of that reset and the difference from the chaos of last year?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. It's not nobody's fault. We all have issues internally with our jobs and everything, and sometimes you gotta learn how to pivot and maneuver through that. And I think that's just what it was. Just call it what it was. Last year, it just was internally a show. And this time around, we got a chance to make right of the wrongs that kind of happened.
Debo, how did you get to remove yourself from that dark cloud going into an off season and then finding optimism or at least encouragement of what's around you?
Yeah, you don't realize what you're really in until you get away from it. Sometimes when you're in a relationship, you got to get out of a relationship to realize who you are. I think for me, once the off season hit, I kind of just took some time to myself and because I'm a real optimistic person. So sometimes you may not see reality in the moment. And when I got after the season ended, I kind of just took a moment and just realized look myself in the mirror from the standpoint of how I felt and the weight that I was carrying from a negative perspective all season that allowed me not to be myself. And I just tried to take a different approach this summer going into this moment, even talking with the guys, working out with the guys this summer, seeing their approach, the hunger, also reading all the bull that media writes about us. You know what I mean? You kind of just find a different recharge that you need to, get ready for the next challenge. So
in light of that, was there, because of all those feelings, was there ever a time you thought, I'm not coming back here? I mean, are you surprised you're still here?
Nah, I didn't. That was never thought. I always wanted to come back, and not once have I questioned if I would be back or not. I always just wanted to give, what I came, give the fans in this organization what I came here to do, and that's to win. And I carry a lot of that negative stuff when things went wrong last year and we didn't make it. So this time around, just feeling recharged, rejuvenated, and remotivated to make those things happen.
Did Doug and Scott ease any of your concerns? Coming off, last season.
I mean, yeah. I mean, talk. My point of view and vice versa. I know they point of view, and it was a team thing and working together and having one common goal, and that's to come in here and compete and win and put the best possible product out there to give us the best opportunity to win.
Speaking of media BS,
There was a lot of changes made to the roster, so you come in with relatively the same. How would you say you're excited to get a second shot?
I'm extremely excited, man. I'm extremely excited. I know from my standpoint, I know from all these guys, but I worked my ass off this year. So I'm overly excited for this season. To training camp. I'm looking forward to training camp tomorrow. Preseason. I'm looking forward to every single thing this year. I think last year I didn't have that full feeling. And with me being the leader of this team, unconsciously I could have carried a lot of that into the gym, and I could have been better from that standpoint. So I think this time around, for myself personally, I know my approach and what it will be, and to carry the rest of these guys on.
DeMar, you saw the chaos of last season. How do you see that coming and nip it in the bud before it becomes a bigger situation like it did last year?
I mean, it started this summer. You know, a lot of us was in the gym working out. You know, a lot of guys, most of the guys came to LA, worked out. You seen Dennis go out there, lead his country to, you know, to a medal, to MVP. You see guys working, and now we have that whole foundation to come in here tomorrow, starting training camp the next couple of weeks, and kind of lay the foundation of who we want to be for the rest of the season. So with that there, we already ahead of the curve than what we was last year.
Speaking of media BS outside of here, right? I don't have you very high in terms of what you guys are going to end the year. Does that motivate you at all?
Yeah, it motivates me for sure. I hate, yes, it motivates me for sure. Like, I already done cussed too much today. I ain't gonna say too much, but yeah, it definitely pisses me off, and it's motivation, and sometimes that's all you need, and for me, that's what I need to see something like that and, ride with that.
DeMar DeRozan.
Everybody talking my language today, man.
Yeah,
Everybody talking my language.
There was a lot there with DeMar. Hearing him talk about his approach to the season this year versus last year, I thought was pretty eye-opening. Him openly acknowledging his frustrations with what went on last year, and even acknowledging his frustration with what the perception of this basketball team is right now. I like guys being pissed off going into the season, especially now if Hassan Whiteside is pissed off or Exhibit 10 guy number 2 is pissed off. That doesn't really do anything for anybody. But when DeMar DeRozan is pissed off, that has value 100%. To me. And, I don't know who the leader of this basketball team is, but I have absolutely no problem if it's DeMar DeRozan. And DeMar DeRozan, to me, is talking like someone who can lead this basketball team and who's willing to and eager to lead this basketball team.
I agree 100%, man. I don't want to say I don't like when somebody's asked that, like, oh, it's just, the media, you can't get caught up in that. Like, I understand that. I get it. And they're right when people say that to a certain degree. But I like when a guy like DeMar DeRozan says, yeah, I saw it all. And that pissed me off. Like, it motivated me. I didn't like it. You could see he was in a media scrum, and he had to catch himself to say, like, some of the words he really wanted to say from, some of the things he said and some of the things he's heard about how people perceive the Kings, perceive him. And I like that. None of that obviously guarantees you that, a team is going to just play great because they're motivated. Like, you got to actually execute some stuff. But yeah, I like hearing that. I love hearing that. And I want to see if maybe they're able to draw off of that and use that as motivation and use that as fuel during training camp and into the season. Loved it.
A lot's going to be asked of DeMar this year. It goes back to the beginning of the offseason where we had a lengthy conversation where it almost as a joke, like it's a foregone conclusion DeMar DeRozan is gone. Mm-hmm. And then Scott Perry came in, and then we just started hearing stuff about what Scott Perry was looking for, and it seemed to like quickly shift that DeMar seems to fit exactly what Scott Perry is looking for. I think Scott Perry likes DeMar DeRozan. And knowing what, like, I'd be very interested to know what their first interaction was like, because knowing, having talked to Scott like a little bit, I feel like DeMar is exactly the type of person, individual, teammate, guy that Scott Perry wants on a team that he's leading.
Yep. And same for Doug Christie. It feels like DeMar DeRozan and Doug Christie would probably be on the same page when you talk about the type of individual and their approach to the game of basketball, their approach to leading, their approach to team building would be on par. Those three guys, I could see those three guys, Scott Perry, Doug Christie, and DeMar DeRozan, being aligned with each other. Just getting along, seeing the game the same way. And I feel that same way about like the Malik Monk too, though. We talked about it earlier. Like and I don't think that there's an issue with DeMar and Malik. I'm not saying that to say what I'm about to say, but it's like, yeah, DeMar probably look at Malik like, yeah, this a guy I could ride with.
Yeah.
This is a guy that I can go into the foxhole with on the basketball court and feel confident. So that's what kind of makes that perplexing, that, by some reports, Malik isn't looked at as one of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
But going from what I heard from him, what I heard from Doug Christie, Scott Perry, DeMar DeRozan, I like how this group is feeling right now. I do. Once again, doesn't guarantee wins at all. But what DeMar just talked about, saying, yeah, I saw everything, I'm not happy with it, I love that.
I'm excited for this version. This feels like this feels like a clean slate. And I didn't realize going into last year that it wasn't, but it clearly wasn't. And it starts with Monty and Wes and Mike, trickles down to Mike, Herder, Duarte, and De'Aaron in that front office, incorporating DeMar into all of this. Like, there's so many, there's so many different things that I guess we just didn't realize in the moment was creating the show that DeMar DeRozan referenced several times in that media scrum. That's all gone.
Yeah.
Right? Every aspect to that is gone. You've started fresh with Doug. You can start fresh now with DeMar. You can start fresh with Zach LaVine, who showed up in February, under difficult circumstances of his own. You've got Domas here. You do have these situations with Keegan and Keon that are sort of lingering. And maybe I'm being naive or dumb. I'm not worried about them.
I feel the same way.
Like I feel like Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis are going to be Kings for a while.
Right.
So I feel like you have the chance to start this season maybe with a chip on your shoulder, but most importantly with a completely clean slate.
Yeah. And that seems to be something like I saw the same thing maybe that you did. Seems to be refreshing for some of these guys in the locker room. Whatever went on, and I'm not here to blame anybody or point fingers at anybody. Whatever went on last year in that locker room behind the scenes, it wasn't anything that anybody enjoyed, whether it's the people who aren't here anymore, the players that are still here. It was a mess, according to the things that we've heard from them. So like you talk about clean slate, something different. That seems to be something that they seem to appreciate going into this training camp.
Yeah, as James Ham just snuck back into the building, he'll get logged in, and we'll talk to James about what he saw at Media Day and what his reaction to some of the things we've heard. And it didn't disappoint, listening a little bit to Dennis. I really didn't hear anything Domas said, to be honest with you. I was just trying to hit the less on as many answers as I could. But listening to Scott, Doug, Keon, Keegan, DeMar having the scrum of the day did not disappoint.
Right.
Like, he absolutely did. And I think anytime someone is willing to say, yeah, man, it sucked. Like, that's the equity of a 30 that's the equity of a 35, 36-year-old, 16-year vet. That's the equity of that individual being able to say, yeah, everything that it was all trash.
Mm-hmm.
It was a S show. As we bring in James Ham, fresh from 16th Media Day.
Shout out to him
for our man James Ham of the Insiders. We just played the DeMar DeRozan clip. Thanks for the heads up on
the profanity.
Yeah. Jesse did a great job of clipping that and turning it around for us. Let's start with DeMar. What did you think of what he had to say? His acknowledgement of everything that happened last year, and his obvious frustration on the way this team is viewed going into this season.
Yeah, I think the honesty was refreshing, right? Like, this has been a mess, and everybody knows it's a mess, and it's hard to say something, that if he would have just said, it's just one of those seasons, and kind of just blow it off, that would have been disingenuous. So I think it is refreshing how honest DeMar typically is. I was definitely kind of caught off guard by him just laying it out there, saying this is an S show,
yeah.
And then I think the funny thing is too, you have Zach LaVine, you have DeMar DeRozan, both who spoke, and neither one of them had ever gone through a midseason trade, or even DeMar had never gone through a coach getting fired midseason. And he's entering his 17th season. And then, sort of the dichotomy when you see Dennis Schroder come in, that dude's been traded 5 times in the last 2 seasons coming into this year. This is his sixth team in 2 seasons. And he just rolls with the punches. He's okay, this is life. And someone asked him about pressure. And he said, no, pressure is having your dad pass away at 15 years old and having to figure out how you're going to help your family put food on the table. That's pressure. This isn't pressure. This is basketball. And so, I think it was an interesting way that we saw, again, the moment from DeMar, I thought was great. It was the frustrations, all that stuff. But at the same time, it's what did you do to make it better? If you're a 16-year vet at that point and things are going sideways, somebody's got to step up and say something. And I felt like last season was a whole bunch of people saying, not it. It's not it. It's not my fault.
Mm-hmm.
And it's well, no, it's all of your fault. You can't, you have to get on the same page. You have to be adults in the room. You're getting paid millions of dollars to play basketball. And the fact is that team as a whole, as a group, not one individual, they went 40-42. And that's not good enough. And so I hope that, he got away from the game. He took a break, cleared his head. He didn't want to tell us exactly how he cleared his head because I don't know, he was very cryptic about that. But at the same time, I hope that he does come back with sort of a clean slate and with the idea that, next time you see something, do something, see something, say something. When you see the thing going off the rails, call a players only meeting, sit down with players that respect you greatly because you're one of the greatest scorers in the history of the game, and try to stop whatever's happening well before it gets to the point where you're just spiraling out of control as a franchise. And so I don't know. I enjoyed listening to him and his honesty, but at the same time, it's okay, nobody was clean. Nobody's hands were clean last year.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody.
Sure.
I don't think there's anyone except for maybe Keon Ellis, who just went out there and played his mind out of his mind every single time he got on the court. Besides that, everybody had some sort of issue with something.
Mm-hmm.
And it's life. It's basketball.
Yeah. Oh no, I just heard him speaking about what last year was like. I didn't not saying that you said this or anybody else did, but I didn't hear him pointing fingers or anything like that, or saying it was anybody's fault, or saying he was without blame or anything. He was just as in general, it was a mess. It was a mess, and trying to make sure that you learn how to deal with something like that moving forward. And I've been in locker rooms and on teams where, it's just a bad season, and you just can't really get out of the way. And to a certain degree, you just want the season to be over. Like that's what would fix everything. The season's over, and then I can take a step back and figure out how to go about the next season or the next time I'm in that situation. But while you're in it, it just seems like there's no way to get out of it. And that might have been what went on for a lot of guys last year. It's like
hamster stuck on the wheel.
Yeah, we're stuck here. No players only meeting, no pep talk, no cursing out is going to get us out of this right now, or at least that's how it feels. And you just don't necessarily always know what to do. And sometimes just getting away from that environment, getting away from that season is what's needed. And hopefully that's what happened with some of these guys in the locker room.
Yeah, I hope so too. Like, look, I think, there's possibility here that I'm slightly jaded by the fact that Doug is the 10th head coach I've covered, and that this front office, I think, is the 5th front office I've covered. Like, and I don't even want to talk about how many players. I mean, when Keegan Murray said, I think I have the second longest tenure on this team behind Domas, and it was like, oh my gosh, that's just jarring. He's entering his 4th NBA season, and he came in the same time that Malik came in. So, there's a couple of them with that same amount of time. But just watching last season unfold, it was by far the most disappointing season that I've covered, just because there was so much, like expectation coming into the year. And, you can't go from last media day, DeMar DeRozan talking about how that team can make it to the Western Conference Finals to, where they ended up, which was, just abysmal. And realistically, I think it adds another layer to how impressive it was for Doug Christie to finish 27 and 24, because that whole thing was a mess. Not only did you fire your head coach, you traded your best player, you brought in other players that may or may not want to be there, and just the whole thing is spiraling out of control. And to just be able to put your arms around everybody and say, hey, let's ride out the storm together. Doug kept saying he's trying to fix a plane in the air. I get it, but realistically, it felt more like somebody who was holding a giant umbrella over a group of people and just trying to save them and hold them together just to get through a season. And normally when you see that, look, I've covered the Tyrone Corbin season where he goes 7-21 after Mike Malone gets fired, and George Karl comes in and just gets ran over like everybody else. Like, when things go bad, they typically go really, really bad. And for whatever reason, Doug was at least able to hold the group together and get them through the final 51 games and find some success. I mean, again, it's not just that Mike Brown gets fired, which, again, DeMar DeRozan had never been through that at all. That's crazy to me. I mean, especially for me, who's been through it. Like, I don't know how many times I've watched a coach get fired.
DeMar been in the league as long as you have.
Yeah, exactly. And every single time that you see a coach getting fired, you know what's coming, and you're like, oh boy, this is awkward, right? Except for maybe Michael Malone. That was one that kind of popped up out of nowhere. But I definitely, I'm hoping that they move forward, because again, that was a chaotic, like, disastrous season with assistant coaches leaving, and just like everything is going wrong. But the fact that they didn't just fold up shop and finish with 32 wins or something is pretty impressive.
Anything else? We listened to Scott, Doug. We'll start with Scott. Scott he doesn't really tip his hand in terms of, what he's thinking, how he feels. Keegan and Keon both didn't seem to sweat where they're at with their contract situations too much. Probably the right thing to do on media day. I was just telling Casey as you were walking in, I'm not concerned about those two. I feel like they're going to be Sacramento Kings for a while, for a long time. Is that thinking out of line? Like, is there a reason to believe that they won't be? Like, I think they're both going to be Kings moving forward.
Yeah, I really hope that they are. To be honest, I think Keegan Murray gets his contract extension by whatever. I think it's October 31st. I think
Okay.
that'll happen, right? But I don't know about Keon. Like Keon, I believe they have all season long to work something out, right? And even right now, like there were some rumors that they couldn't wait. They had to wait 6 months or whatever. I do not believe that that is the case. And everyone that I've talked to who's in the know usually says, no, that's not the case, right? So I do think that there's a way in which he can get an extension now. I hope it gets done because he's the one that you really have to worry about. I mean, Keegan can play out next season, and then he can play out. I mean, he can play out this season, and he can play out the entire next season, and then be in the Jonathan Kuminga situation 2 years from now, where we sit right now. So I'm not so much worried as much as I am like, hey, probably should just get that done. Like whatever the number is, like come to a conclusion and get it done because what we're watching right now is a cautionary tale. Like whether it's Grimes or it's Kuminga or whoever it is, like this has been a disaster for all restricted free agents. Yeah. If you have a team offering you $100 million, you should probably take it in today's market because this is not at all comfortable what's happening with these guys.
Did you? We were talking about listening to some of these guys, and it just kind of felt like, maybe a weight had been lifted off these guys, getting away from the team and the franchise for the summer and coming back a little rejuvenated. It felt like and a little focused. Did you get that same feeling, or was it just typical media day? Hey, everybody's in a positive mood.
I think everybody comes in like the same way the fans look at every season. Like you don't walk into a season just thinking, "Oh man, we're going to be horrible."
These fans do.
Well, yeah, but I mean, fans can talk that way, and what you hear out in on social media stuff is like the noisy minority, right? The majority of fans, like every single year, look and go, okay, we're going 82-0 until we lose one. That's like a standard fan thing that you hope springs eternal. And so I do think this is like a standard media day. I'm surprised there's as many players that are back from last year's roster just because of how poorly things went and how kind of sideways things went. But like it does feel like just kind of the standard fare. You got a couple of guys that are new. Dario Saric was an interesting character. I haven't met Dario Saric before. And like every single time someone asked him a question, it was like a minute and a half later, he was done talking. Like, whoa, Dario likes to talk, which and he just felt like his experience last year in Denver was just bad and kind of like, like I don't know how else he didn't feel like he was really given an opportunity. He said like 2 games into the season, he was out of the rotation, and then he just sat there the whole time and he's like, and then how are you supposed to go back when you haven't played for 3 months and everybody else is playing every day? And then all of a sudden they like, hey, you're going to be back in the rotation. It's like, okay, like, what do you want from me? Like, he's like, it's not like I wasn't working out, but there's a difference between being in basketball shape and being in NBA basketball shape. It's like, so that was difficult. Like overall, like, it's just, again, I think like Domas, I thought was super honest about sort of the chaos and the relationship with Doug. And I asked him about like, is there a possibility that like your relationship can help bridge the gap between player and coach, and that players that might have issues, or if he needs an honest mirror to look into, you can give him that? And yeah, he was like, yeah, I think so. So yeah, I mean, again, I think it was your pretty standard media day overall.
Well, that's fine. It's still fun.
No, it is.
Started the basketball season. It's a good look. I'm anxious to catch up on some of the other media days. We didn't play Draymond's clip. We didn't. It doesn't look like Kawhi talked very long about aspiration, but I'm definitely curious to hear Kawhi Leonard address that today. But we did. The only one we didn't play was Zach LaVine. Any thoughts on Zach LaVine and anything he may have said today? He kind of came into the situation. He came into the Sacramento Kings situation. Obviously, you're you fired your head coach already. You're working in with the new head coach. Now you're trading your star player, the guy who you thought was the franchise. You're getting him out of here, and you're still trying to figure out a whole bunch of things as he's coming in. That's all on the professional side. He's obviously dealing with things on the personal side, as he had, a baby like days before he was traded. And, so he kind of came into a jumbled mess on multiple fronts last season. Anything he say today stand out to you?
No, I think it's interesting because Zach LaVine is such an incredible offensive player that he just kind of like exudes confidence when it comes to basketball. And then on the other side, he's talking about his 11th or 12th NBA season. And it's almost like he's ready to learn how to play defense. I just find it like really interesting the way that he kind of approaches stuff. Well, yeah, I'm excited to learn. And it's like, man, you've spent a lot of time in the league not doing it. Like you've got to, so it's got to be, like it's not one individual player that's an issue as much as it is like knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses and trying to help each other out and play to those strengths, which I got. But I also feel like, somewhere along the way, Zach just kind of like it clicked in and he got it. Like, in order to be efficient, I have to do this. In order to be a basketball player who gets a bunch of money, this is what I have to do. And if you're talking about with the Kings, like in order for him to play 35 minutes a night or 34 minutes a night, whatever it might be, he's going to have to play defense or Keon Ellis is coming for his minutes. And I don't think that's Doug Christie's way is like, you're going to play defense. Like I asked him about getting up to the 53-point shots, right, that they wanted last year.
Mm-hmm.
And he just laughed. He said, here you are talking offense.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, this is about defense, defense, defense. And it's like, okay, that's fine. But like, how are you going to take a bunch of people that don't play defense and make them play defense? I get it. You haven't changed the roster all that much. So yeah, I think we're in for an interesting season because I think there is like an openness to embracing what's happening from the players. And that's cool. But it's got to last for 82 games. It can't be like, this is great today and 2 weeks from now when when preseason starts, you're like, oh boy, like they don't get it. And then 2 weeks into the season, you're like, oh, they still don't get it. A month into the season, it's like, oh boy, like where are we going with this mess? And so I'm hoping there is carryover and that the voices in the room are going to be loud enough to withstand this thing.
To be fair to this group that's kind of coming back and playing on this team that was there last year, I don't know. There was a game or two, like the ones that stand out off the top of my head were the Warriors game in Golden State, where it was just really bad. They might have had another one. But this group didn't like quit at any point.
And we're not gonna.
No.
We're not gonna quit.
No, not quitters.
Shout out Alvin.
But they didn't. I don't think we ever looked at them and said, this team is just checked out on Doug Christie or on each other.
Sure.
They may have been overmatched. It might not have been a good mix or anything else like that. But I thought they gave everything they had for that entire season last year. Even down to like we go towards the end of the season. Remember they were playing the Clippers. Clippers had won X amount of games out of X amount of games. And DeMar had that chance to win the game late in the game.
Mm-hmm.
The Mavericks game just kind of snowballed on them in the play-in. But we didn't see some teams quit.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't get that vibe from these guys, man. So I don't know I hope that's just a sign of the way these guys approach the game of basketball and professionalism, that we don't even have to worry about that. Like there is a level of being bought in to what's being asked of them to do. Can they execute it? That's a whole nother conversation. Are they a good enough team, talented enough team, good enough to beat better? That's something different. But their approach and coming out here and being professional and not giving up on each other, the coach and everything that's going on, I would say that's not something that I expect to see from this group.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Like, I never really felt like we did get to that point. Like I use a term, I'm not going to say we, like the collective. I don't think all of us do, but like a one-legged ass-kicking contest, right? That term, and you're thinking, oh, okay, like that, it's funny, right? But then if you really think about it, like, how do you try to kick somebody with one leg? And you're like, okay, it starts to make sense, right? You're like, okay, that it's extremely difficult. That's what it kind of felt like last year's season was. It's like there are reasons why that team was bad. They did not have like any time to gel, any time to like get together as a collective. They were in a sprint to the finish line, and they did not have the necessary pieces to be in that sprint. Did they make it to the finish line? Yeah, they made it to the finish line. Could they have actually made the playoffs? Sure. Like if something would have gone different in the play-in game, but that doesn't change the fact that they were like ill-equipped to deal with what what was happening on so many levels. They didn't have enough shooting, they didn't have enough length and athleticism, they didn't have enough, like this and that. They lost half their coaching staff. Like there were a lot of reasons why that team like failed. And like we can say excuses, or like I Paul Westphal used to say this, there are excuses and there are reasons. And like some people just want to say, well, that's an excuse. And it's like, or is it a reason? There's a reason why that team wasn't successful. Like you can't just shake up an entire roster. You can't take your identity piece that you built your franchise around for almost 8 years, remove him from the equation, and think that everything's going to be okay. You built the team around one guy. He's like Keegan Murray's best friend on the team. He's Malik Monk's best friend on the team. Like, how do you replace that? And the answer is you don't on the fly. You're going to lose. And like as soon as moves happen, that's where you just have to throw all expectations out the window. And so I do think they did the best they could. And like, look, there's a possibility this team is way better than we think they are, that they catch lightning in a bottle, that they figure out how to support each other the right way, that they play defense like Doug's asking them, and they find an offense that is good enough to get them through. There's also a possibility that like mechanically there's no way for this to be successful because you don't have enough of X, Y, and Z, and you're walking into the season once again in a one-legged ass-kicking contest.
That would shock the hell out of me if there was no way for them to be successful. That would surprise me more. I would be far more. I think this was a Kyle Madsen question one time. I'd be far more surprised if they won 35 games than if they won 50. Far more surprised. I just can't wrap my brain around this roster. Now, I get the idea of individuals versus a team. I understand that. That concept is not lost on me. I just really struggle believing these individuals can't make a team, especially with the acquisition of Dennis. Like, I just can't. I can't compute that. And maybe I'll have to sit through an entire season and just be wrong. And maybe it won't be fun, and maybe it'll be as bad as everyone thinks. But I've seen 35-win teams in this city on far too many occasions, and I cannot believe that this is one.
I hope not.
I mean, everything was awful last year, and I think this roster is better.
Yeah, tell me if I've got this wrong a little bit, and I know we got to go, but do you mean to tell me this team is going to be like five games better than those DeMarcus Cousins teams?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Those teams were awful.
Yeah.
No talent.
Great stuff, James. I'm glad you were able to get out there and take part in your 16th media day. I'm excited that practice is underway, and we'll be tapping in with James every day sometime in the middle of the show because he'll be out there at practice. And we've got a lot to make up for tomorrow. We did not talk about anything that happened. Well, other than that, we talked about that. So we could put that aside. And we'll get all caught up tomorrow, man, with Kings practice getting underway here. So we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam. Stephen Brown, you're not real.
Hey, sorry, guys. I almost James Hammed this joint. I have to go to the bathroom really bad. I was about to walk out at 3:42. So now I know how James feels.
It's happened to the best of us, brother.
We'll see you guys tomorrow.